Good morning to you, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. It's Tuesday morning, April 2nd. I'm Jeanne Francine, and for the next few hours, I'll be taking you on a journey, giving you all of those live events, top stories, and headlines of the day. Let's go ahead and get started into those top stories we are following this morning here on Live Now from Fox. As it relates to the Israel-Hamas war, we know an apparent Israeli airstrike killed 6 international aid workers with the World Central Kitchen and their Palestinian driver, the charity saying early this morning, in a potentially major setback to efforts to deliver aid by sea to Gaza, where Israel's offensive against Hamas has pushed hundreds of thousands of Palestinians to the brink of starvation. We'll have more details on this news later on this morning. And of course, we're also keeping a close eye on the developing situation in Baltimore related to that deadly bridge collapse. We know efforts are underway this morning to clear debris. We'll have updates on this story as well, checking in with our content partners over at Fox 5 DC this morning. And I'm also being told, and it has been confirmed by Fox 5 DC, there will be an updated press conference later today with officials there in Baltimore. So make sure you check that out here on Live Now from Fox. But right now I want to transition to a top story we are following as it relates to severe weather. This time yesterday morning, I showed you all this same XRAD system, and you can see how these storms have developed. As you know, April typically kicks off the most active 3 months for tornadoes in the U.S., and this year is no exception, as a widespread multi-day severe weather outbreak is expected to impact tens of millions of Americans in the eastern half of the country through today, and you see that there on your screen. We're talking about severe weather as it relates to thunderstorms, flooding, and even tornadoes. Let's check in now with our content partners over at Fox Weather as they are working to keep you weather ready.
And it's not just tornadoes, large hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's all going to be possible as the threat stretches from the Ohio, throughout the Ohio River Valley, from Ohio down to Tennessee. Fox Weather First starts right now. Hi there, everybody. Live in New York City. This is Fox Weather First. What an active morning it has been, Michael.
It has been. Marissa Torres, Michael Estime with you all morning. We already have active warnings ongoing as we speak. We look at the radar, and right now there's at least one in Illinois with a confirmed tag on it where we have a tornado on the ground.
It's been developing throughout these overnight hours, never really quieting down fully. Scenes like this out of Perry, Oklahoma just yesterday, probably going to be more common today as we watch these massive potential supercells pop in portions of even the Ohio Valley today, where you get that development and that wall cloud forging ahead. The concern is going to be, do we see a tornado out of these storms? Look at the tornado watch. You have several communities within Missouri through southern Illinois, Indiana, and at least that northwestern periphery of Kentucky that are included in that, where you have the threat for tornadoes. These are areas that are already rather busy. So this is the current look at radar, and look at that complex right there is pretty much entirely lined with severe thunderstorm warnings, and now, as Michael mentioned, that confirmed tornado warning. That was bumped up just about 5 minutes ago, and we brought it to you as soon as it was confirmed. That was observed. Johnson, Pope, Saline, and Williamson counties, those are included in that. This is in through southern Illinois, and this tornado warning is going to last till 5:15 local time. So you still have about 15 more minutes that we're going to be watching it. Also noticing it overlaps with Paducah right there. This tornado warning is now radar indicated, not confirmed. The confirmed one, just for perspective, is right there. But this one's for Ballard, Massac, McCracken, and Pope counties. So we're right in through that southern Illinois, northern part of Kentucky region, where we are seeing the activation of some not just strong storms, but even some of them that are starting to spin. And that's been the concern, again, through these early morning hours, along with the very heavy rain that's associated with these. Not so much hail producers, but heavy rain producers. So also we've been seeing some flood concerns pop up just to the north of here, where we have that stationary boundary. There's Carbondale, Illinois. This kind of gives you some really good perspective. So jumping across the Mississippi River, this has been that complex that, Michael, we've been watching since the early morning hours that has been warmed, has been racing along and has also prompted the tornado concern.
Yeah, the tornado warning specifically in parts of Marion moving east, by the way, at 45 miles per hour. So that's the least of the winds that you can expect. Not too far away from Lake of Egypt, or about 7 miles south, I should say, of Marion. Wind damage, there's also going to be a hail component to this as that races toward the east. And keep in mind that the sun is not up just yet. So don't get me wrong, I'm a Midwesterner through and through. You hear the tornado sirens, you get the alert, you want to run out the door to see if you can see something. This is not the time for it. It's dark out, you won't be able to see anything anyways. Get to your safe spot, interior room of your home, because as this thing races toward the east at 45 miles per hour, this means business. And it is contained within that tornado watch box. Again, that doesn't expire until 8 a.m. Central, 9 a.m. Eastern time. But a big concern, and Mercy, you know all about this, whenever you see that line, just means that along that whole entire line, we could be talking about 60 to 70 mile per hour winds.
Yeah, even yesterday, we had a wind gust of 80 miles per hour reported. I believe that was out of Missouri or Illinois. But the fact that it's the same energy forging ahead, and as you mentioned, the sun's not even up yet. This is going to be, I think, round one. We could have more severe weather later today, in particular in these same spots. So don't let your guard down. It's early. I know it's dark out, as Michael alluded to, but you have to act quickly. Noticing just the perspective, too, all the storms seem to be clustered in this area here in the Paducah vicinity, and then to the north up I-57. And they've also been traversing, Michael, over these interstates. And I-57 is a major interstate up towards I-64. So you also have people that maybe aren't home, but driving. And the worst situation is to be caught off guard in blinding rain.
Absolutely.
When you have the tornado potential.
You know, interestingly enough, too, Marissa, just a couple of weeks ago, in this very exact location, right along the Ohio River, that's basically the borderline there between Kentucky and Illinois and Ohio. You have that river, and we saw a tornado over that same river, again, a couple miles, of course, toward the east. But either way, Evansville, Indiana, we're getting ready and set for, again, what could be a confirmed tornado on the ground in that purple box. And then, of course, warnings just north of Paducah as well.
Yeah, several warnings. And that's the one Michael was talking about right there, right on Paducah, Ballard, Massac, McCracken, and Polk counties.
And it looks like most of this energy is going to be heading towards Cincinnati and Louisville. So you guys are really going to be the next in line. Cincinnati, the Queen City, on the left side of your screen, where in Cincy, as we speak, boy, it was raining and pouring. We've already seen severe thunderstorm warnings for the area. Cincinnati right now, by the way, when we take a gander at the radar there, we have some massive storms that really are just off toward the west of Cincinnati. That's going to be racing through and along the I-75 corridor. So heads up for our friends in Covington. That's going to be northern Kentucky, toward the northern Kentucky airport. Big picture showing you where that threat zone is today. This includes millions of Americans from Tupelo, Mississippi, through Nashville, Tennessee, the Volunteer State, and then, yes, all throughout the bluegrass state of Kentucky. Very concerned for our friends and family in parts of, say, London, that's in Laurel County, Kentucky, Lexington, Kentucky, that's in Fayette County, and then points toward even the state capital of Kentucky, that being Frankfort. You're included in that zone where later on this afternoon, although you're seeing a round of morning showers, this afternoon, especially around, say, 1, 2, 3 o'clock, we're expecting the eruption of supercell thunderstorms. Those supercells that develop will not only contain some large hail, but damaging winds. And I do think that we will see several tornadoes, not only in the bluegrass state, but also as you head toward the Buckeye state of Ohio. Columbus, being the capital of Ohio, also included in this. There's a number of schools. Make sure that you double check with your school. If they have a website, there's a number of schools in the area that have actually either they're closed today due to the severe weather that they're expecting, or they're going to be releasing the kids from school a little early today. Double check if you got kids to see whether or not your district could be included in that. Large hail, we're talking large hail like we saw yesterday. In fact, our largest hail yesterday, this was incredible, was in parts of Texas, in Bryer, Texas, at 4.5 inches in diameter. This was all a part of the same system. So sometimes the best way to forecast and to look ahead to see what could happen is to look back to see what has happened. And what has happened is 4.5-inch hail. We had 88-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Albany, Texas yesterday. So again, this entire system moving through the Ohio Valley, the Tennessee River Valley, northern parts of Alabama, northern parts of Georgia. That doesn't move through until late this evening. Timestamp there on the upper left side of your screen shows you overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning that threat for some stronger storms, although a little bit more diminished from where we are in terms of the intensity from right now, will move through parts of Alabama, Georgia, and eventually South Carolina. Looking back in the Midwest, look at all that green on there. Yeah, it's not St. Patrick's Day. You know what that is? That means flooding is possible. And unfortunately, you get these slow-moving systems that are lumbering along, and flooding could be a very real and present danger. Marissa, you look at the more light-colored boxes, and those indicate where we're tracking flood warnings. And so the creeks, the rivers, the small little streams in your neighborhood, or perhaps you have one of those little areas that are a little stream that may circle through your neighborhood, those could look like raging rivers when we're talking about all of that water being squeezed out on already supersaturated soil.
Yeah, I don't want to underscore that flood threat, right? Because that front's been stalled right here. And so everything's been training over the same spot and delivering, you know, I think some places in the past couple of days have already gotten 1-2 inches of rain and could see another 2 inches of rain, especially depending on where some of those heavy rainmakers set up. And then you look through areas, you know, from Huntsville, Nashville, Knoxville, London, Charleston, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, areas that are concerned with some very dangerous, potent storms today could also be trying to navigate floodwaters.
It's really interesting, too, because even as we move toward the northeast, you're seeing parts of NYC, 2 to 3 inches of rain through Wednesday, so that's going to be through the day tomorrow.
Yeah.
In the month of March, some spots seeing literally 20 of the 31 days in the month featured rain. And you look at the surpluses that we have in parts of the mid-Atlantic and Northeast, and some spots are literally over a half a foot in surplus. So, you know, Marissa, you think about, I love using like the wet sponge analogy. You know, you drop a sponge in the sink, and the soil, you step out there. I was actually just running around parts of Central Park the other day, and the soil's super squishy because it's so wet.
Yeah, it's waterlogged, and we're going to get more on top of that with the potential of a coastal low development here. There's a lot to break down, and actually just getting word that we have a new tornado warning, Michael. So coming out of now, that northern part of Kentucky there, that's what we're going to, northwestern portion. This does include Paducah, it looks like. This is going to be over Ballard County, Carlisle, Graves, McCracken County. This is radar indicated. So not confirmed, but it doesn't mean it's any less important and any less dangerous. This means radar is picked up on that spin, and the concern is if we get that vortex, if we get that spin, that funnel down to the surface, then we have a tornado, and it can happen quickly, which is why you need to get to a safe location. This has been an area of concern, and you can actually see that entire complex there that has the warnings lighting it up. You get that kink, you get that spin, and these are potent. They have a lot of rain with them. It's still dark outside. You're not going to get visibility here, and you are, Michael, we're seeing, you know, some of those bigger communities get included in these warnings now as we head towards these early morning hours. We're now including Paducah with the threat of a tornado. Yeah,
and Paducah is one of the larger cities there on the Ohio River. This storm system, by the way, moving toward the east at about 45 miles per hour. Paducah, as you know, a population of just over 25,000 Americans, known for, of course, the National Quilt Museum out that way. So if that sounds familiar to you, if that rings a bell right along the I-24 and I-55 corridor just east of Cape Girardeau, now is a great time to, again, I know it's early in the morning. Keep in mind that this part of Kentucky, it kind of balances between the Eastern time zone and the Central time zone. So you kind of bounce back and forth between the two. And so I think at this point, if you receive that alert on your phone, it's time to get to your safe spot. Basements are best. I know that the closer you are to the actual river, sometimes you don't have as many basements. So an interior room of your home, Marissa, you think about perhaps a bathroom that doesn't have windows, perhaps even a closet. If you don't got that, a hallway is always a safe spot to go to as well.
And, you know, it always feels inconvenient but that inconvenient 5 minutes, 20 minutes can save your life. And a lot of notches popping up within this complex. So it is surrounded by severe thunderstorm warnings with some strong winds. I think even then you should get away from the windows. And we're going to continue to track these tornado warnings. But again, we do have that one observed tornado warning just outside of Carbondale, Johnson, Pope, Saline, Williamson. This goes till 5:15. So this may be allowed to expire, but this was observed at one point. So we're going to continue to track that. In the meantime, we do want to continue our coverage of the severe weather we've been up against over the past couple of days.
And we appreciate our content partners over at Fox Weather, keeping us weather ready. Don't forget you can search Watch Fox Weather on any web browser. And my goodness, you all saw that this is a very serious situation. I was telling you all off the top of the hour how tornadoes was a possibility. And literally within minutes, we already have several tornado warnings, giving you another live look at our XRAD system now at 6:13 on the East Coast. And you can see flooding going to be a major issue this morning. You can see all of that red there on the screen where those tornado warnings have been issued this morning. And then, of course, you heard about flooding. You also heard about hail. And, of course, by the time the system gets to you, it's too late to have a weather plan. So go ahead, plan ahead, get that weather plan with your family, because right here on Live Now from Fox, we want to make sure that you all are safe. So as we continue to give you top stories and headlines, right now I want to switch gears and give you a live look out this morning in a foggy downtown Milwaukee. That's where we're headed after our first 2-minute commercial break. Checking in with Dr. Patricia Kraus, getting the very latest on those Tuesday primaries. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine here with you on this Tuesday morning. It is April 2nd, and it is the Tuesday primaries, giving you a live look out in downtown Milwaukee this morning. Now it's 6:16 on the East Coast. Good morning to you all just now tuning in, and it is a very foggy day out there as people are waking up this morning knowing that primary season continues today with voters in the pivotal swing state of Wisconsin and 3 northeastern states heading to the polls to indicate their support or opposition to their party's presumptive nominees. Wisconsin voters will also decide the fate of 2 Republican-backed statewide ballot measures that will shape how elections in the state are run and funded. Now, farther south, Arkansas and Mississippi voters will return to the polls to decide a handful of legislative seats that were forced to runoffs back in primaries in March. Well, joining us live this morning to share what races you should be keeping a close eye on is political expert for the University of New Haven, Dr. Patricia Kraus. Dr. Kraus, good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning.
Well, today is the Tuesday primary, several states taking part. Could you break down the states that are participating and the races we need to be keeping a close eye on?
Yeah, so today you have Wisconsin, New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and then, like you said, Arkansas and Mississippi have. They're not primaries; they're actually sort of a fallout from the last primaries where they didn't have um, a winner, so they had to go to a runoff. So these are just continuations of primaries that took place in March in Arkansas and Mississippi. Um, and like you said, Wisconsin is a swing state, so that's one that they'll sort of be looking at to see how people vote in the primaries there. And then Connecticut, New York, Rhode Island, those are all closed primary states, which means that only Democrats can vote in a Democratic primary, only Republicans can vote in a Republican primary.
Discussing the primaries in Wisconsin this morning, you did mention that those ballot measures affect how elections will be run and even funded. Could you explain the importance of these ballot measures?
Yeah, I mean, these are one thing about ballot measures is they are voted on by the people. So these aren't things that are coming from the Wisconsin legislature. They're voted on by voters that go out to vote in the primary. They'll also vote on these ballot measures. Um, the other thing is they are all Republican backed, meaning that the likelihood is that they're benefiting one party over the other, which is the reason that they're being put forward. So these are important. People need to read them carefully, understand what it is they're voting for, because anytime you have something that impacts elections or election outcomes, you want to make sure that that they're fair, that they're being done for the right reasons and not for political or partisan reasons. So these are things that people in Wisconsin need to pay attention to.
Absolutely. And then looking further south, we know that in Arkansas and Mississippi, the talk of the town are those legislative seats. What can people in that neck of the woods look forward to?
Well, again, people, they've already voted in a primary. A lot of people, I've mentioned this before, get voter fatigue. They don't want to go back out. They don't want to vote in a primary, an election again, especially when you've got other elections coming down the road in November. But it is important, these are legislative seats. These are seats that are going to impact legislation in the states. So it is important for people to make the effort to go out and vote. Even though these aren't the primaries, again, these are important elections. These are now people that are going to be actually sitting in the legislature. So in some sense, this is even more important than voting in the primary.
Dr. Krause, I always appreciate your expertise and dialogue. As for some, this might be their first time voting, so very important to understand the primaries and the implications as it relates to the election process. Thank you so much for joining me this morning, bright and early. I always appreciate when you answer my calls. Is there anything else you'd like to add before I let you go?
Just that this is going to be interesting in some sense, again, because Delaware actually canceled their primary because Trump and Biden were the only two people on the ballot. But you still have states that have people like Nikki Haley or Chris Christie on the ballot. So there could be some division, particularly Rhode Island is looking at, there could be some division in how the delegates are, how the delegates play out, because if Nikki Haley gets a certain percentage of the votes, she gets a certain percentage of the delegates. So this could make for an interesting convention, because if you win delegates, then those delegates, at least in the first round of voting at the convention, must cast their vote for the nominee that won those delegates. So it could be that they're going to second and third rounds in particular states if Nikki Haley manages to win a certain number of delegates. So I think it's really interesting, and I think people, again, should pay attention to this because it becomes important down the road when the conventions take place.
Absolutely. As we've always seen, Dr. Krause, things might start a little quieter and then they build up, and then people are like, wait, how do we even get to this point? But as you said, right, you got to keep a close eye on things as they start to grow and build up so that you can know why and how it got to its end point. Dr. Krause, thank you again for joining us this morning here on Live Now, explaining all things as it relates to the Tuesday primaries. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you so much. As we continue to give you top stories here on Live Now from Fox, giving you video to that tragic day last week, as we know that deadly Baltimore bridge collapse. The time now 6:22. Let's go ahead and go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, giving you the latest update, as we know recovery efforts are underway this morning. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Turning now to an update as it relates to that deadly Baltimore bridge collapse. The video on your screen from that tragic day last week as everything unfolded. Meanwhile, as we look ahead, we know cleanup and recovery efforts press on in Baltimore this morning. But while there's no time to waste when it comes to clearing the channel of bridge and ship debris so the vital port can be reopened, officials are saying the twisted metal wreckage is making a tough job even more complex. Fox News' Chris DeMeo reports on the very latest.
The painstaking work to remove wreckage from the Baltimore bridge collapse continues.
We have to move fast, but we cannot be careless.
But the scene of the deadly accident is proving hazardous for crews to navigate with tons of sharp metal from the Francis Scott Key Bridge still on top of the cargo ship that plowed into the structure last week after it lost power.
Every time we move a piece of the structure, the situation could become even more dangerous.
Damage below the waves is just as complicated, especially with the murky water reducing visibility for divers to just 1 to 2 feet.
Below the waterline, along the bottom, is very challenging because these girders are essentially tangled together, intertwined, making it very difficult to figure out where you need to eventually cut so that we can make that into more manageable sizes to lift them.
Crews on Monday worked to clear a temporary channel on the northeast side of the collapse to help with ship traffic for vessels aiding in the cleanup.
Now we're also moving forward on creating a southwest channel for deeper draft vessels.
Back on land, community members are unveiling a memorial honoring the construction workers killed in the tragedy. The men were fixing potholes on the bridge when it was destroyed. 2 workers survived, and the bodies of 2 others were later found in a submerged truck. 4 more men are presumed dead, but their bodies haven't been located yet because of the level of damage.
You go to work and you never know if you're going to come back.
Meanwhile, the Singapore-based companies that own and manage the cargo ship have filed court documents looking to limit their legal liability for the crash should they be found responsible. Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
Chris, thank you so much. And we know that Maryland's Governor Moore spoke yesterday during a budget meeting about the very latest on this bridge collapse and its impacts to the economy. Take a listen.
Reeling from the Francis Scott Key bridge collapse. I just am coming from the port where I had the opportunity to talk directly with longshoremen and workers at the port who, despite the unforeseen and tragic circumstances, are in good spirits and are just awaiting. We let them know that we will be supporting them in every way possible. Thank you all for being here, especially as we've been a very, very incredibly busy week. Normally, we would want to conduct this critically important announcement with slightly more fanfare, but given the continuously evolving situation with the recovery from the bridge collapse, we thought it'd be prudent to do this without fanfare in a way that allows us to get back to the most pressing items on our list. As I mentioned in the State of the City, exactly a week ago, this budget is an important one that requires us to take a critical look at how we could cover a structural deficit. We accomplished that and more, and today we're putting forward a budget that completely covers the gap without furloughing employees, without closing any fire stations or rec centers, and without cutting city services or turning our back on the priorities of Baltimore moving forward. The results of these hard choices don't include balancing the budget on the backs of things our hardworking residents depend on every day. It was important to do that before. It's even more important now. Our city is bracing for the long-term impacts of this unthinkable tragedy. As the governor and I have been outlining all week, our focus is doing all of this in the right way, not the fast way or a half-baked way. But it means that it's going to take as long as it takes. As our city moves into our budget season and fiscal year 2025, it is going to be critically important that city government is serving our residents to the absolute best of our ability. All week, we have been showcasing the city government's commitment, dedication, and ability to effectively coordinate with our partners. We need to continue to do that in everything we do, whether it's standing alongside the Coast Guard and other members of the Unified Command to discuss the salvage operation or being there to do a much more standard daily operation of city government. Whatever this administration and all the city government is doing, we need to do it well, and we need to do it together, especially as we move into the phase where we are increasingly having to juggle such a momentous tragedy and our normal day of work. I believe that the budget that we are putting forward does exactly that, in a way that takes into consideration both the financial health of the city and the very real needs that we all have ahead of us. With all that being said, let's move into highlighting a few specifics of the budget, and then we'll take some questions. We started this budget planning process, as you know, with a projected $107 million shortfall. I'm happy to report that we have balanced that gap with no service reductions or layoffs. Some of the steps that we took to balance the budget include utilizing new license plate reader technology to step up enforcement of the resident parking permitting program, eliminating 89 positions that have been vacant for an extended period of time, and only those that have been vacant for an extended period of time, identifying efficiencies within agency budgets estimated to save the city $20 million annually. The city's finances also continue to benefit from the growth in property values we saw in 2021 and 22. While real estate transactions have slowed, properties continue to hold their value. We're sustaining our record investment in the city schools as a part of the blueprint for Maryland's future. Funding for the schools in the preliminary budget is up $125.6 million compared to the pre-blueprint funding levels. In addition to schools funding under my budget, further steps up investments in young people through funding the 240 year-round slots for the Youth Works program, a partnership with our partners at City Schools to fund 56 positions that will serve as career coaches at the city's middle and high schools. These career coaches will work to connect students with different career pathways. And we were able to actually increase the overall budget for recreation and parks. Other key investments include expanding the group violence reduction strategy by expanding the program to the Eastern District first and then later the Southern Police Districts. We know that GVRS has been absolutely critical in last year's record reduction in homicides and non-fatal shootings. We must maintain that progress and continue to responsibly expand the program. Already this year, we're seeing an additional 22% decrease in homicides and a 14% decrease in non-fatal shootings, based on down from that historic reduction last year. Annualizing funding for DPW crews to continue weekly recycling services, funding to create 5 new positions to support the procurement transformation work focused on streamlining the city's purchasing practices, creating additional positions to support our vacancy work led by the housing department. The city, of course, is planning to utilize $50 million of state funding from Project CORE as a part of the city's vacant housing initiative. These are just a few of the important investments we're making with this budget, even though we need to make some decisions to overcome the deficit that we started with. Now, at this point, it is still too early to tell fully how the bridge collapse will impact the city's overall financial outlook. And at this stage in the process, we did not make any adjustments to this preliminary budget as a result of last week's tragedy. It should also be noted that in the days following the collapse, the S&P reaffirmed Baltimore's AA rating and a stable outlook in the wake of the incident, which is an extremely important note for the support of our city's fiscal health. But we know over the next few months, we're going to be doing everything in our power to confront the economic impacts on our city. As you heard earlier today, I met with union members directly at the port. Tonight, I will be meeting with business leaders whose businesses are directly impacted as well. And in the coming days, I'll be meeting with a larger group of labor unions and union members whose industries are impacted in some way. We will all come together, as we have been doing every single day this last week, and confront these challenges together. There are some obvious places that this tragedy brings focus to, including the numerous federal infrastructure projects we have going on and how they will intersect with federal relief funding and infrastructure funding flowing in to tackle our response to the bridge. It also includes the importance of support for our jobs and employment development work, including MOED, YouthWorks, and many others. But more than anything, this preliminary budget ensures that our city's fiscal health will be strong as we work to address the fallout from this crisis, especially given that we successfully balanced the structural deficit that we were facing with from the start. I want to thank the entire budget team and all of our agencies who have worked incredibly hard over the last few weeks and months to bring such a strong preliminary budget together, and in doing it in a way that Baltimoreans can be proud of and take assurances in. And with that, we'll take a few questions.
I know we discussed this a little earlier, Director Larson, but I'm wondering if you could again explain how the city doesn't really receive any income through tax revenue from the port, besides income tax. Like, we're not counting on the port for a check every year.
Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, there is a pilot payment that the port makes to the city, but they're exempt from our overall property taxes. So what we were referring to earlier is we know there are workers there. If those workers live in the city, they pay city income tax. So we're trying to figure out what that impact is. And again, that will take probably weeks, if not months, to figure out exactly how that's going to look.
I was wondering if obviously you're saying it's too early to know exactly what the overall impact will be from the collapse, but you do have a deficit that you've already plugged in this year's budget. How do you think this year's budget is positioned to be able to deal with any costs that may come in?
Well, we're in a strong position, Emily, but we know that this is a very evolving situation. We just heard from Bob about some things that we have to find out. We also know that a lot of this is depending on how quickly business can start back into the port, right? So we're all going to be analyzing that thing every hour, really. This is going to be something that we're going to be working through every single step of the way. If I could come out here and tell you, it would be great for Bob to have an estimate for me, for Michael to have an estimate for me, but the reality is, with the ever-evolving situation, we're just going to have to make sure that we stay on top of every detail, and we will.
Thank you. And Ms. Merritt, the budget seems to rely in part on banking on some future revenues. isn't that a little risky, and have you done that in the past?
I'll let Laura and Bob talk about that.
So we believe that the strategy to balance the 25 budget is brings the budget back into structural balance. The revenues that we have identified, especially the largest share of our revenue, is recurring revenue that we feel very strong about. For example, the property tax estimates that make up 50% of our general fund revenue is based off of the new assessments that were completed by the state this year, as well as continued growth in our income tax that again is recurring revenue that is really a product of the strong labor market that we see in the city. One of the items regarding investment earnings is related to the higher yields that we're seeing in a product of in an environment of higher interest rates. We do acknowledge that that is something that is volatile and may begin to come down, but based off of what we're seeing for these revenues in the current fiscal year, we believe that we're in a strong position going into fiscal 25.
And just as a follow-up, there's a lot of initiatives that regard parking.
Yes.
How do you know how much that's going to generate?
So we, in regards to the new revenue initiatives around parking, what we're really trying to do there is to ensure that we're maximizing existing revenue streams into the city's general fund. So with the license plate readers, we believe that by looking at how we are optimizing enforcement, we're going to see additional revenue there, and we feel very confident in the forecast that we've put together for that new revenue. Regarding putting back in place some penalties that have been turned off since COVID, our revenue projections reflect what we had previously seen regarding collections when those penalties were in place before. So again, we feel very confident on that. And then finally, the initiative that we have regarding updating various fees across the city, again, we believe that the revenue estimate that is reflected in the budget is conservative and responsible as we are looking to analyze those fees that haven't been updated in recent years, especially as we've seen inflation really impact the cost of providing those city services.
Over the past year, we've seen a lot of the property value drop in the city based on vacancies and other adjustments in the market. Can you talk a little bit about that and the impact? I'm sure it had an impact on the budget and how you adjusted for that. And what's your take on what we're going to see? Because more buildings are going on the market, more are in foreclosure, more are going to auction, and these are high-profile towers, office towers.
Yes, so we acknowledge, and just like other communities, we are seeing, we know that there's going to be some drops in assessed value for our commercial properties. But what we are seeing that is really good news in terms of the overall market of the city's assessed value for property is that residential properties, we have seen the impact of the higher assessments with Group 3 that is reflected in the fiscal 25 budget. That's sort of the final group that needed to be reassessed post the real estate boom. The good news that we're seeing, especially on the residential side, is that even that we're in this environment of higher interest rates where the real estate market has cooled, those properties are holding their value. So that's actually really good news for the city's overall property tax assessable base. We are prepared for next year when our downtown core is reassessed, and with a couple of these high-profile properties, we do know and anticipate that we will see some reductions in assessed values. I think one of the things that will help us in fiscal 26 is that the way that our property tax works will still be phasing in the increases from groups 1 or from groups 2 and 3 as those come online based off of the caps that protect our residential homeowners through the homestead program.
So that was the very latest information from the Baltimore mayor and his team. They did hold that preliminary budget meeting yesterday, discussing how that deadly bridge collapse is and will affect their budget. And again, recovery efforts continuing this morning as cleanup efforts are underway, something that will not take days to fix, but weeks and even months. As we continue to give you top stories and headlines as it does relate to this deadly bridge collapse, we will be speaking with Fox 5 DC in the 7 o'clock hour. And as we look ahead to later in the day, we know that there will be an updated press conference by officials there in the Baltimore area, letting us know the very latest on this situation. That's slated for 3 p.m. Eastern time. So giving you all an update on that. As we go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour, I want to give you a live look out in Gaza as we continue to talk about the very latest of the Israel-Hamas war. We do have breaking news as it relates to the war and Israeli airstrikes and the death of 7 aid workers. When we come back from this quick 2-minute commercial break, we'll be checking in with Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez, getting the very latest. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeannie Francine here with you on this Tuesday morning. It is April 2nd. Right now, I want to give you a live look out in Gaza. Just as we were coming back from break, looks like a missile strike out in that area. And that actually relates to the breaking news I want to share with you coming into our Live Now from Fox studios. We know that there are rising tensions in the Middle East as more Israeli airstrikes in Gaza have led to the deaths of 7 workers working for a charity providing aid to the Strip. And an airstrike has also destroyed Iran's consulate in Syria. Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez joining us live this morning, explaining the very latest on this developing situation. Lizette, good morning.
Good morning to you. Yeah, a really tragic event. Out of those 7 individuals who were killed, 6 of them are international workers for World Central Kitchen. The 7th person who was killed was their Palestinian driver. The CEO of this charity calling this unforgivable, and for the meantime, they have paused their work in Gaza. Tension in the Middle East continues to grow. World Central Kitchen, a charity led by celebrity chef Jose Andres, says 7 of its workers have been killed. This following an apparent Israeli airstrike in Gaza after a food delivery. Chef Andres writing on X, World Central Kitchen lost several of our sisters and brothers in an IDF airstrike in Gaza. I am heartbroken and grieving for their families. The Israeli military said it was conducting a review to understand the circumstances of this tragic incident. Over in Syria, an airstrike has destroyed Iran's consulate in Damascus and killed 2 Iranian generals and 5 officers, according to Iranian officials. Both Syrian and Iranian media pointing the finger at Israel. Israel declined to comment on the attack.
Of course, we are worried about escalation. We are worried about anything that would cause the conflict to expand or widen in any way.
U.S. and Israel officials have been meeting virtually to discuss Israel's plan for the next stage of the war. The Biden administration has been looking at alternative proposals to a Rafah ground invasion.
We know that there are more than 1 million Palestinians who are in Rafah right now, who moved from the north to go into Rafah. And so we want to make sure if there is going to be a military operation. We also know that there are Hamas operators in Rafah as well. But if they're going to move forward with a military operations, we have to have this conversation. We have to understand how they're going to move forward.
And protesters have also been camping out in Jerusalem. This is part of a 4-day protest to call for an early election to oust Prime Minister Netanyahu. That's the latest here on the east side. We'll send things back inside.
All right, Lizette Nunez there with Fox 5 New York. Lizette, we appreciate you waking up with us here on Live Now with this ever-developing situation. You enjoy the rest of your day. And as we continue with this top story here, we do know that Israeli Defense Forces actually released a statement early this morning responding to the allegations of these airstrikes killing those 7 aid workers. I want to play their response to you now in full.
Last night, an incident took place in Gaza that resulted in the tragic death of World Central Kitchen employees as they fulfilled their vital mission of bringing food to people in need. As a professional military committed to international law, we are committed to examining our operations thoroughly and transparently. I just spoke to WCK founder, Chef Jose Andres, and expressed the deepest condolences of Israel Defense Forces to the families and the entire World Central Kitchen family. We also express sincere sorrow to our allied nations who have been doing and continue to do so much to assist those in need. We have been reviewing the incident in the highest levels to understand the circumstances of what happened and how it happened. We will be opening a probe to examine this serious incident further. This will help us reduce the risk of such an event from occurring again. The incident will be investigated in the fact-finding and assessment mechanism, an independent professional and expert body. For the last few months, the IDF has been working closely with the World Central Kitchen to assist them in fulfilling their noble mission of helping bring food and humanitarian aid to the people of Gaza. WCK also came to help Israelis after the massacre of October 7th. They were one of the first NGOs here. The work of WCK is critical. They are the front lines of humanity. We will get to the bottom of this and we will share our findings transparently. Last night, an incident took place in Gaza that resulted in the tragic death of World
So that was the very latest from Israeli Defense Forces responding to those airstrikes that did kill 7 aid workers. And taking a look at this live feed on your screen now at 6:50 on the East Coast, you can see more missile strikes and airstrikes continue out there in Gaza. You can see those plumes of smoke as they are filling the sky. You're taking this look from southern Israel. You can see the flag waving there in the distance. That's where this shot is, looking into Gaza. And as you just heard, this is an ever-developing situation. The IDF sending their condolences to the families and the workers that lost their lives. Also saying an independent investigation will take place, looking into all of the elements that aided in these airstrikes. So, of course, as we get more information, you will be the first to know right here on Live Now from Fox. The time now 6:51 on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, though, giving you the very latest on some developing news we still continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox as it relates to severe weather. I'm talking about tornado watches, tornado warnings, flooding, heavy thunderstorms, and even hail. You can see the systems there on your screen, courtesy of our XRAD system. And this is something that does not need to be taken lightly. Please, we do encourage you to stay tuned as we continue to give you more developments on this breaking news. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you are just now tuning in, taking a look at our live feeds, we do have a new live feed coming through our studios. This one taking us out to France as we are moments away from Antony Blinken, Secretary Blinken, to meet with the French president as it relates to international relations. We like to bring you this. We're being told that press statements by U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and the French defense minister will be given as they attend the French Support for Ukraine public diplomacy event. This is something that relates to EU partners meeting this morning. And I do know that when they met, Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, actually gave a recorded statement. We will have more on that later on in our newscast. But of course, as we work to bring you live feeds as they come through, you're taking a live look out in Paris, France, as we are awaiting statements from U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and the French Defense Minister. I thought for a moment it was going to be the French president, but that was updated. It is going to be the French Defense Minister. So as we await them to come there, we are going to continue with other top stories we are following here on Live Now from Fox, giving you an overview of what you can expect this morning. Switching the feeds now to show you the top stories we are following here on Live Now from Fox. You do know that today is the Tuesday primaries, and as we look ahead, we do know that several states are participating. We know that as it relates to Wisconsin, primary season continues today. Voters in that pivotal swing state of Wisconsin and 3 northeastern states are heading to the polls to indicate their support or opposition to their party's presumptive nominees. We know Wisconsin voters will also decide the fate of 2 Republican-backed statewide ballot measures. So that is something we are keeping a close eye on as we go over top stories and headlines this morning on this Tuesday morning, April 2nd. Now, as we discuss these primaries, we know that farther south, Arkansas and Mississippi voters will return to the polls to decide a handful of legislative seats that were forced to runoffs in primaries held in March. Earlier this morning, around 6:15 this morning, we spoke with political expert Dr. Patricia Krause with the University of New Haven. And then coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, we'll be speaking with political expert Dr. Larry Walker. So a lot to breakdown as it relates to the Tuesday primaries. And of course, you'll get all that coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. And of course, as we discuss top stories and headlines, we know that deadly Baltimore bridge collapse is another top story we are keeping a close eye on. As we know the developing situation there, we do know efforts are underway this morning to clear debris. An updated press conference will be taking place at 3 p.m. later today. And we also know, along with that update, we will be speaking with Fox 5 DC's Melanie Onwick coming up at 7:15 this morning. So a lot to uncover and break down as it relates to this developing story. Now, as I did mention earlier, you know, one of our top stories and something that we do continue to follow are weather-related headlines this morning. Since we've come on the air, taking a live look there at our XRAD system, we do know that there are several storm systems brewing. These are tornado warnings, tornado watches, including things as far as hail, thunderstorms, and even flooding. Now, as you all know, April is typically the most active for tornadoes in the U.S., kicking off the most active of 3 months for tornadoes. And of course, it's no exception as we are taking a look at widespread multi-day severe weather outbreaks expected to impact tens of millions of Americans in the eastern half of the country through today. Now, NOAA's Storm Prediction Center issued the year's first level 4 out of 5 risk for severe weather on Monday, centered over central and eastern Oklahoma and far north Texas. Now, this is where storms could produce destructive hail, as I had just mentioned, upwards of 2 to 3 inches in diameter. That area was removed by yesterday night, but a level 3 out of 5 risk zone remains in a swath from Texas to Ohio, and that's what you are seeing on your screen. As we work to keep you weather ready this morning, let's check in with our content partners over at Fox Weather.
Yeah, that was out of Oklahoma. We had the largest hailstones reported out of Texas, around 4 inches, softball size hail. We had wind gusts reported out of Missouri at 80 miles per hour. Will that volatility carry over to today? Absolutely. This is round 1, Michael. We have more weather on the way this afternoon and tonight that could be even worse and stronger than what we're seeing right now.
We are very concerned, especially for our friends and family in parts of Ohio and Kentucky. You are looking live at a tornado warning with supercells perhaps developing later on this afternoon. And there is that threat for some long-track, significant tornadoes as well.
Yeah, tornadoes, strong, dangerous ones. As I mentioned, wind will be an issue. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, maybe even stronger at times. That's all going to be a threat from Ohio down through Tennessee. Fox Weather first. It continues right now. And again, welcome into Fox Weather First. We are continuing to stay on top of that radar. I'm Marissa Torres.
Yeah, Michael Estime here, and it is literally a line right now that we're tracking that extends over 115 miles. It is incredible, and it's along that line there are numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. We have tornado warnings along this line too. And some of these tornadoes within the past little bit, you hear that tone, that warning alert tone,
board.
just meaning that another tornado warning has just been issued for Henderson County, Kentucky. No surprises here, but some of these have been confirmed.
Yeah, and that's the scary part, is it's early morning, it's dark. It's not even like you have the heat of the day adding into this. That will be an issue later today. Let's go ahead and break down all the various warnings, watches on our alert system that we continue to monitor. But as you mentioned, Michael, 115-mile stretch, this complex system all tagged with some sort of warning. The pink polygons, those are going to be our confirmed tornadoes. The yellow is the severe thunderstorm warning, and the red is a tornado warning that's radar indicated that has not been confirmed. It's important to make the distinction, but either way, you have dangerous weather. There's that observed one, Michael. That one's for Spencer, Vanderburgh, Warwick counties, and this is going to be pushing now out of southern Illinois and into southern Indiana, and a little bit of northern Kentucky there.
Yeah, I mean, that is skirting I-64, of course, a very heavily traveled interstate there. That is our confirmed warning. Do want to make sure that we mention, because if you're joining us from Evansville, Indiana, it's the third largest city in the state with over 115,000 people. You are now hearing the tornado sirens. Your cell phones, of course, are receiving those emergency alert tones. Thank you for joining us to help you get through this storm in parts of Evansville. It is just north of Evansville, though, where the most severe element of the storm is. You can see the twisting and turning as we look at our velocities on here. Basically what we look for is green right next to red in couplet fashion. And when we see that, that is going to be, and right there is kind of my greatest area of concern that I'm seeing. It's due north of Evansville, right along I-69 is where I would assume right now, if there were a tornado on the ground, that is where it would be. And then note that the National Weather Service really extending out that confirmed tornado warning just to give people ample time to get prepared.
You could see it extend further as they have that threat on the ground, trying to include as many communities as they can. And that it may lift, right? But it may not. And you need to count on it not going away and it being an imminent threat to you. This is that line right there. Look at all that rain also that's going to be really reducing any sort of visibility, in addition to the fact that it's dark. Look at Louisville, Kentucky. The sun's just beginning to peek its head up over that horizon. So it's still dark. You have a lot of rain, and you do have some lightning illuminating things just a little bit. But this is a very intense system that's continuing to plunge eastward. There's a look at where some of those notches are just to the east of I-69, two areas. And that's what we've also continued to see. These little notches and kinks in the line that have really been kind of right next to each other at times. And this is where we're going to see right near I-69 some of that spin as well. Hopping over interstates, too, major interstates.
Yeah, and it looks like, again, no surprises here with that newest alert chime that you just heard. Again, it is a confirmed tornado warning. You can see that flashing on the right side of your screen in the purple coloring. This is going to be for Spencer County, Indiana, as well as Vandenberg County, Indiana as well, with the same storm system and its trajectory. And just a big picture just showing you, and Stephen, I'm wondering if we can just for 2 seconds show the big pic, because a tornado watch has actually been expanded. It does now include parts of Louisville, Kentucky, the largest city in the state of Kentucky. That tornado watch, by the way, is going to stay into effect for the next 4 to 5 hours or so until at least lunchtime today. And so just important that you realize that if you're joining us from the Bluegrass State, if you're joining us from parts of, say, northwestern Kentucky, that you are bracing for impact. Lexington, Kentucky included in that. That's where Fayette County is, right along the I-71 corridor. But again, to focus in on the storms that we're seeing right now, these, Marissa, mean business as they race toward the east, anywhere between 45 and up to 70 miles per hour.
Yeah, they are racing along as fast as you could go on some interstates in Michigan where the speed limit's 70 miles per hour. I mean, they're charging ahead and they're moving into an environment that can kind of keep that fuel going. Eventually, we'll start to see things simmer down with this line as we get further into the morning. But until that happens, you could have some very disruptive and dangerous weather knocking on your door. You mentioned the watch. I think what's also important to note, even if you're not under a tornado warning, you could still get a wind gust of 75, 80 miles per hour. That can still do some damage. We have a lot of reports starting to come in the wake of this line, where we had just one example north of Carbondale, a pole barn that was blown down. Now, if you know a pole barn, you know it's not the sturdiest of structures, but it's a metal structure, and it gets the job done. To push something like that over, you need a strong wind gust that certainly exceeds 60 miles per hour. And that's the threat that's going to be carried along until we see things start to simmer down with this particular threat now.
Absolutely. And I just wouldn't be surprised. We call this a squall line, by the way. I wouldn't be surprised if this squall line produced numerous reports of wind damage. And Stephen, in Weather Command, I'm curious if we can do a quick little kind of top to bottom on where we're at with this. There's a ton of lightning. Friends and family, by the way, in parts of central Ohio, it's important to note that this is round number one. Marissa, the problem is that we've been talking about kind of during the commercial breaks is all of this energy moves off toward the east, and then it quickly clears out, right? And with it quickly clearing out, what that means is that it is going to set the stage. You mentioned we have a bunch of heat in place. The heat's not going anywhere. We have the moisture. We still have the lift and instability in the atmosphere. It is going to recharge the atmosphere. So after lunchtime today, we could see another round of explosive supercell thunderstorms generally in this area too that we'll have to watch for.
And you talk about, another instance where we're seeing the role the low-level jet's going to play in amplifying these storms. They're going to be fast. That's going to help give it some spin. So you could get not just a strong tornado, but a long track, long duration tornado, as Michael pointed out, with the atmosphere being right for supporting that sort of activity. Again, tornado warnings that are lining this 115-mile stretch of this complex here with the various kinks and notches. We were able to get one of those funnels to the ground, and that is now a confirmed tornado. It is pushing to the east, and it is heading all the way towards, and parallel, I should say, parallel. Here's the I-64 corridor. And then, Michael, yeah, you're showing, here we can zoom in, where we're getting that rotation in that tornado. Very clear indications on velocity with that couplet there. You have strong winds wrapped very tightly together that are continuing to push east. By all counts, it's still out there. And
absolutely.
Actually, do we have anything, Stephen, with the correlation coefficient on this one, with that observed?
Yeah, this would help us kind of dig into the storm to see if we're seeing any lofted debris in the air. Certainly by looking at those velocities, if we can just go to that for two seconds. Okay, just southwest of Hart, maybe there's a little something there that might indicate. This is a really strong sign, though.
It is, yeah. And
it's a really strong sign.
Even if there's no debris, it could be in an area that there's just nothing to pick up. You're getting into maybe some flatter areas, some rural areas, so maybe it doesn't have anything to run into. But that is usually a way to confirm if we have something on the ground.
And Stephen, I'm curious, can we get like hyper local with this thing? Can we really zoom into Hart and just to see if there's any other communities that may pop up or any roadways that may pop up there? Certainly Highway 61 and then toward Turpin Hill, Greenbrier, and then just south of Linville, just south of 64. This is one of those situations, by looking at our radar, you must get to your severe weather safe spot immediately, because at least from what we're seeing here, this is a very strong indication that a tornado is present, or at least some serious rotation right overhead of Greenbrier, right along State Highway 61. It's an emergency to get to your safe spot immediately.
All right, let's go ahead. All right, whether you've had severe storms or not, a lot of you have seen hail, and the hailstones have been varying in all sorts of sizes, from pea size, so the tiny stuff you're seeing there in St. Louis from yesterday, to even softball size. St. Louis, you have been in it, let me tell you. You had severe warnings throughout last night, and even this morning you had concerns for severe weather. But that is, again, out of St. Louis. Things are quiet now, finally, in the city, but we're continuing to track that threat into today, Michael.
Absolutely. And of course, to kind of recap what we saw yesterday, we, of course, want to bring in Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez. She has been on top of this every step of the way. And, boy, it's an active morning now, but that's off the heels of what was, Nicole, a really active day yesterday.
Yeah, we're talking everything from hail to flooding, even some funnel clouds that, of course, startled so many people across several states in the heartland. Texas, Oklahoma, and Missouri really getting sort of prepared for the worst here. Let's start in Texas because parts of northeast Texas, the Lone Star State there, definitely seeing some pretty impressive hail. This video here is from North Lake, Texas, so Denton County. Tornado sirens were going off, and this was the view out of someone's backyard. 1.5 inch size hail coming down, I should say, a little after 7 Central Time, and you can see it crashing into that pool in the backyard there. It gives you an idea of how heavy and how big those chunks are there. Some people who lived in the area reporting their windows from their cars and their homes were actually broken by what some argue was baseball-sized hail. So a very interesting scenario and a very similar picture we saw not far away in Payne County, Oklahoma. More hail bouncing off of the grass, off of sidewalks there as it came pouring down as those storms moved through late yesterday evening. You can see just as the sun was coming down, you can take a look at all the pieces of ice just scattered across the grass there. But another area in Oklahoma, funnel clouds, of course, giving so many really quite a scare yesterday. This from Kingfisher, Oklahoma. Some people seeing this funnel cloud really unsure whether it was a real tornado, if it had actually made it all the way to the ground, or if it sort of hovered in the air and just remained really a funnel cloud, not necessarily a tornado that, again, touched down in Kingfisher, Oklahoma. But let's move over to Missouri because you just saw that video out of St. Louis, that loud video, if you will, with hail coming down in one St. Louis backyard. You could hear it sort of crashing against the plastic chairs and toys back there. A very similar situation actually in St. Charles, Missouri. Not so much the hail, but it was actually the heavy rain that produced pretty significant flooding. You can see here cars struggling to get through some of the roads there that were just inundated after maybe several hours of rain there. So this is all what we just saw play out last night. A lot of these areas maybe still seeing some of that rain, but the threat, as you mentioned, now moving east into states including Ohio, Kentucky, and Tennessee, and a lot of people taking it very seriously. At least in the state of Tennessee, the volunteer state, at least 22 school districts have decided to either close early or completely cancel classes for the day for students, recognizing how intense of a severe threat we are looking at here, guys.
And it's such a
goodness. So just a very compelling and developing situation. We appreciate Fox Weather for keeping us weather ready. And for all of your weather related headlines, just search Watch Fox Weather on any web browser, giving you a live look again of our XRAD system. And truly compelling. You can see the red there flashing on your screen. That are implications that tornadoes or heavy rotation systems are in the area. Please have a weather plan by the time the system touches down. It is honestly too late to come up with one. We are discussing thunderstorms, flooding, hail, and tornadoes. So, of course, continue to stay with us here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to update you on your weather-related headlines. Switching gears now and giving you a live look out in downtown Baltimore. And my goodness, very foggy conditions out in that area now at 7:14 on the East Coast. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, checking in with Fox 5 DC's Melanie Onwood, getting the very latest information on that Key Bridge tragedy, that collapse that happened there in Baltimore. More details when we come back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue to update you on that tragic situation out in Baltimore, we know it's been 1 week since the Key Bridge tragically collapsed in Baltimore. Well, right now, a temporary 11-foot deep channel is allowing some ships into the harbor. Cleanup will likely take months as crews remove steel and concrete at the site. Fox 5 DC's Melanie Onwig joining us live in Baltimore with more. Melanie, good morning.
Hey, good morning. So that temporary channel, as you mentioned, is open, and a few vessels were able to get through yesterday. We're talking about perhaps a couple of tugboats, and we know that one small barge that's holding jet fuel headed to Dover Air Force Base. So that was part of the essential traffic that's able to get through. They are trying to open up a second channel, but they've got to remove some pilings first. And then there's also a third channel we're heard that they are game planning for, but they have to get some of the large pieces of the bridge out first. And we're learning just how massive and delicate this operation is. It took 10 hours just for the very first section of the remains of the bridge to be removed. The 200-ton piece was cut away and lifted out. Another 350-ton section is next. You have to imagine trying to untangle a giant twisted metal puzzle in murky and debris-filled water. The U.S. Coast Guard is using sonar to help guide the operation. The opening of these temporary channels is the first sign of marine traffic to and from the Port of Baltimore. But for others, things will never return to normal. Hand in hand, community members have built a memorial to the road construction workers who were plunged into the dark, cold water 1 week ago. The workers have been described as immigrants from Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador.
We've got advanced sonar capability out there helping us map that, but it's turning out to be more challenging than we originally thought it might be, just in trying to determine how they are tangled and how we're going to eventually cut through them.
And you're hearing there from the Coast Guard Admiral in charge of the debris removal operation there about the difficult work that's being done. The victims' families have asked for privacy in all of this, and the state of Maryland is offering resources to those families as well as to some 1,300 workers, dock workers, we're told, longshoremen, whose basically their revenue, their money, their jobs have basically been cut off for the last 7 days with no real certainty of when those are going to come back. We also can tell you that President Biden is planning a visit to the site here on Friday. No time scheduled for that yet, but Governor Wes Moore says the president wants to come and see firsthand just the devastation, to thank these tireless workers for their skill, their expertise, and their dedication, and to also see what he can do to be a resource to the families who have been impacted by this.
Melanie Onwig reporting live, always stellar reporting. Melanie, thank you so much for joining us and explaining all of these updates as we are all on the edge of our seats, hoping that this cleanup process will be a smooth one, even though, as you just mentioned, it won't be an overnight process. And really quickly before you go, Melanie, I just want to confirm, I know times change all the time, but our viewers, we can expect that 3 p.m. press conference today, correct, for more updates. I just want to make sure.
That is true. Governor Wes Moore did say that there will be another update today at 3 p.m. That's been the regular time, so that's what I would anticipate.
All right, Melanie Onwig, we truly appreciate you, Melanie. You be safe out there, and thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you. Giving you another live look there in downtown Baltimore, and you can see all of the fog there. Really hazy conditions this morning, and this time yesterday it was really foggy and really just a lot going on, and so many conditions impacting the cleanup efforts, which could make it difficult for those that are working to do that. So we will continue to update you all throughout the day on the very latest of this Baltimore Bridge collapse. Right now I want to transition though to a live event that just started, taking us out to Paris, France. On your screen, you're taking a look at U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and the French Defense Minister. They are attending French Support for Ukraine public diplomacy event. Let's listen in.
And so many other countries have developed in support of Ukraine, helping them resist the Russian aggression that continues to this day. I think what Minister Lecornu, Secretary Austin, and others have built is truly extraordinary, both in providing the artillery systems, the munitions, the air defenses that, up until now, have helped ensure that Ukraine could resist and resist effectively this Russian aggression. I have not seen in the 30 or so years that I've been involved in these issues a better example of burden sharing between the United States and its partners than the one we see in Ukraine. Together, for as much as the United States has provided, our European partners and other partners from well beyond Europe, because of the global nature of this challenge, have provided even more. But even as we've accomplished all this, and even as Russia has suffered what I believe to be a strategic debacle in Ukraine, it's weaker militarily, it's weaker economically, it's weaker diplomatically. Ukraine is more united than ever before. Europe has taken itself off of the dependence on Russian energy, and our NATO alliance is both stronger and now bigger by 2 members. And of course, Ukraine, which many predicted would fall in a matter of days, continues to stand strong. But we are at a critical moment where it is absolutely essential to get Ukrainians what they continue to need to defend themselves, particularly when it comes to munitions and air defenses. And so there's a near-term challenge that we're working together to meet. It's another reason why the supplementary budget request that President Biden has made to Congress must be fulfilled as quickly as possible. It's needed now. It's needed urgently. But it's also an investment in ourselves. And what we've been talking about today, besides the immediate challenges for Ukraine, is the work that both of our countries are doing. And where France is a real leader is in some of the other areas in building back and strengthening our defense industrial base. Because unfortunately, the challenges that we're seeing in Ukraine are not going to go away tomorrow. And we have to make sure that we have the means not only to continue to help Ukraine, but to make sure our own defenses are as strong as possible. But these investments in the defense industrial base are also investments in ourselves. And I'll just conclude by saying that, again, when it comes to the supplemental budget request, virtually all of the money requested for defense articles for Ukraine will be invested in the United States to produce what's needed. So we look to Congress to act quickly and swiftly and effectively, just as our European partners have continued to act so effectively when it comes to Ukraine. Sébastien. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Secrétaire d'État, cher Anthony. Merci d'avoir accepté le principe de cette visite ici à KNDS, déjà parce qu'on accueille un ami de la France qui parle un français absolument remarquable et donc une partie de votre cœur, de votre adolescence et de votre jeune enfance s'est faite ici à Paris. Je sais que vous avez beaucoup de plaisir à revenir à chaque fois en France et nous, Français, nous avons beaucoup de plaisir, à titre personnel, à vous accueillir. Je tenais déjà à vous le dire. Donc, merci de passer par KNDS, qui est le cœur de ce que nous cherchons à faire dans le cadre de cette coalition artillerie entre la France et les États-Unis depuis maintenant de nombreux mois. Vous l'avez rappelé, dans le cadre de l'initiative de l'UCDG qui a été pilotée depuis la base de Ramstein, Austin a lancé un certain nombre de coalitions sur lesquelles la France a tout de suite répondu présent. Il s'agissait pour nous évidemment d'être efficace, complémentaire dans notre aide à l'Ukraine, à 360 degrés, la formation, les équipements, l'entretien de ces équipements et bien sûr les munitions. Et là on le voit bien dans un moment critique où il faut faire preuve d'endurance dans ce soutien à l'Ukraine, endurance budgétaire, endurance capacitaire et industrielle. Et je tiens vraiment à remercier, cher Nicolas, l'ensemble des équipes de KNDS qui ont su...
So right now, you're listening in live as we are out in Paris, France. Right now, the French defense minister is speaking. He's alongside U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken. They are both speaking, sharing support for Ukraine as they are both there in Paris, attending the French Support for Ukraine public diplomacy event. So right now, the French defense minister is speaking, but it's not in English. A perfect time for us to go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, we'll see if it has switched back to English. And if not, we'll continue with other top stories we're following right here on Live Now from Fox. So we'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Taking a look at the feed, I want to take you back out to Paris, France. Very briefly, we just heard from U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and the French Defense Minister. His comments were in French, but they held a joint statement as they are both attending the French Support for Ukraine public diplomacy event. And so that happening there out in Paris, France. But you were able to get U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken's comments, which were in English, but their comments now, they have moved outside. It looks like okay, I was just trying to look in to make sure no one was giving further comments, but yeah, they're about to get into other vehicles and head on to their next events. But as we talk about Ukraine, we do know that the Netherlands and the European Commission, they actually hosted a conference early this morning before we came on the air. This as it relates to Ukraine. I'm going to switch the feeds now and take you out there. So this happened earlier this morning, the Netherlands and the European Commission hosting a conference on the long-term restoration of justice for Ukraine, including tackling impunity for crimes and compensation for victims. And then the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, he actually submitted a statement to this event that I want to have you all listen to as well. So let's watch this together. Again, this happened before we came on the air, but this does relate to Ukraine and the Russia-Ukraine war, restoration for Ukraine. Let's listen in now.
It is people who cause this, who consciously choose to destroy and to kill. But they are not anonymous, and their fingerprints are everywhere. In 2022, we made a promise that perpetrators will not get away, that they are held accountable for the crime of aggression, that they are tracked down, prosecuted and tried for international crimes, and that they will compensate to Ukrainians for the damage incurred. The Ukrainian authorities and the Ukrainian prosecutor are working hard for justice under the toughest circumstances imaginable. We must support them in every way we can. We're already collecting evidence, documenting every crime, support and facilitate investigative authorities. Today we strengthen our efforts with states, international organizations with civil society and justice mechanisms. Because this war must be won for our peace and security, and to let justice prevail, so that victims receive recognition, and despite grief, sadness and loss, are being able to pick up their lives again. In order to ensure peace, we must restore justice. That's why justice matters.
Welcome to the Ministerial Restoring Justice for Ukraine Conference in The Hague, the City of Peace and Justice. The Netherlands, Ukraine and the European Commission, as co-hosts of this conference, welcome you here today to mark the important work that has been done to ensure accountability for Ukraine and to jointly look ahead at what is to come. Now please your attention for a message from His Majesty King Willem-Alexander of the Kingdom of the Netherlands.
While our countries have different backgrounds, we share a strong conviction. We all believe firmly in a rule-based international order, and we stand united in our defense of right over might. Human rights, freedom and peace are the cornerstones of the world order we seek to build. And it's crystal clear that there can be no lasting peace without justice. It is unacceptable for perpetrators of international crimes to escape their punishment. Those responsible for the crimes committed against Ukraine and its people must be held to account. Therefore, it's of great importance that you are participating in this conference, focusing on restoring justice for Ukraine. On behalf of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, I welcome you all most warmly. Our hearts go out to the Ukrainian people who have been withstanding Russia's aggression for so long. Russia's war in Ukraine is an outrage, not only to the victims, but also to the values that we all stand for. It is an assault on everything that we hold dear. By attending this conference, you are sending the people of Ukraine a message of hope. You are expressing that they're not alone, that we, as an international community, are on their side, now and in the future. Together, we will lay the groundwork that is needed to hold the perpetrators accountable for their actions. The establishment of the International Center for Prosecution of Crime, of Aggression, and of the Register of Damage for Ukraine are just two examples. But there's still a lot of work to do. Today, you will be building on the solid foundations which have been laid. We will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. Our aim is to restore justice. Our goal is to bring peace to Ukraine. United, we are strong. I wish you all a most productive conference.
May I please have your attention for a message from the President of Ukraine, Mr. Zelensky.
Dear friends, thank you for your unchanging faith in justice. Justice is the very line from which the movement towards secure peace may begin. Weapons give physical protection, but it is justice that restores the sense of security to life that was protected with the strength of weapons. And justice also brings back the sense of predictability to all global relations. Every potential aggressor should know what awaits him if he ruins peace. It is justice that can ensure this. 2 days ago, I was in Bucha, in a city that became a symbol of Russian evil for the entire world. All of you remember how the streets of Bucha looked like when Russian occupiers were thrown out from there. You remember how many bodies of murdered people were there and how it all happened. You remember what was revealed when we began to discover the mass burials of tortured Ukrainians. 2 years have passed since then, and even until now we have not yet identified the names of everyone killed by Russian soldiers. There are still unknown graves in Bucha. It is the same in many other our communities liberated from Russian occupation. Although various cities and villages are gradually being restored, each of them has a specific feeling, the same for all of them, a feeling that there is still a lot of work ahead. The work precisely for the sake of justice, so that evil finally loses both physically, in reality, at the battlefield, and so that people feel it convincing in their hearts. Just for everyone who comes to power in Russia after Putin to know that justice is stronger than Kremlin's walls. Only our common work can ensure this. Dear friends, we all together have created a real network of accountability. We appreciate very much the leadership of the Netherlands in promoting the idea of special tribunal for the crime of Russia's aggression. And I am grateful to all countries and state leaders, international organizations, public leaders, representatives of the legal community who support the global work on investigating Russian war crimes and bringing those guilty to responsibility, bringing everyone who is guilty from political and military leadership of Russia to ordinary perpetrators. And I am confident that the activity of the International Criminal Court that has issued arrest warrant for Putin and is working on restoring full justice to all those affected by this war, both adults and children, is important for the entire world. Also, we are creating very concrete, systematic tools to compensate the damages caused by this war. Together with many countries and leaders, we cooperate on confiscating Russian assets and profits from them. All this should work for the people whom Putin tried to destroy with this war. Likewise, the register of damages also beginning operating, and it is crucially important that already this year the claims commission and the compensation fund are established as the key elements of the planned compensation mechanism. I urge all of you not to deviate from our common line, the line of justice. And I ask you not to slow down the pace. We have to do everything possible for the strength of justice so that justice provides real strength to our common security from aggressions and terror. Let the real peace be restored faster. And let everyone who destroys peace be truly afraid of facing trial in The Hague. Thank you for your attention. Thank you all for your support. Slava Ukraini!
So comments there sent into this conference on long-term restoration of justice for Ukraine there in The Hague, Netherlands. As they switch out the next speaker, let's go ahead and go to our third 2-minute commercial break. Now at 7:40 on the East Coast. We'll be right back with more on this conference of restoration of justice for Ukraine. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, it's Tuesday morning, April 2nd. Before the break, we were out in The Hague, Netherlands, listening in as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was giving an update asking for support as that Ukraine-Russia war looms on at this hour, also discussing restoration for Ukraine. As we continue to cover this, let's head back out now as there is a new speaker at the podium. Let's listen in.
Co-host of this conference, I, as Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands, would like to welcome you all to The Hague. I would like to extend a special welcome to Ukraine's Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba and to President Zelensky, who just joined us by video. There he's commemorating 2 days ago in Bucha a grim anniversary. 2 years since the Russian atrocities against the town's civilians' residents were revealed to the world. An estimated $155 billion That's the staggering cost of damage inflicted on Ukraine's infrastructure up until January of this year. More than 200,000 homes, almost 4,000 schools, and some 400 hospitals either lie in ruins or are badly damaged. The sheer magnitude of these figures defies comprehension. These may be sobering figures, but they only scratch the surface of the true extent of the devastation caused by Russia's aggression and invasion. They represent only the tangible damage, only the documented damage, only the damage to bricks and mortar, not the damage inflicted on the lives of the Ukrainian people, not that inflicted on their heart, on their souls. The true extent of the devastation struck me the times I visited Ukraine. I saw it in the shelled houses, once bustling with life. But even more, I saw it in the eyes of the Ukrainians I spoke, solemn eyes, defiant eyes, eyes in which you can see the profound weight of the enormous challenges they are facing. In Bucha, for example, where I spoke with residents who have lost so much, here I was deeply moved by the solidarity of the people, how they seek support from each other, and by their resilience. In Bucha, they are rebuilding everything they can, while knowing that some damage cannot be repaired, the deep wounds inflicted upon their souls. And they worry every day about their loved ones, including children who are still missing. The war has left tens of thousands dead and injured. It has left millions displaced. And it's resulted in a long and well-documented list of international crimes. Over 100,000 and counting. That number not only underscores the gravity of this aggression, but also the need to support Ukraine. Because if we don't, the country's justice system will eventually collapse under the weight of these atrocities. Excellencies, esteemed guests, we are here today because of our shared beliefs, our belief in justice, our belief that crimes cannot go unpunished, our belief that those responsible must bear the consequences of their actions. Not just in Ukraine, but in all the conflicts we are facing. Because we know that accountability knows no bounds. And even stronger, that the conviction is our shared will. The will to move towards light at the end of a very dark tunnel. As dark as the tunnel may be, I do see glimmers of light where accountability is concerned. Thanks to the resilience of the Ukrainian people. It's because of this resilience, this powerful force, that we have been able to make such significant strides. And thanks to the dedication and the will of all the countries who are gathered here today. We first joined together at the Accountability Conference almost 2 years ago. Here in The Hague, we promised to ensure that the Russian perpetrators of aggressions face accountability. This promise has resulted in tangible progress. Take the register of damage for Ukraine. Less than 18 months ago, this was just an idea. As of today, the register is fully operational. Anyone who has suffered damage as a result of Russia's aggression can submit a claim. In the context of the international community, that is a great achievement. In the context of international law, to borrow the words of the Register Executive Director Markian Klioskowski, it has been lightning fast. Other key steps include the ICC arrest warrants issued against Putin and Maria Lvova-Belyova for deporting children to Russia, and against 2 Russian commanders suspected for war crimes. Today we will commit ourselves to even more tangible action. We must agree on first how we will continue to strengthen Ukraine's capacity for domestic investigation and prosecution of international crimes. Second, how we will ensure that those crimes, including the crime of aggression, can be tried at international level. And how we will ensure that Russia pays for the damage it has inflicted. And lastly, how we will continue the crucial dialogue we have started. Excellencies, esteemed guests, the progress we have made so far is largely thanks to an approach I strongly believe in, working together. Together in the broadest sense of the word, with countries from all over the globe, with international organizations, courts, with civil society, and above all with the resilient Ukrainian people, whose strength continues to propel the rest of us forward. They too have an important role in this conference. Now it's time to maintain the momentum and step up our joint efforts. With over 100,000 documented crimes, we must strive to achieve justice for all the victims. With such enormous damage, both material and immaterial, we must work to achieve compensation. Aggression and international crimes cannot go unpunished. To ensure peace, let us restore justice together. Thank you.
As speakers are switched out, as this conference is discussing restoration of justice for Ukraine, let's take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back with more on justice for Ukraine amid the Ukraine-Russia war. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, and good morning to you if you are just now tuning in. Right now, we are out in The Hague, Netherlands, as they continue the conference underway of the long-term restoration of justice for Ukraine. Several speakers have spoken so far, including the Ukrainian President, Volodymyr Zelensky, a new one there at the podium. Let's listen in together.
Commissioner, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am sincerely pleased to co-host, together with the Netherlands and the European Commission, the Ministerial Conference Restoring Justice for Ukraine. I am, of course, grateful to the Netherlands for hosting this event and leading the way on Peace Formula Item 7, restoration of justice. I am also grateful to the European Union, in particular the European Commission, the External Action Service, and other EU institutions and bodies for supporting accountability efforts. Council of Europe also deserves appreciation for its role in ensuring the rule of law for victims of the Russian aggression. 2 years ago, in these early April days, the entire Europe and the world stopped in shock. Unspeakable Russian atrocities revealed in Bucha and other towns in the Kiev region shook the very moral foundation of the continent. Photos of dead bodies with their hands tied behind their backs, lying in the streets and hidden in wells, piles of dead women bodies that their rapists tried to burn down, dead and raped children. The sight of this sheer horror brought back the most petrifying memories of the 20th century. And unfortunately, I remember that night very well. It was the first and only night in 2 years of war that I literally could not sleep until the morning. And trust me, I've seen a lot in the course of these 2 wars, but nothing comparable to the images coming from Bucha. I thought about those people, how they suffered, how Russians felt impune while raping, killing, shooting down, and burning their victims. And I think back then, all of us, all Europeans, and all normal people around the world looked into the eyes of pure evil. Europe after Bucha will never be the same as it was before. And by Bucha, I mean, of course, not just victims in this town, but also all those innocent Ukrainians brutally murdered in Irpin, Borodyanka, Izum, Mariupol, and all other cities and towns across Ukraine. We will only have the right to call ourselves Europeans when justice to them and their relatives is served. The world will only feel safe when Russia is held accountable for what it has done. As President Zelensky just said, every potential aggressor should know what awaits him if he ruins peace. This is why our work today has true global and historical significance. Russia's act of aggression and consequent atrocities must not go unpunished. We must ensure comprehensive accountability, even while the aggression is still ongoing. This includes accountability for all the violations of human rights, international humanitarian law, and international crimes committed by the Russian armed forces and Russian political and military leadership in and against Ukraine. Dear colleagues, let me be frank. Ukrainians require justice now, not in the distant future. They do not want to hear that justice will be served. They want to see it already served, not only on the battlefield, but in the courtrooms and real decisions as well. As a foreign minister, I am perfectly aware that international justice always takes time. But as a Ukrainian, I cannot help but urge you to make every effort possible to serve that justice, in small or big steps, but delivering tangible results every week, every month. In this context, I commend the important steps that have already been taken, the effective work of national investigators and prosecutors, ICC arrest warrants, International Center for Prosecution of the Crime of Aggression, the Register of Damage, the work of the core group on the crime of aggression against Ukraine, and overall accountability efforts by the international community. I thank everyone who contributes to them. But more work awaits us ahead. Together, we work to ensure the maximum effectiveness of national actions, more arrest warrants from the ICC, and accountability for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. It is no less important to establish an international compensation mechanism in full and confiscate frozen Russian assets. These efforts require three things: effective international coordination, and this is why we're here, persistence of efforts, and this is why we are also here, and unity in pursuing our common cause of serving justice. And again, this is why we are here today. I wish everyone a productive and effective discussion, which will lead us further on the way to restoring justice in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Dimitro. And I would now like to invite our other esteemed co-host, EU Commissioner for Justice, Didier Reynders, to take the floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dear Ministers, dear Prosecutors, dear Secretary General, dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, almost exactly 2 years ago, the world was confronted with the images and testimonies of the atrocities committed against the citizens of the Ukrainian town of Bucha for the very first time. The Bucha massacre has since then become a symbol of the devastating effects of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, an illegal, unprovoked and unjustifiable war that continues until this very day. In the light of these developments, today's conference provides us, the international community, with an opportunity to reiterate our unwavering commitment to take all necessary next steps on the road to restoring justice for the people of Ukraine and ensuring Russia is held accountable for its acts. We are set to discuss these matters further at a time where public opinion that continues to show strong support for the actions taken in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Going forward, it is essential that we ensure that the momentum for future political, financial and practical support persists as we enter the third year of this war. The unprecedented milestones we have reached together in our struggle to ensure accountability for Ukraine deserve to be highlighted in our exchanges with the public. I therefore fully support the initiative to develop an awareness-raising campaign that will highlight the accomplishments of prosecutors at both the national and international level. Let me use this opportunity to highlight some of the collective achievements through which we have contributed together to ensuring justice is upheld in the context of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. First, the fact that Eurojust has become the central hub for coordinating national investigations into international crimes, supported notably by its exceptional expertise in criminal justice cooperation and the new core international crimes evidence database. Second, the fact that for the first time in history, the Office of the Prosecutor of the ICC is coordinating investigations together with Ukraine and 6 EU member states in the context of a joint investigation team on alleged core international crimes committed in Ukraine. And third, the fact that since July 23, Ukraine and 5 member states of the JIT have been investigating the crime of aggression within an enhanced coordination structure in the form of the International Center for the Prosecution of the Crime of Aggression against Ukraine. Simultaneously, discussions continue to progress within the framework of the core group on the possibility to establish a special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. In making the creation of such a tribunal a reality, the international community would ensure that even the perpetrators of the so-called murder of all the crimes, the crime of aggression, will not go unpunished. Finally, work is progressing to ensure that Ukraine as a state, as well as its citizens who have become victims of gross violations of human rights and serious violations of international humanitarian law, may exercise their right to seek reparations under international law. And to ensure this, the register of damage was established within the institutional framework of the Council of Europe in May last year. I'm very honored to witness today the official launch of the submission of the first claims to the register. The register is an essential first important step towards the creation of a fully fledged compensation mechanism that will ensure that the damages caused by Russia will be fully repaired. But, as I stated before, the aim of today's conference is not only to look back and take stock of the progress booked, but also to agree on a long-term way forward in ensuring accountability for Ukraine. The Commission, therefore, fully supports the political declaration which participating states will sign today, and which reiterates the international community's unwavering commitment to achieving the objectives set out by the Peace Formula's Point 7 in the long run, proposed by the President Zelensky. I urge all of you to use this conference as an opportunity to pledge further support to relevant actors that play a key role in ensuring full accountability for crimes committed in and against Ukraine. This includes national authorities and the International Criminal Court, which through their investigative efforts play a crucial role in investigating and prosecuting crimes committed in and against Ukraine. It also includes the Ukrainian Prosecutor General's Office, which must be well equipped to face the large caseload it is confronted with since the start of the war. In this regard, the Commission has provided the Prosecutor's Office with EU funding of €4 million to allow for the implementation of a new electronic case management system. Furthermore, the advisory mission of the EU in Ukraine continues to support the Office of the Prosecutor General in building strong cases to hold perpetrators of international crimes accountable. Lastly, the EU Advisory Mission also plays an important part in the Atrocity Crimes Advisory Group. This initiative between the EU, the US and the UK is an example of successful coordination among and cooperation of key actors supporting accountability efforts on the ground. Later today, the conference will focus its attention on the dialogue group initiative that brings the actors of all these strands of work around one table to ensure effective coordination of our respective efforts going forward. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by stating that in supporting Ukraine, the European Union is aware of the fact that it has a special responsibility. In December last year, the European Council made an historical decision to open accession talks with Ukraine. There is no doubt Ukraine's future as a free, sovereign nation is bright and it is European. In order to realize such a future, justice must be upheld by ensuring that perpetrators of international crimes are held accountable and reparations are made to finance Ukraine's further recovery and reconstructions. In our collective struggle to realize these objectives, no stone shall be left unturned, and I therefore count on your unwavering support to ensure justice will be restored in Ukraine once and for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Reinders, dear DJ. And I would now like to invite our final co-host and my fellow minister from the Netherlands, the Minister for Justice and Security, Dilan Yeşilgöz, to share her opening remarks.
Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, 25 years ago, at the dawn of the new millennium, Elie Wiesel gave a speech at the White House in which he reflected on the human tragedies of the 20th century. The writer and Holocaust survivor wondered if there was still hope for humanity and what the greatest threat is to that hope. As we know now, the new century would bring new tragedies. So have we learned anything from the past? When I think of the massacre in Bucha, the destruction of Mariupol, and the kidnapping of Ukrainians in the occupied regions, it makes me wonder. According to Wiesel, humanity's failings lie not only in aggression itself, but also in the indifference of bystanders. He referred to indifference as the friend of the enemy. And he warned, it can indeed be tempting to embrace indifference in order to protect ourselves. He asked, is it necessary at times to practice it, simply to keep one's sanity, live normally, enjoy a fine meal and a glass of wine, as the world around us experiences harrowing upheavals? A disturbing question, and one that's almost impossible to answer. Of course, we must always guard against indifference, otherwise it will continue to strike. But it's not an easy task. Take the conflict in Gaza, sparked by the terrorist attacks against Israel by Hamas in October. In the Netherlands, I see serious divisions on this issue, but also a lot of engagement. That conflict is now taking up most of our attention, both in the media and around the dinner table. And yet, at the same time, tragedies continue to unfold elsewhere, in Yemen and Sudan, for example. We were not indifferent when Russia invaded Ukraine in February 2022. Quite the opposite. I will never forget the shock of so many Ukrainians who, in the blink of an eye, went from living normal lives to surviving in shelters as the bombs rained down around them. And right then, we wanted nothing more than to fully support Ukraine. And leaders around the world pledged to do whatever it takes, as long as it takes. Unfortunately, the passage of time tends to erode people's compassion. After 2 years of war, the shock has receded, but for the Ukrainian people, the horrors continue. And President Zelensky knows this, and that is why he urges us to fight indifference, because indifference is the friend of his enemy. As justice ministers and foreign ministers, we can and must do everything we can for accountability and against impunity, for restoration of justice in Ukraine and against arbitrariness, for compassion and against the indifference. The Netherlands is playing a leading role in pursuing accountability for international crimes committed in Ukraine. I'd like to briefly mention a number of specific things we're doing right now. We are providing funding and expertise to support the investigation by the Ukrainian authorities into international crimes committed by Russia. What's more, we're sending our best people. We now have police officers and other experts working in Ukraine. And we've also sent 4 forensic investigation teams from the Royal Military and Border Police to Ukraine under the flag of the International Criminal Court. Together with experts from Belgium and the Czech Republic, they have been working with Ukraine to collect evidence in international crimes. The Netherlands is also facilitating the investigation and prosecution of international crimes here, including the crime of aggression, here in The Hague, the city of peace and justice. As you know, we are the host country for the ICC and the International Center for the Prosecution of the Crime of Aggression against Ukraine. And under certain conditions, The Hague could also be a good home base for an aggression tribunal. In addition, I am happy to announce today that the Netherlands stands ready to host the future compensation mechanism here in The Hague, also under certain conditions. Ladies and gentlemen, Elie Wiesel said we would go forward carried by profound fear and extraordinary hope. Let us do all we can to make sure hope prevails. For there is one way in which Putin can never defeat us. He cannot destroy our care and compassion for one another, or our will to do whatever it takes, as long as it takes. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Minister Dion. The words from His Majesty the King, from President Zelensky, and my esteemed co-host all carry a similar message. Accountability for Ukraine is essential, and cooperation to reach this is our joint imperative. It would therefore like to close this opening ceremony with which we have kicked off the Restoring Justice for Ukraine conference and proceed with the next session, the Ministerial Conference of Participants of the Register of Damage.
The event in The Hague, Netherlands, wrapping up as they are discussing long-term restoration of justice for Ukraine. This conference is supposed to pick up later today, but a time has not been slated. On the right side of your screen, we're following other top stories this morning. Following breaking news as it relates to the Israel-Hamas war, Israeli airstrikes killing 7 humanitarian aid workers. And then that bottom box, we are looking ahead to the 3 o'clock Eastern Time hour as a presser will be held giving an update on that Baltimore bridge collapse. And good morning to you if you're just now tuning in and waking up with us on this Tuesday morning. I'm Jeanne Francine. We have several more top stories and headlines to share with you. We're going to go ahead and go to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, giving you a live look now at 8:15 on the East Coast out in Baltimore, and you can see a very foggy morning there in the distance. This as cleanup efforts are underway. More details when we come back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As promised, and continuing with top stories and headlines you're following here on Live Now from Fox, giving you a live look there out in Baltimore as we continue to discuss the very latest as recovery efforts continue this morning in Baltimore. We do know cleanup and recovery efforts press on this morning, but while there's no time to waste when it comes to clearing the channel of bridge and ship debris so the vital port can be reopened, officials are saying the twisted metal wreckage is making a tough job even more complex. And you can see from the fog on your screen now at 8:18 on the East Coast how it could be a complex problem, as this could hinder those that are trying to clean up debris. Our Fox News' Chris DeMayo reports on the very latest of this developing situation.
The painstaking work to remove wreckage from the Baltimore bridge collapse continues. We have to move fast, but we cannot be careless.
But the scene of the deadly accident is proving hazardous for crews to navigate, with tons of sharp metal from the Francis Scott Key Bridge still on top of the cargo ship that plowed into the structure last week after it lost power.
Every time we move a piece of the structure, the situation could become even more dangerous.
Damage below the waves is just as complicated, especially with the murky water reducing visibility for divers to just 1 to 2 feet.
Below the waterline, along the bottom, is very challenging because these girders are essentially tangled together, intertwined, making it very difficult to figure out where you need to eventually cut so that we can make that into more manageable sizes to lift them.
Crews on Monday worked to clear a temporary channel on the northeast side of the collapse to help with ship traffic for vessels aiding in the cleanup.
Now we're also moving forward on creating a southwest channel for deeper draft vessels.
Back on land, community members are unveiling a memorial honoring the construction workers killed in the tragedy. The men were fixing potholes on the bridge when it was destroyed. 2 workers survived, and the bodies of 2 others were later found in a submerged truck. 4 more men are presumed dead, but their bodies haven't been located yet because of the level of damage.
You go to work and you never know if you're going to come back.
Meanwhile, the Singapore-based companies that own and manage the cargo ship have filed court documents looking to limit their legal liability for the crash should they be found responsible. Chris DeMayo, Fox News.
Chris, thank you so much for that update. And as we continue to cover this developing situation, we know the Baltimore mayor spoke during a budget meeting about the latest on this bridge collapse and its impacts to the economy. Take a listen to what he had to say.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. And let me begin by expressing what I'm going to express at the beginning of everything I do for the foreseeable future. I want us all to take a moment to reflect on and lift up those who lost their lives in last week's tragedy, every family that's been impacted, every worker that has been impacted, as we are all still reeling from the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse. I'm coming from the port where I had the opportunity to talk directly with longshoremen and workers at the port who, despite the unforeseen and tragic circumstances, are in good spirits and are just awaiting. We let them know that we will be supporting them in every way possible. Thank you all for being here, especially as we've been a very, very incredibly busy week. Normally, we would want to conduct this critically important announcement with slightly more fanfare, but given the continuously evolving situation with the recovery from the bridge collapse, we thought it'd be prudent to do this without fanfare in a way that allows us to get back to the most pressing items on our list. As I mentioned in the State of the City, exactly a week ago, this budget is an important one that requires us to take a critical look at how we could cover a structural deficit. We accomplished that and more. And today we're putting forward a budget that completely covers the gap without furloughing employees, without closing any fire stations or rec centers, and without cutting city services or turning our back on the priorities of Baltimore moving forward. The results of these hard choices don't include balancing the budget on the backs of things our hardworking residents depend on every day. It was important to do that before. It's even more important now. Our city is bracing for the long-term impacts of this unthinkable tragedy. As the governor and I have been outlining all week, our focus is doing all of this in the right way, not the fast way or half-baked way. But it means that it's going to take as long as it takes. As our city moves into our budget season and fiscal year 2025, it is going to be critically important that city government is serving our residents to the absolute best of our ability. All week, we have been showcasing the city government's commitment, dedication, and ability to effectively coordinate with our partners. We need to continue to do that in everything we do, whether it's standing alongside the Coast Guard and other members of the Unified Command to discuss the salvage operation or being there to do a much more standard daily operation of city government. Whatever this administration and all the city government is doing, We need to do it well, and we need to do it together, especially as we move into the phase where we are increasingly having to juggle such a momentous tragedy and our normal day of work. I believe that the budget that we are putting forward does exactly that, in a way that takes into consideration both the financial health of the city and the very real needs that we all have ahead of us. With all that being said, let's move into highlighting a few specifics of the budget, and then we'll take some questions. We started this budget planning process, as you know, with a projected $107 million shortfall. I'm happy to report that we have balanced that gap with no service reductions or layoffs. Some of the steps that we took to balance the budget include utilizing new license plate reader technology to step up enforcement of the resident parking permitting program, eliminating 89 positions that have been vacant for an extended period of time, and only those that have been vacant for an extended period of time, identifying efficiencies within agency budgets estimated to save the city $20 million annually. The city's finances also continue to benefit from the growth in property values we saw in 2021 and 22. While real estate transactions have slowed, properties continue to hold their value. We're sustaining our record investment in the city schools as a part of the blueprint for Maryland's future. Funding for the schools in the preliminary budget is up $125.6 million compared to the pre-blueprint funding levels. In addition to schools funding under my budget, further steps up investments in young people through funding the 240 year-round slots for the YouthWorks program, a partnership with our partners at City Schools to fund 56 positions that will serve as career coaches at the city's middle and high schools. These career coaches will work to connect students with different career pathways. And we were able to actually increase the overall budget for recreation and parks. Other key investments include expanding the group violence reduction strategy by expanding the program to the Eastern District first and then later the Southern Police Districts. We know that GVRS has been absolutely critical in last year's record reduction in homicides and non-fatal shootings. We must maintain that progress and continue to responsibly expand the program. Already this year, we're seeing an additional 22% decrease in homicides and a 14% decrease in non-fatal shootings, based on down from that historic reduction last year. Annualizing funding for DPW crews to continue weekly recycling services, funding to create 5 new positions to support the procurement transformation work focused on streamlining the city's purchasing practices, creating additional positions to support our vacants work led by the housing department. The city, of course, is planning to utilize $50 million of state funding from Project CORE as a part of the city's vacant housing initiative. These are just a few of the important investments we're making with this budget, even though we need to make some decisions to overcome the deficit that we started with. Now, at this point, it is still too early to tell fully how the bridge collapse will impact the city's overall financial outlook. And at this stage in the process, we did not make any adjustment to this preliminary budget as a result of last week's tragedy. It should also be noted that in the days following the collapse, the S&P reaffirmed Baltimore's AA rating and a stable outlook in the wake of the incident, which is an extremely important note for the support of our city's fiscal health. But we know over the next few months, we're going to be doing everything in our power to confront the economic impacts on our city. As you heard earlier today, I met with union members directly at the port. Tonight, I will be meeting with business leaders whose businesses are directly impacted as well. And in the coming days, I'll be meeting with a larger group of labor unions and union members whose industries are impacted in some way. We will all come together, as we have been doing every single day this last week, and confront these challenges together. There are some obvious places that this tragedy brings focus to, including the numerous federal infrastructure projects we have going on and how they will intersect with federal relief funding and infrastructure funding flowing in to tackle our response to the bridge. It also includes the importance of support for our jobs and employment development work, including MOED, YouthWorks, and many others. But more than anything, this preliminary budget ensures that our city's fiscal health will be strong as we work to address the fallout from this crisis, especially given that we successfully balanced the structural deficit that we were facing with from the start. I want to thank the entire budget team and all of our agencies who have worked incredibly hard over the last few weeks and months to bring such a strong preliminary budget together, and in doing it in a way that Baltimoreans can be proud of and take assurances in. And with that, we'll take a few questions.
So that's the very latest from the Baltimore mayor as recovery efforts continue this morning in that area amid that deadly bridge collapse. He was speaking at that preliminary budget meeting, explaining how the bridge collapse will affect and could affect in the future the economy. On the left side of your screen, following those live now top stories of the day, we're following breaking news as 7 aid workers were killed in Gaza's airstrike amid the humanitarian crisis. Also today, 5 states will hold presidential primaries as the election season continues. And as we look ahead and continue to give you updates on the developing situation of that Baltimore bridge collapse, there will be an updated presser slated for 3 o'clock this afternoon Eastern time, giving an update on that bridge collapse. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time is 8:30 on the East Coast. Let's get to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, more live events, top stories, and headlines. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, and continuing with those top stories, I want to give you a live look at our XRAD system now at 8:32 on the East Coast. And as you can see from the picture on your screen, weather is a top story. We are dealing with tornado warnings, tornado watches, flooding, and even hail. Let's check in with our content partners over at Fox Weather there as they are tracking severe storms.
As a severe thunderstorm warning, but this is still an area where you could get some very strong winds. So this warning right here, that is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And notice this is out ahead of that tornado warning. So I think either way you're going to get hit with something. The hope is that we can clear that rotation and clear that concern for tornadoes. That severe thunderstorm warning, they're at least carrying the tag tornado possible. I think you need to treat this as a tornado warning. I know it's inconvenient. I know it's early in the day, and maybe you're trying to get it started. But I can promise you the worst place to be is going to be out in the open where you are vulnerable to these very strong winds. On the road is not a place to be. At home, the lowest level of your home. It's a severe thunderstorm warning, but a tornado is still possible. And actually, it looks like now we have some new development. This is a new area that we're taking it down to. This is going to be out of Memphis. So northern Arkansas did have some concerns earlier this morning. Now we're on the eastern side of the state, and we're pushing into Memphis. Tennessee, we know, is under the threat throughout the day even. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. Crittenden, DeSoto, Shelby, Tunica County, and the winds are about 60 miles per hour and could also have some half-dollar size hail or so with that one. This is pushing in a different direction than other storms. This is going to be pushing off to the northeast, but it's 70 miles per hour. It is racing. It is racing along just like all the other storms are, and that is going to be jumping right over the I-40 corridor and jumping through Memphis. It looks like it'll be over Memphis by 7:52 this morning. This is local time, so this is in about 15 to 20 minutes, give or take. But those are the communities that we've listed for you here. South Haven first, then Memphis, and then jumping into Bartlett after that. This is a northeast storm that will be moving through Memphis over I-55, and this will be within the next 20 to 30 minutes. Look at all the lightning. So much intensity with these storms. The lightning has been one of the commonalities with all of the storms that we've talked about, and that can be out ahead of these storms, remember, by 10 miles at least. So if you hear thunder, you need to take some safety precautions and head inside. Put off the walk. It's still a dangerous situation, and I just want you to be careful. The power outage tracker, when you talk about intense winds, it's almost a given you're going to have some sort of outage, and that's what we've seen spread across, pushing out of Missouri from earlier this morning and then in through southern Illinois in particular and into southern Indiana. It's really where that front is set up. You have, as of now, 73,000, almost 74,000 folks that are without power. And then you take it into, the southern, southeastern portion of Missouri there, power outages that have popped today, as well as in through the south central areas that are without power. Mississippi, Kentucky, that's 66% of customers without power. The one thing I can tell you, saving grace, is we don't have terribly cold temperatures, but it might take a moment for these crews to get out there and start to assess. I would be ready to lose some of that power as we see some of these storms develop further into the day. So that's a look at the here and now. Let's show you what these storms have already done once daylight came, was able to kind of confirm things. This is out of Perry, Oklahoma, Odessa, Texas, and Boyd, Texas. Texas and Oklahoma, two of the hot spots yesterday for seeing some of that severe weather. We had 4-inch size hailstone reported in Texas just yesterday, and we had tornado damage reported in Oklahoma yesterday. That was just the beginning. This is day 2. Tomorrow will be day 3. We are with you every step of the way. Hailstones will vary, winds will vary. The tornado threat will vary. Either way, you will be caught under this system some way or the other. It may not be severe. It may just be some thunderstorms and rain, but it is impacting a huge portion of the country. For Huntsville, Alabama today, as we take it to you, the southern end of this line where you have the cold front pushing through, quiet for now, but as we get further into the afternoon, that's where you're going to be dealing with some of those storms, some of which could be strong, if not severe, and that's tonight. The threat, the further south you go, is going to be, this is the new one. Okay, so what we have here is the tornado threat. It's been extended further to the south. This is that likely threat, that darker shade of red that you're seeing, extending further off to the south. Earlier, it was a little bit more contained to the north. Nashville, you're still in it, but now we're going to go ahead and include Huntsville, Birmingham, and Atlanta. So those are the two new cities of focus, two airport hubs, right, especially Atlanta. So not just for severe weather, yes, that's a problem, but we're also breaking it down to the threat level when it comes to tornadoes, strong tornadoes, EF2 potential here. So the minimum wind base is what, 110 miles per hour, and that's just a minimum. These could be long track tornadoes. You have enough wind shear at the surface, and you move aloft into the atmosphere. We are right. We have dew points that are into the 60s. So the question will be, how do this morning storms impact the activity later today? As of now, it looks like we could have a very explosive afternoon. We have this low deepening. This low is just over here to the east and to the south a little bit. That's going to continue to strengthen. And where we are right within that warm sector and just to the south of that that essentially stalled front, that front there, is where we're seeing some of the strongest and most dangerous of storm potential through the afternoon. When you talk about radar and really the future track of where we're going to see some of the storms pop, this is 11 o'clock Eastern, so let's fast forward to just before lunchtime. You can still see some of the development further off to the east, but it's in the back here that we're worried about. Don't forget, you have that low that's going to be pushing off to the north and east. You have the associated cold front that's going to be swinging through. And we're also watching that front that's expected to lift as a warm front. A lot of things have to come together. It looks like they will, but the clearing in between this round 1 and round 2 is why we could see a very dangerous afternoon and then evening. And there you're noticing tonight into tomorrow is when we see it further south. As we break into Wednesday, you could have some rain along the I-95 corridor, but also some thunderstorms, of which could be severe. And here's a look at those flood alerts through the Ohio Valley through Tuesday. The issue has been training storms. You have flood watches, flood warnings for some of those creeks and rivers and whatnot. But we already have a couple of inches that's fallen, and more is on the way, so be careful with that too. Well, as you know, America is counting down to the total solar eclipse. Less than a week out, guys. And don't forget to tune into Fox Weather Live for coverage of the event on Monday.
All right, and we appreciate our content partners over at Fox Weather as they are working to get us weather ready. And don't forget, you can search Fox Weather on any web browser. But my goodness, you guys, I mean, truly compelling to see as these storms are developing, giving you another live look at our X-RAD systems. Those storms brewing now at 8:40 on the East Coast. And again, this is very important. This is something you need to know of as it relates to tornado warnings, tornado watches, hail, and even flooding. There were several systems that have been reported that have already touched down. So it's important that you do have a weather plan with your family. By the time the storm touches down, it's honestly too late. So make sure to be proactive and come up with that weather plan. The time now 8:40 on the East Coast. Right now, I want to give you a live look out in Washington, D.C. You can see the White House is there in the distance. Very foggy conditions out there on this Tuesday morning. And this alludes to our next story, as we do know the race to the White House is on this morning. When we come back from a quick 2-minute commercial break, we'll be checking in with Fox News Channel's Doug Luzader. As we know, former President Trump is returning to the campaign trail today. More details when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. As you all know, the race to the White House is on this morning, giving you a live look at a foggy Washington, D.C. this morning, the White House there in the distance. And we know former President Donald Trump is returning to the campaign trail today with stops in two critical swing states. As Doug Luzader reports from Washington this morning, both Michigan and Wisconsin are coveted by both parties, and they could determine the outcome in November. Doug, good morning.
Good morning. Expect former President Trump to hit on immigration and crime today as President Biden is defending his record on the economy. President Biden kicking off the annual Easter egg roll at the White House yesterday and making the case that despite public unease, the economy, too, is on a roll.
We really do have the best economy in the world. Jobs are up more than they've ever been. We're in a situation where the lowest unemployment rate in 50 years is maintained.
Look how well I'm doing. And the people understand it.
Former President Trump says voters understand his campaign time has been limited because of his demanding court calendar. But with stops today in Michigan and Wisconsin, he's hoping to reach out to disaffected voters. But is the political battlefield expanding? Florida's Supreme Court yesterday upheld a 15-week abortion ban, but also allowed a proposal to protect abortion rights to appear on the November ballot. And both sides see that as an opportunity.
Democrats had all been given up hope on winning in Florida. When you looked at the margins that Rubio won by, DeSantis won by, this will galvanize huge turnout.
A lot of people turning out for and against Trump. That high turnout may actually resolve in this ballot initiative being passed and Trump winning Florida as well.
And the more the political battlefield widens, the more resources it will demand from both campaigns. And back to you guys.
All right, Doug Luzader there with Fox News Channel. Doug, as always, we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Giving you a live look now out in Gaza as we continue to cover top stories and headlines here on Live Now from Fox. That's a hint as to what we are covering when we come back from our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. We are following some breaking news at this hour as it relates to the Israel-Hamas war. Being told an apparent Israeli airstrike killed 6 international aid workers with the World Central Kitchen and their Palestinian driver. The charity saying today in a potentially major setback to efforts to deliver aid by sea to Gaza, where Israel's offensive against Hamas has pushed hundreds of thousands of Palestinians to the brink of starvation. And as we discuss this, I want to give you a live look out in Gaza so you can see the conditions now at 8:48 on the East Coast. A live look out there, and I can tell you since we came on the air, I mean, there have been even more missile strikes at this hour. As we know, this war does rage on amid this humanitarian crisis. And again, this breaking news, as we are learning, Israeli airstrikes in Gaza have led to the deaths of 7 aid workers. As we continue this conversation of the Israel-Hamas war right now, the Israeli government is holding their daily government briefing, giving an update on the war as well as the hostage situation. And they could potentially address these Israeli airstrikes that killed 7 international aid workers. Let's listen in.
Day 179 of the October 7th war. 179 days on, our determination to achieve our war aims remains the same. Number 1, of course, to destroy Hamas. Number 2, to bring home our hostages. And of course, to ensure that Gaza never becomes a threat to us again. This will be a short briefing because I want to leave time for your questions, which you should put in the chat together with your news outlet. I want to update you on 5 key items. The first is the sad news that we heard overnight about the World Central Kitchen incident. The Prime Minister has said that unfortunately, in the last day, there was a tragic case of our forces unintentionally hitting innocent people in the Gaza Strip. The Prime Minister said it happens in war. We will check it to the end. We are in contact with the governments and we will do everything so that this thing does not happen again, end quote. I would point you to the comprehensive statement made by IDF spokesman Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari. So I will not repeat word for word everything that he said. Needless to say, we see these deaths as tragic. Whatever our inquiries turn up, the World Central Kitchen employees fulfill a vital mission of bringing food to people in need. Genuine aid workers are the unsung heroes in all conflicts. The IDF is a professional military which abides by international law. We are examining the case thoroughly and transparently through the fact-finding and assessment mechanism, an independent professional and expert body. This is especially painful because we have worked closely with WCK in their noble mission of help bring food and humanitarian aid to the people of Gaza and not to be stolen by Hamas. You should know that WCK also came here to help Israelis after the massacre of the October 7th. So they were, in fact, one of the first NGOs to get here. We will get to the bottom of this. It's a tragic, tragic issue. Next, an important issue on hostage negotiations from the Prime Minister's office on behalf of the Mossad. This afternoon, the negotiating delegation of the Mossad, Shin Bet, and the IDF will return from Cairo. This has been another intensive round of talks. Our Egyptian partners have been helpful mediators. I can report that the mediators formulated an up-to-date proposal for dealing with Hamas. Israel expects the mediators to take vigorous action regarding Hamas to advance the negotiations towards a deal. The State of Israel continues to make all necessary efforts to free the hostages from the hands of Hamas and return them to their friends and families here in Israel. Next, I want to deal with Iran. For the past 6 months, Iran has sought to destabilize the world. Iran is behind Hezbollah. Iran is behind Hamas. Iran is behind the Houthis. Atrocities using proxies in Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Yemen. It's always Iran. The Prime Minister recently told a group of visiting congressmen and women that Iran's formal policy has shifted from ideological to practical. Iran is seeking the destruction of the State of Israel. Iran is not only our enemy, Iran is the enemy of the US, UK, France, Germany, and all free nations. So we have to win. There is no substitute for victory. Now an update from our parliament, the Knesset in Jerusalem, and their passing of a bill for the temporary ban on Al Jazeera's operations here in Israel. I want to share 5 important points with you. 1, Al Jazeera has actively harmed Israel's security. Their staff participated in the October 7th massacre. Number 2, as the Prime Minister has said, and I quote, "It's time to remove the mouthpiece of Hamas from Israel." Number 3, we are the third country in the region to take such action. We note European partners have banned the Iranian mouthpiece, Press TV, and the Russian mouthpiece, RT. Number 4, the IDF have revealed that Al Jazeera journalists and Hamas terrorists have often been one and the same people. And number 5, rather ominously, like the Oscars, but for terrorists, Hamas awarded Al Jazeera winners for their coverage. So we say very clearly, freedom of the press, yes. Freedom for jihadis, no. And finally, we've been asked about the Prime Minister's condition. I'm pleased to share that he has been discharged from Hadassah Ein Kerem Hospital. He thanked the wonderful medical staff for all the good wishes of so many for a speedy recovery. The Prime Minister continues to hold his daily routine, including consultations and conversations. That brings us to the end of today's briefing. I will now take your questions in the chat. Please state your news outlet, and I'd be happy to receive your questions now. Thank you very much.
Okay, so there's a question from James William of Zenger International News. And he asked, is there any update on the tragic accident in the fog of war that killed 7 aid workers from the World Central Kitchen? And also, what is the reason that ships left Cyprus with aid for Gaza and are now returning with the food they were meant to deliver? Thank you.
Thank you, Jim, for your question. In this statement, we shared our grief for this very, very unfortunate incident, a tragic incident, and the loss of these innocent aid workers. We will get to the bottom of what happened. We have spoken to their governments, and we've also, Daniel Hagari has spoken to the founder of WCK. This is a tragic incident. It has cast a dark cloud over this country in a very, very difficult time. So we will get to the bottom of what has happened. On the second point you mentioned about the aid shipment, I would encourage you to put that question to COGAT. I don't have any information about that. Next question, please.
You have a similar question from David Clement of the News Forum in Canada. He asked, regarding the aid workers who were killed, it was reported that there was a Canadian among them. Has the Israeli government spoken with their counterparts in Ottawa, Canada, about the death? And can you provide any more information on that?
Thank you very much for your question. So I've made clear that the Prime Minister has spoken to other governments that have been affected by this tragic case. This is an absolutely horrifying idea. As I mentioned in my briefing, that aid workers, genuine aid workers, are really the unsung heroes in conflicts around the world. They make sure that aid goes to the people that need it most, and in our case, try to stop Hamas from stealing that aid. War is a terrible thing. This was not a war that we started or a war that we wanted, but nonetheless, this is a tragic case, but we will get to the bottom of what's happened. Thank you. The next question, please.
One more related question from Riley Stewart of Australia Broadcasting Corporation, and he asked, the IDF has said that it is working with the World Central Kitchen to help complete its duties in Gaza. What hope do other organizations have for their safety in Gaza, given that the IDF has confirmed it fatally bombed WCK convoy?
Thank you very much for your question, Riley. So we are carrying out an inquiry into what has happened here. We've said that this is a tragic case. I mentioned to you as well already that these are unsung heroes of wars around the world, and especially here in our battle with Hamas to try and get aid to the people that need it most in Gaza. We will work extremely hard. In fact, we are positively trying to get as much aid into Gaza as possible. The figures are now more than 200 trucks going in every day. I remind you that food trucks, before this war, there were 70 food trucks a day going in. The last count was more than 200. So we're working extremely hard to get as much aid as we can and get it to the people that need it the most. Next question, please.
We have another question now from Joel Pollack of Breitbart News, and he asked, can you respond to claims by the White House Al Alabira correspondent that Israel killed 300 people at the Shifa hospital and they were found with their hands tied?
Thank you very much for your question, Joel. I haven't seen those reports, and there's certainly nothing I can comment on. I can give you an update on our latest from Al Shifa. Al Shifa unfortunately ceased to be a hospital. It turned into a terrorist base. In fact, I think that when the history books are written on urban warfare, whether at Sandhurst or at West Point, I think this will be an example of a case where Israel has gone to remarkable lengths to get civilians, to get the patients in the hospital out of harm's way, and to allow us to root out the terrorists. The latest figures we have are more than 200 terrorists that we eliminated in this action, and 500 terrorists who we've apprehended. So those sorts of reports, I think, are a fallacy. They're just not true. I think that this has been independently confirmed by genuine sources, and not by the source which you mentioned. Next question, please.
We have a question from Frederick at Interplanetary Television, and he asked, following the attack of Iran's embassy in Damascus, Iranian President Raisi declared that the attack on the embassy, quote, will not go unanswered. The leader of the Muslim Brotherhood has also called for Muslims to attack Israeli embassies around the world. Has Prime Minister Netanyahu already instructed to put in place special security measures to protect Israeli embassies and personnel worldwide? And if so, which ones? And additionally, will Israel's National Security Council release new security recommendations for Israelis living outside of Israel in light of the escalation with Iran?
Fred, thank you very much for that question. I don't need to tell you that all of Israel's embassies around the world and all of Israel's people around the world are already on an extremely high alert. They have been since the dastardly attack, the invasion attempt of our country on the 7th of October. So I haven't got anything more to share with you, nor can I give any comment on any attack which you mentioned in your question just there. I would just say that Daniel Hagari, the Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari from the IDF, has stated very clearly that the installation in Damascus was not an embassy, it was not a civilian building, it was a military building, an Al-Quds force military building disguised as a civilian building in Damascus. So any semblance that this is somehow, that this was somehow a civilian embassy is plainly not true, and the IDF has made that crystal clear. Next question, please.
We have a question now from Rohit of ITV News, and he asked, what impact do you think last night's killings will have on the relationship with the UK? Can you see why some senior figures in the UK believe this is a moment for the government to review its relationship with Israel?
The relationship between Britain and Israel is a long and intense one. I would say, and I think it's no secret to say, that Israel is our closest partner in Europe, that the UK is our closest partner in Europe. It's a very important relationship. It is also no secret that the Mossad has prevented numerous attacks on British soil from terrorists. They have saved many lives of UK citizens. That's not a secret, that's already out there. And security personnel and former security personnel in the UK will confirm that fact. This has been a tragic incident, the killing of these innocent aid workers. We will get to the bottom of what happened, and we will adjust we will adjust practices as a result of those investigations. Again, we say again that this is an absolutely tragic incident. Our Prime Minister has already made clear that he has been in contact with his counterparts in other countries. This is a terrible thing that has happened, because the work of WCK has been so important in ensuring that Hamas is not able to steal the aid, sell it onto the black market, and then put it onto the black market for vastly increased prices. Unfortunately, no one in Hamas is hungry. Absolutely no one. I can guarantee you that fact. So that is why we're working extra hard to get as much aid into Gaza as we possibly can. We're up to 20,000 trucks, aid trucks, food, humanitarian needs, tents, medicines. We are trying our hardest to let in as much aid as we possibly can, because, of course, we have no beef with the people of Gaza. Our beef is with Hamas. It's a terrorist organization. It has brought nothing but misery to its people, to the people of Gaza, and we need to liberate Gaza from Hamas to build a better future for Gaza's people. Thank you. Next question, please.
Final question from Orly Harlpin of ABC News Australia. And she asked, what does Israel say to claims that Israel targets ambulances and humanitarian aid convoys after we have seen numerous such cases, including most recently last night?
Thank you for your question. So it is frankly obscene to say that Israel does anything of the kind. We have worked very hard to get more aid into Gaza. As I mentioned before, 70 food trucks before this war, more than 200 today, an average of about 150 every single day. So the idea that we are targeting aid convoys is nothing short of nonsense. That said, we are investigating this tragic case. It is a tragic case. Innocent people have lost their lives. We will get to the bottom of what has happened. This is a war, again, a war that we did not want, a war that we did not start, but we will work hard to bring an end to Hamas, to free Gaza from Hamas, and to build a better future for us, the people of Israel, but of course all of our neighbors in this region.
There are no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There'll be another briefing tomorrow at the same time. Please try and stay safe. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, so that was the very latest daily Israeli government briefing. Again, we are following this breaking news here on our Live Now from Fox feeds and in our studio as it relates to the Israel-Hamas war. Again, Israeli airstrikes in Gaza, we're being told they led to the deaths of 7 aid workers. And if you're just now tuning in, good morning to you. I want to provide some perspective of this. We're told by our content partners over at the Associated Press, an apparent Israeli airstrike killed 7 international aid workers with the World Central Kitchen and their Palestinian driver, the charity saying today, in a potentially major setback to efforts to deliver aid by sea to Gaza, where Israel's offensive against Hamas has pushed hundreds of thousands of Palestinians to the brink of starvation. The food charity founded by celebrity chef Jose Andres saying it will immediately suspend operations in the region. The source of fire late Monday could not be independently confirmed, but the Israeli military did express sincere sorrow over the deaths while stopping short of accepting responsibility. We know Admiral Daniel Hagari, the top military spokesperson, said in a statement that officials are reviewing the incident at the highest levels. He says an independent investigation will be launched that will, quote, help us reduce the risk of such an event from occurring again. So this is a developing story. And of course, you will get the latest developments right here on Live Now from Fox. The time now 9:08 on the East Coast. Taking a look at live feeds, I do see a new live feed coming through our systems here in the studio, bringing that to you now, giving you a live look. I can see this is, okay, so we do have a slate for Antony Blinken and also another slate as it relates to a French official. I'm trying to look to get some information on this so I can explain to you all what is going on. So, okay, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and the French Foreign Minister were told they will hold joint press availability there at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Paris. So that's what this is. You're getting a live look inside the Ministry of Foreign Affairs there in Paris, France. And I can tell you all, earlier this morning, there was a joint briefing held as well where U.S. Secretary of State Blinken and as well as the French Defense Minister, they gave a joint presser saying support for Ukraine, as this morning the French Support for Ukraine public diplomacy event was held. So they held a presser after that giving joint support. And as it relates to Ukraine, we also had a statement from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky as he gave an update as it relates to restoration of justice for Ukraine. So a lot going on here this morning. It is Tuesday morning, April 2nd. The time now 9:09 on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. We have a new live event that actually came through as we were going to break. This one taking you out to Philadelphia as the city of Philadelphia and the city commissioners are holding a press conference to highlight the grand opening of the first of 10 satellite election offices across the Philly area. We're told the first office opened last week and the remaining 9 will be open for the November 5th general election. Let's listen in.
Happy to be here on today with so many of our elected officials for the same cause, and that's why we're joined here today. A safe, a fair, a transparent, and accessible primary election this month, and the general election in November. On my way, I had a conversation with someone about where I was going, and they said to me, you know, this is great, knowing that this is going to be the first office, but right here in the city of Philadelphia, the birthplace of democracy, 6th largest city in the nation, this is where we should be leading as the example of what a fair and just and transparent and accessible election process should look like. Commissioner and Chairman Sabir and Bluestein, I thank you both for the innovation that is demonstrated here. All of the eyes of the country, and if not the world, were on Philadelphia in 2020. And again, I think we're going to see something similar, if not even more intense, this election cycle. So everything that our city commissioners are doing right now to get ready for the primary is going to be just as vital and significant this fall. By opening 10 permanent satellite election offices in every council district, the city commissioners are protecting our democracy by ensuring Philadelphians' right to vote and encouraging voter participation. At these satellite offices, voters will be able to register to vote if needed, request a mail-in ballot in person, receive, complete, and return it, all in the same location. Give that a round of applause. That's important. We are leading the nation with election administration innovation. Now, to our city commissioners, I want you to know I'm in this space right now where I want everything we do here in the city of Philadelphia to be measured with best practices across the nation, and we should be proud that our election administration is a model, and not just for the nation, but even right here in the Commonwealth. The motto for our administration is One Philly, a united city, and it requires all of our elected officials to work together, elected and appointed, and commit to providing the best services available to all Philadelphians. State Senator Vincent Hughes' office is present. Tiffany, can you come up here with us, please? So I want to commend everyone's work on this innovation, this first satellite office. I'm genuinely looking forward to opening all of the other offices in every other council district. Councilwoman Gaultier, it's a bar now, right? I'm not promising. I'm gonna try to get to every other council district. So you help me if I can't make it to each one. I want to acknowledge the presence of State Representative Regina Young, along with our city controller, Christy Brady. Can you give them both a round of applause? Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, so super proud of the innovation that you've laid out for the city of Philadelphia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How's everybody doing? Is everybody excited about democracy? All right, this is a beautiful location, and as always, we definitely like to thank our mayor. Definitely always like to thank our partners from the state. We received a nice size grant from the state. We definitely appreciate the resources. When you think about this location and what we're doing here in Philadelphia, it's historic. And if we think about people like Octavius Cotto, Medgar Evers, Dr. Martin Luther King, people who were assassinated, killed for making access for African Americans to vote. And to be open up here in the mighty 6th Ward as our starting point is very significant. And I think our ward leaders here, Pete Wilson is back there waving. Pete Wilson, the 6th Ward. And this election office is for everyone across the city. It's not just for the people here in West Philadelphia. So we want to encourage every citizen across Philadelphia to come and use these locations. In 2020, our 17 satellite locations were pivotal to historic voter turnout. So right now, our vote by mail applications are pretty low in comparison to 2020. So we are encouraging all our family and friends to get the word out there about our elections and tell everyone to use these satellite elections locations. We will be open 7 days a week, and you can also visit City Hall. So we are here, available for you. So now we're going to call up Commissioner Bluestein. He's the youngest commissioner. He's had these new rules, he had all these new ideas, and I'm always proud to stand by him because he has energy and he always comes up with some new ideas. So right now we're going to call up Commissioner Seth Bluestein.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for being here, and I am honored to be here in the 3rd Council District in West Philadelphia. For years, I only lived a few blocks away, and it is essential that we bring resources directly into our neighborhoods. And the importance of being on a major commercial corridor with access to public transportation cannot be overstated. And the city commissioners are fully committed to ensuring that our elections remain fair, secure, and accessible for everyone. And that's not a Democratic value or a Republican value, it's an American value. And we are all here as a team in the city of Philadelphia ensuring that every Philadelphian who is eligible to vote has the chance to do so. So thank you again for being here, and I encourage everyone to register to vote by the deadline on April 8th and come utilize our office if they need to apply for a mail ballot by April 16th. Thank you.
Good morning. I will be quick. This is a wonderful innovation. I want to give credit to everybody who brought it about, and I want to thank the mayor for her kind words. Let's understand something, though. This place is protected. This place is protected. The Philadelphia District Attorney's Office, together with our law enforcement partners, PPD, FBI, and others, have a sworn obligation to make sure that democracy is safe and that every single vote is counted. Ago. We are not messing around. The feds are not messing around. Anybody who thinks they can mess with Al Schmidt or his equivalent this year has got another thing coming. We are not putting up with people who think democracy is something for them to step on, who think that any vote will not count. It does not matter how you vote. It matters that you vote. It matters that you register, and it matters that you know that the Philadelphia DA's office, the Philadelphia Police Department, the FBI, and our federal and state partners will not tolerate any effort to intimidate, any effort to lie, cheat, and steal, any effort to suppress the vote that is against the law. When we had a couple nuts drive up from Virginia last election with an AR, 160 plus rounds for that AR, guns on their hip, because they were going to go check on how the vote was being counted at the convention center after Election Day. With the help of the FBI, with the help of the PPD, they were elected, they were prosecuted, they were convicted, and they stand felons right now. And we have, trust me, we have handcuffs, we have jail cells, and we have Philadelphia juries waiting to get anybody who thinks that they can break the law and squash the vote. Thank you.
So some very compassionate words there out in Philadelphia. They are saying they will not allow anyone to suppress the vote, and they want everyone to get out and vote as they are holding their grand opening of 10 satellite election offices across the Philadelphia area. And as we are talking about voting, it's the perfect time to transition here on Live Now from Fox, as we know that primary season continues today with voters in the pivotal swing state of Wisconsin and 3 northeastern states as they head to the polls to indicate their support or opposition to their party's presumptive nominees. On your screen now at 9:22 on the East Coast, you're getting a live look at a rainy Milwaukee. For some reason, it seems like every time there's a day to vote, it is raining, at least where I used to live in Memphis. But in this area, the Milwaukee residents can definitely relate on this rainy Tuesday morning for them. Wisconsin voters will also decide the fate of 2 Republican-backed statewide ballot measures voters that will help shape how elections in the state are run and funded. Now, farther south, Arkansas and Mississippi voters will return to the polls to decide a handful of legislative seats that were forced to runoffs and primaries held back in March. Joining us live this morning to share the importance of today's primaries is political expert and UCF professor Dr. Larry Walker. Dr. Walker, good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So a lot to break down. Let's start off with Wisconsin. I just showed that shot. Very rainy out there. And I know those out there who are kind of overseeing the voting process are hoping that the damp roads do not deter people from coming out and exercising their rights to vote. What can voters in that area expect on the ballot?
Yeah, well, you know what, first of all, let's highlight that, as you mentioned, Wisconsin is, we often talk about, it being some of these states being, swing states. But Wisconsin is legitimately a swing state. Last election, President Biden won by less than 1%, excuse me. And 4 years prior to that, President Trump won by a very small percentage. So voters today, in terms of, even though it's raining in the area, need to turn out to vote. And more importantly, it's really important as Wisconsin, we move closer to November, because we've seen the last two election cycles that things are extremely tight. And as you mentioned, there are a couple ballot initiatives also backed mostly by Republicans. But it's really important, as you said, Wisconsin is a true swing state based on what we've seen the last two election cycles.
Dr. Walker, we know that further south, people are looking at that legislative ballot. What can people in that neck of the woods expect?
Yeah, so it's going to be I think one of the things that's interesting today is this overall turnout in terms of what we're going to see in terms of who turns out to vote, and ultimately that will determine what happens with these ballot initiatives. But the other thing is, and Janine, I want to talk about is in terms of some of these other states that we have elections for today, primaries for in the Northeast that you mentioned. It's interesting in terms of what we often talk about red and blue states is I think sometimes we forget that those are individuals in some of these other states, like Connecticut, et cetera, that there are, particularly even New York State, there are pockets of individuals who also vote Republican, and in opposite, we see in some of these red states, those are individuals who vote Democratic. But as you said, in terms of Wisconsin, in terms of these ballot issues, it's really going to come down to whether have more Republicans and Democrats turn out to see whether this Republican-backed initiatives go through.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, because we've noticed with this primary season, there are so many undecided voters. And with that, you don't really know which way they're going to go. Are you expecting for there to be an influx of red states switching to blue, or even blue switching to red, as there are so many voters who don't know who they're going to vote for?
Yeah, I firmly believe that it's going to, look, the last couple of elections have been really close. This is going to be another election, in my opinion, it's going to be close. And I know that we hear they're undecided voters, but I'm not necessarily buying it. I think that, obviously with elections, you have to, both parties have to work at the margins. And yeah, there are a small percentage of individuals who may still be undecided. But I think that what you'll see in terms of answering that question is you'll see those individuals, in my opinion, break one way or the other after you have the conventions this summer.
Well, Dr. Walker, I always appreciate your expertise and insight into all things politics. Is there anything else you'd like to add as we're looking ahead to the primaries today?
Well, I think, like you said, we talked about Wisconsin the last two election cycles is played a critical role in very small margins in, President Trump winning, 8 years ago, and certainly President Biden, former President Trump, and then President Biden winning the last election cycle. But it's going to be very close again. Other pivotal states, including Pennsylvania, Arizona, among others, are really going to be the determining factor about who's going to be the next president of the United States.
Dr. Walker, thank you so much again for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox and giving us that breakdown as we look ahead to the Tuesday primaries. You enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Giving you a live look there. Now at 9:27 on the East Coast at a rainy Milwaukee. As we know, 5 states today are holding presidential primaries as election season continues for those voters out there in that area. Hopefully the wet roads don't deter you from exercising your right to vote. I'm Jeanne Francine, waking up here with you on this Tuesday morning. It's April 2nd. I've appreciated you all going along this news journey with me as I've shared all of those live events, top stories, and headlines with you. But we have to go to our second break of the hour, and when we come back, my colleague Mike Page taking over, continuing with those top stories and headlines of the day. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes.
And welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our viewers continuing to watch with us here. And you can see the Dow just opening up, stocks trading away, and they are trading down right now, down big time already, 340 points there at the opening bell just 1 minute ago. So we will continue to track it throughout the trading day as we are seeing sell-offs happen right now. We'll keep an eye on it, as always, for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being with us, as always. And I will be here with you for the next 4 hours, breaking down the day's top stories, headlines, all in the mix right here. We do want to keep an eye on some major storms that we are going to be tracking throughout the day. There's chance for severe storms as well as a tornado outbreak. So we are definitely keeping an eye on all of that for you right now after storms caused damage in the nation's heartland just yesterday. Today's severe weather outbreak is expected to be more intense, with the potential for strong, long-track tornadoes that could tear across parts of Ohio, northern Kentucky, and southeastern Indiana. So right now, we see the map here on Memphis, but we are seeing some strong storms push through Memphis right now. But let's just go up here a little bit more, and we could see the Kentucky area, Ohio area as well, with these line of storms pushing through. So let's focus on this area right here near Louisville. You got Columbus, Ohio, Fort Wayne, Indiana in the mix as well. An initial round of severe thunderstorms was ongoing in portions of the Ohio Valley early today, but a second round of severe weather this afternoon and evening has forecasters concerned as supercells are expected to develop after the passage of a warm front. In addition to the significant tornado threat, the Fox Forecast Center said large hail and 70+ mile-per-hour wind gusts are also possible. And early this morning, the city officials in Evansville, Indiana, reported significant storm damage throughout the city, particularly on the north side. City crews are working to clear the roads, and there are reports of power outages in several areas, including stoplights as well. Today's severe weather risk also extends from the Ohio Valley to as far south as the Gulf Coast and as far east as western portions of Virginia. As far east as western portions of Virginia and the Carolinas. Overall, more than 78 million Americans face the threat of severe storms between today and tonight. The Storm Prediction Center has issued a level 4 out of 5 risk for severe weather in parts of Ohio, northern Kentucky, and southeastern Indiana. This includes the cities of Columbus, Cincinnati, and Dayton in Ohio, as well as Louisville and Lexington in Kentucky. And nearly 9 million people are covered by this level 4 threat right there. So we'll continue to show you the strong storms that are continuing to push through in the Ohio area, but that is expected to continue in the afternoon and evening. Do want to also show you the south right here as well, as the Gulf could be getting hit as well. So we'll also be keeping an eye on all of that for you right here on Live Now from Fox, as we always do such a great job of trying to give you the latest updates worldwide, bringing it to you when the weather hits. We got you covered, as always, on Live Now, everybody. All right. Do want to go to a live event that just popped up here for me. I requested this one, so let's go to it. Let's go out to Texas right now, where there is a special House of Representatives hearing on the Texas side talking about the deadly Panhandle wildfires and trying to make a sense of it all. You see there is a community section here as well attending this meeting, and they will be taking questions from the crowd as well. So let's listen right here on Live Now.
My perspective opinion, but it did level the playing field and reduce the cost across the board. We see the same thing on contract aircraft. The U.S. Forest Service holds that contract for those aircraft. We have not yet, we could go and set private contracts with some of those aircraft, but then we will be subject to paying those contingency costs or those retainer costs while they're sitting on the tarmac. Today, we're paying a portion of that. It's about $320,000 a day for the aircraft to sit around. $85,000 of that $320,000 will be borne by Texas taxpayers. The balance out of the federal share to get some of our money back out of D.C. Does Texas need its own aircraft? If you ask me that, my answer is yes. Did the federal government not have the contracts in place before this fire started? The answer to that is yes, they did not have those contracts in place ahead of time. Did they jump through their hoops at the staff level to get those aircraft available? Yes, they did, but they were late to the game.
Why were the contracts not presently needed?
So,
you know, that may be something for D.C. to answer, but do you know?
It will be something for D.C. to answer, but I believe our partners here at the table also have a little more answer to that as well. My perspective answer is that is aircraft have downtime, they have maintenance time, they have training time, and this was not a busy fire season for them.
What does that mean?
Across the rest of the nation, they are not in wildfire season yet. We're 2 to 3 weeks away from without rain from wildfire season anytime around the clock in Texas. But on the federal level, the West Coast doesn't start burning until a little later in the calendar year.
So because the West Coast is not in fire season, the federal government did take the threat to us seriously? Is that kind of what I'm gathering?
I would say you took the words out of my mouth, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I want to ask you about FEMA. Underline FEMA. you made comments that the state had to pick up a lot of the resources. Now, you and I dealt with each other a long time, from water boils to hurricanes. In my area of the state, FEMA still hadn't paid those folks for 7 years. So I want everybody in West Texas, don't you think the same pattern is going to be up here if we rely on FEMA?
I think we will have some slow pay from FEMA because of this fire and some investigation into how the fire started and a responsible party.
You're a good diplomat.
Some people call me different names than that.
Join my club. So number one, let's just cut through it right here. If we're relying on FEMA, we may be here years to come, correct?
Yes, sir.
I want everybody knowing that.
Yes, sir.
All right, we got a yes. Good man. Number two, let's cut right through it. Tell this group right here, what are you asking the legislature to do in Texas?
I think I want to see the research that comes out of this group. We're going to have our after-action reports, and then I want to come back and, I've already got takeaway notes here. Before we take action, Chairman, I would like to get more volunteer firefighters and their associations together to talk about TIFs. We shouldn't leave qualified people out of the program. If we're doing that, that needs to change.
So what Cash asks do you think should be made of the legislature?
My hope is that we will talk about owning our own aircraft in the state of Texas and where those are positioned and the agencies that should be responsible for maintaining and keeping them ready. I hope that we can have conversations about equipment for fire departments across the state and training for fire departments.
And you'll be able to, with the local folks' help, Chairman King and Chairman Burroughs with the amounts to be asked.
Yes, sir. It's premature right now for me to give you that answer because we haven't had the conversation with them.
But you could, so that they have an amount to take for that.
Yes, sir.
Next, in your opinion, and this, we're up here in Panhandle, they had a bad fire. In your opinion, were the locals prioritized in engagement or not?
Can you expand the question?
Well, when I have a hurricane, I always like people calling me, telling me what to do from their TV set at a hotel in another part of the U.S. So my point is, did they engage the local folks here? They know the area. They know the topography. They may know where the fire is. In your opinion, were the local people engaged in the right on?
I think every incident in the early stages of the incident, you have communication gaps that through an incident management system, when an incident management team is put into place, get defined. There is no different in this fire and any other fire that is a multi-jurisdictional, multi-discipline response. The beginning stages of every fire or every response have communication gaps. And so, Chairman, I want to be very clear in the firefighters in this area did expert work. The firefighters that came in to support them could always have done a better job in tying any of them. But when you're in the middle of the fight, you don't have time to hit the pause button and get everybody up to speed on the same page. That usually takes what we call an operational period. We try to run in 12-hour operational periods. It's usually not until the third operational period that we have improved and really tied in all of our communication structures.
Bottom line, though, were the locals involved?
I'm going to have to say yes, all disasters are local. They are the authority having jurisdiction.
We didn't have a bunch of state and federal people coming in and telling them what to do.
You may have had state employees coming in to coordinate that response, and the federal teams that came in should have never told locals what to do. It is a joint incident management, what we call a unified command. But all disasters are local. Is
that relationship for that FEMA group?
No, I don't think we're saying the same thing, Chairman.
No, I think there might be bloodlines from federal to federal is what I'm talking about. My point is, federal should allow state and local to have a little bit more engagement and not interfere.
The federal resources that came in were to organize the fire response and make sure that we had the right assets. Decisions are still made at the local level.
And we want them to be at the local level.
I will put my stamp down. All disasters are local. If anybody comes in and tries to tell a county judge what to do, I want to meet that person or that's criminal state.
I want you to know.
All right, everyone, and we are going to take another 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. You can see some of the other things that we are going to be looking at and taking live today. Secretary of State Antony Blinken will be speaking alongside his counterpart, the French foreign minister, coming up here in a joint news conference. We'll bring that to you as soon as it gets going. Before we hit the 2-minute break, just want to let you and remind you that we will have special coverage on Monday of the Total Solar Eclipse 2024 presented by Nissan. Our live coverage starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. I appreciate you continuing to join us here worldwide as we continue to bring you live events as they're happening right now, and that's exactly what we have here once again. Going out to Texas, where a special committee is taking place right now, talking about the deadly Panhandle wildfires that killed 2 people, burned more than 1 million acres, and they are talking about the response and what they learned from fighting that wildfire. So let's listen again on Live Now from Fox, everyone.
You know, and we see this, we talked about the east side and west side about 35. This is really off script, and you've got to want to have a genuine conversation. Growing up in a volunteer, starting in a volunteer fire department, seeing what it's like to have to work on our own trucks because we didn't have mechanics, have to have hand-me-down bunker gear, structural protective clothing, and air packs because we couldn't afford to buy them. Having our communication systems that were hand-me-down or patched together because today the radios most of us carry around about $8,000 a piece. And then not having any support from the cities or the counties that we responded to as well. We went out and we did our bake sales, we did our fish fries, we did our Philly Blue campaigns so we could put gas in our truck and pay for the DFID insurance program. Then you go into cities and counties that put tax dollars to hire a fire department. it truly is a difference between a house and a house. Fire just as high, the dangers are just the same, the dedication to the job is equally the same. And I would say more so from the volunteers because they're doing it for the love of their fellow man and not doing it for the paycheck. Now the question becomes, how do we pay those volunteers and how do we make sure they have the same equipment to respond with that the big fire departments do? And that's a tough question. We've been struggling for this, not just in this part of the state, not just in the state, but in this nation since the beginning of volunteer fire departments. And I don't think that there's a clean answer to this, although I wish there was.
Yeah, I don't think the volunteers will be paid. You know, I think the assistance is a big deal. Because I mean, we're not just working in our county. They're mutual aiding all over.
Yes.
So it's a Texas. And when they've got grants in for trucks, it's been over 10 years, and they never get a truck. I mean, at some point, pickups don't work here. We have to have, 6.5s, and all these guys, the youngest truck they got sitting in the barn is probably 30 years old. And they're mechanicing, and they're good mechanics, and they make it work. And then when you do say, well, we'll assist you, well, it's pennies on the dollar. I mean, whenever you say, oh, yeah, we'll give you $20,000 to rig this truck up, well, if you jump around, you can't get a truck rigged up for, you're lucky to get rigged up for under $100,000, right?
Right. I think you get it for $100,000 for the steel.
Yeah, so what you have is these guys can afford it. They don't have $90,000 sitting in the bank. So what are they doing? They can weld, they can mechanic. Their time off, when they're not at their everyday job, they're down there at the shop building their own stuff, just scabbing it up. And whenever you get these guys that don't have time to do their schoolwork because it's money out of pocket, they're in there welding on their trucks instead of sitting at home with their family. And you get the state of Texas or the Forest Service or whoever shows up and say they're not qualified. Pretty big slap in the face.
As a volunteer, I think if you can get it for $100,000, you're getting a steal.
Yeah. So what you have is these guys can't afford it. They don't have $90,000 sitting in the bank. So what are they doing? They can weld, they can mechanic. So their time off, when they're not at their everyday job, they're down there at the shop building their own stuff.
Yes.
Scabbing it up. And whenever you get these guys that don't have time to go do their schoolwork because it's money out of pocket, they're in there welding on their trucks instead of sitting at home with their family. And you get the state of Texas or the Forest Service or whoever shows up and say they're not qualified. It's a pretty big slap in the face, isn't it?
As a volunteer firefighter myself that started in this business, I see both sides of that argument. I really do. I mean, they're the volunteers, the authority having jurisdiction, the local responders are answering every 911 call at the local level. But I got to tell you, as a volunteer firefighter and a paid firefighter, we kind of act the same way. Pull up on a car wreck, Good Samaritan sitting on the side of the road trying to help. One of the first things the responders do is ask those folks to step back so that they can assess the situation. I think we all do that as first responders, whether we're paid or volunteer. And so that's a mindset that we have got to work together to change. And whether it's fire or a car wreck or acts of mass violence, we have to do a better job of engaging our private sector partners, our citizens. We need to make sure that the citizens are going to be part of the solution and not part of the problem, because we've all been there. We've all pulled up on a scene, paid or volunteer, where the people that are trying to help are actually causing more harm or they don't know the plan, and they don't know the program, and they don't know the communications. And I think this happens not just in the Panhandle, this happens every 911 call in this state, probably in this nation, that the people that are responding will get on scene and try to do a size up and assess, and they ask those that are already engaged in either providing care or trying to solve the problem to just pause for a second so that we can see what's going on and get our arms wrapped around this. Now, should that happen with kindness? Absolutely. Does it always? No, it does not. But we can do better at making sure that we have a tighter connection to our local partners here from all of our state agencies and our out-of-area resources, so that when we come in to support you on your private property, we're not running you on your private property out of the way. You know your property better than we do, your resources, you know them better than we do. You know what you need done on that property. At the same time, the individual private property is usually not the only one impacted, and is trying to take a look at that bigger picture and what we need to be doing to support all of the people that are impacted by the event.
Right. Well, I wish you were out there on my ranch. I'd like to visit with you a time or two when we're fighting a fire, and I'm trying to run the Forest Service off.
Well, in next fire you have on your ranch, I will be standing beside you.
I believe you. I believe you, and I've heard that about you. And that's why I'm asking you the questions more than other people, because I want to get a real question. Here we go. Back to FEMA, and I didn't know FEMA was such a
It's a four-letter word. You can say it.
It sounds like it.
But they tell me TDM is too, so I got to be careful.
So you're saying we didn't qualify for FEMA. How big of a fire do we need to qualify for FEMA?
And so what I want to try to explain is FEMA has multiple grant programs. We did qualify on 2 of the fires for FEMA Fire Management Assistance grants, but those grants will only reimburse 75% of the cost of fighting the fire. It doesn't pay for any of the damages or any of the losses. In order to qualify for the governmental program, public assistance, we need $54 million of uninsured debris cost, response cost, or damage to government infrastructure. Private property owners will not qualify for FEMA public assistance or FMAGs. They never will. It's not in the grant programs.
Right. Now, I'm more thinking fire departments.
Yes, sir. So out of the fire departments, 31 of the fire departments in the Panhandle that responded to the Windy Deuce and the Smokehouse Creek fires will get reimbursement at some point. Now, and Chairman Hunter made reference to this. We started working with our local partners the Friday, I think, after the fire started. I got to look over here. I lost track of time. We met with many of our judges because we wanted to start tracking those costs, the expenses, and the receipts that day. It is a reimbursement program by the feds. You have to spend the money first. We have to prove that we've spent the money. We have to have the receipts, the contracts, and the invoices. We have to prove that they were paid, and then FEMA will reimburse that. Chairman Hunter's point to people waiting 7 years for FEMA, that's mostly on the individual assistance program. That's the money that goes to homeowners. We didn't qualify for that either. Out of the 400 plus homes that we had damaged, many of them had insurance. I needed 800 statewide uninsured to be able to qualify for that program. That's why it's off the table right now.
Do the fire departments have to have check marks beside their name to qualify?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Do they have to pass the test and be the qualified fire department to?
No, sir. I understand your question. No, they do not.
Cool. I'll pass.
Chief, thank you, first of all, for being here today and being part of this. We appreciate what you do. One of the big things I've heard about not only this fire, but numerous fires that we've had in the Panhandle is the communication coordination piece. Can you walk us through in a fire of this magnitude, because it doesn't stop at county lines, it doesn't stop at city limits, it doesn't, it doesn't stop at fire department jurisdictions or any of those kinds of things. How do you come into this situation and communicate with all of these different groups that are involved in something like this and begin the coordination? Because I hear a tremendous amount of complaints, but I'm not hearing how we typically try to solve any of those.
Yes, sir. You read an after-action report, whether it's the 9/11 after-action report or any of them, you'll find that communication concerns are the #1 area that we need to improve in on every disaster and every event. As we talk about communications, I like to divide it into two categories. There's technical communications and cultural communications. From the technical communication side, the $8,000 radios today can say they can talk to each other. Culturally,
All right, everyone, we will check back in Texas, but as you can see, we do have Secretary of State Antony Blinken meeting with the French Foreign Minister. Joint news conference happening now. Let's listen, as always, on Live Now from Fox, everyone.
À l'alliance qui l'unit avec les États-Unis d'Amérique dans le cadre de l'OTAN,
within the framework of NATO, as we're celebrating its 75th anniversary, as well as in the context of our bilateral relations. For some 2.5 centuries, we've always stood together in all fights with the United States of America. For freedom, the United States knows what it owes France, but I can tell you very concretely that we in France here, France knows as well what it owes the United States in its history. In this year of the 18th anniversary of D-Day, we will have other opportunities to say it forcefully, to celebrate the friendship between the United States and France on the 8th of June. And it is also this spirit of freedom that drives us and that led us to support Ukraine together. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, for 2 years now, Russia has been waging an unjustifiable aggression against a free and sovereign country. And not content with oppressing his own people, Vladimir Putin is trying to subjugate the Ukrainian people. But there are two obstacles that have been preventing him from doing so for 2 years now, and which are making his war failure for Russia. First of all, the bravery of the Ukrainians, who for 2 years have been fighting the massive assaults of the Russian armies. And today, although Ukraine certainly did not seek this war, they have done everything to avoid it, as a matter of fact, and they still intend to fight it. This fight is one of self-defense, which is guaranteed by the UN Charter. It is a just struggle. On the occasion of the meeting of NATO, the ministerial meeting tomorrow in Brussels, we shall yet again intensify our support to Kyiv and send across a clear signal of our determination. The conference held in Paris on the 26th of February was a clear step to that effect, and we're concretely implementing the decisions taken within the context of a number of coalitions that cover the needs of Ukraine. Together with the United States, dear Anthony, we are co-chairing a coalition on artillery, within the framework of which we are implementing part of our initiatives. In order to weaken the support, Russia, and I said it on many occasions here at press conferences, Russia is resorting to lies and to manipulating our public opinions. Russia finances interferences and also is promoting false media. It accuses Ukraine and Europe of crimes committed by others, recently Daesh, and it is a crude way of concealing the fact that Russia has chosen the wrong enemy by ignoring Islamic terrorism on its territory. And we in Europe will be determined to fight this propaganda. France will soon be proposing a regime of sanctions dedicated to those who support Russian companies of disinformation, destabilization of our country and of the whole European continent. It is a French proposal supported and implemented by the 27 member states. Dear Anthony, we talked about the Middle East, and please allow me first and foremost to express our firm condemnation of the Israeli strike that led to the death of 7 humanitarian persons personnel of the NGO World Central Kitchen. The humanitarian situation is disastrous and is worsening day after day, and nothing justifies such a tragedy. In this context, all decisions taken by the Security Council shall be implemented, including Resolution 2728. And what does it say? Well, it says that all hostages must be released immediately and without conditions, that all civilians must be protected, and that massive humanitarian aid should be delivered. And in this context, I had the chance to present the French initiatives at the Security Council to the General Secretary. We need to work on a two-state solution based on just and sustainable peace between Israel and Palestine, based on security guarantees on both sides. And I have found our discussions to be constructive. And over the next few weeks, I will continue to work and advocate all of this with all the stakeholders in the region and the permanent member of the Security Council. We shall also avoid any regional escalation. I have in mind Lebanon. France made proposals that were favorably received by our Lebanese partners, and I will continue to talk to all interested stakeholders. And all stakeholders shall prevent any escalation. We also talked about the war in Sudan. This is one of the worst humanitarian crises in the world. And on the 15th of April, we will organize a large humanitarian conference in Paris, co-chaired by France, Germany, and the European Union. We need to mobilize in order to work on this major crisis, which is being forgotten by the media and the political leaders. And I know I can count on you and on the United States, dear Anthony, to promote and make sure that this conference is a success for the people in need. Lastly, we talked about Armenia's territorial integrity, which is being challenged by Azerbaijan today. And let me tell you how worried we are, given the fact that the rhetoric of Azerbaijan is getting out of hand. And we see an increasing number of fake news as well coming from Baku. And they tend to blame Armenia for the responsibility of an escalation, even though Armenia is probably the only one willing and trying to avoid it in this part of the world. And I can see in all of this propaganda many common elements if you look at what is Russia is imposing on Ukraine. And dear Anthony, I think we shall pay extreme attention to that 6 months ahead of COP29 in Baku. Dear Secretary of State, this is a short introduction. I'm looking forward to further discussing these matters in Brussels and in the coming weeks. There is so much we still need to do so that the values, which are founding values for both our countries, can prevail around the world. Dear Anthony, thank you for these discussions. I'll now leave you the floor, and once again, thank you very much for the quality of our discussions.
I am truly delighted, as ever, to be in Paris. And Stéphane, I would like to thank you for this warm welcome and indeed for this important conversation, and I do believe quite constructive. If I may be allowed, I'll continue in English for my colleagues.
And as I just said, it's always wonderful to be back in Paris, but I especially wanted to thank my colleague and friend, Stéphane, for the incredibly warm welcome, but also the quality of the conversation that we had. He covered most of what we've talked about. Let me just add a couple of quick points of emphasis. On Ukraine, we discussed the imperative of continuing to support Ukraine so that it can effectively defend itself against the ongoing Russian aggression. That's for today. But also to make sure, through the work that we're doing, to help Ukraine build a strong military for the future, to attract private sector investment so that it builds up its economy, and to continue to strengthen its democracy, in particular by moving down the accession path toward the EU, we are ensuring that we will have a Ukraine that stands strongly on its own feet, militarily, economically, democratically. And that's the single best response to Putin's aggression. France has been a remarkable leader in this effort, both in making sure that Ukraine has what it needs to defend itself and also working to set it up for the long term. It's been a leader in burden sharing. Billions donated in military and economic assistance to Ukraine, but also rallying other countries, using its leadership to bring others along. We also see this leadership in the enforcement of sanctions and export controls to limit Putin's war machine. We are working day in, day out to effectively prevent the transfer of weapons and materials to Russia to fuel that war machine, to fuel its defense industrial base, including from Iran, from North Korea, and from China, something that we discussed today. This is not only a threat to Ukraine, it's actually a threat to European security as a whole. And so there's a strong interest on the part of France, on the part of all European countries, to do everything we can to prevent the ongoing bolstering of Russia's war machine. Part of our shared challenge, too, is making sure that we are continuing to build up and energize our defense industrial base. Earlier today, I had a chance to tour a factory where munitions are being produced. These munitions, French munitions, American munitions, munitions coming from other parts of Europe and well beyond, have been absolutely essential in ensuring that Ukraine could stand up against the Russian onslaught. We have to build a stronger allied defense industrial base that's capable of meeting the challenges of today, but also future challenges. And that's also one of the reasons why it is essential that the United States Congress pass President Biden's supplemental budget request as soon as possible, indeed, when it returns from its recess. That would further turbocharge our own defense industrial base while creating more good jobs in the United States. As Stefan said, we also spent some time talking about the Middle East. We've been grateful for France's partnership on the crisis in the Middle East and indeed working together to prevent the conflict that we see in Gaza from spreading to other parts of the region. Both of us agree on the need to get to the quickest possible ceasefire, to allow the release of hostages, to enable the surge and sustainment of humanitarian assistance. As I mentioned, we're coordinating closely when it comes to Lebanon and trying to prevent any spread of the conflict there, finding a diplomatic way forward. We're also working together on creating a path to a more durable and lasting peace with security guarantees and political guarantees for Israelis and Palestinians alike. Let me also reiterate what Stefan said about the attack on the World Food Kitchen members, World Central Kitchen, excuse me. First, I can only say that for so many of us, we extend our condolences to the loved ones, to the families, the friends, the colleagues of those who lost their lives, as well as those who were injured. I spoke to Jose Andres just about a week ago about the efforts that World Central Kitchen's engaged in Gaza, as it is in many other conflict zones around the world, including in Ukraine. They have been doing extraordinary, brave work, day in, day out, and critical work to try to make sure that people in need get what they need, starting with the most basic thing of all, food to survive. The victims of yesterday's strike join a record number of humanitarian workers who've been killed in this particular conflict. These people are heroes. They run into the fire, not away from it. They show the best of what humanity has to offer when the going really gets tough. They have to be protected. We shouldn't have a situation where people who are simply trying to help their their fellow human beings, are themselves at grave risk. We've spoken directly to the Israeli government about this particular incident. We've urged a swift, a thorough, and impartial investigation to understand exactly what happened. And as we have throughout this conflict, we've impressed upon the Israelis the absolute imperative of doing more to protect innocent civilian lives, be they Palestinian children, women, and men, or be they aid workers, as well as to get more humanitarian assistance to more people more effectively. Finally, let me just say that, as you heard from Stefan, we touched on a number of other issues. I think what we see is an extraordinary convergence between France and the United States on the major challenges of our time. We're cooperating together to try to ensure a free and open Indo-Pacific. That means a region where countries are free to choose their own path and their own partners, where problems are dealt with openly, where rules are reached transparently and applied fairly, where goods, ideas, people flow freely and lawfully. We're proud partners in the Paris Climate Summit, including joint efforts to advance civil nuclear energy as a greener alternative. Finally, let me just say how grateful we are as well to President Macron for his longstanding leadership on some of the most important cutting-edge issues of the day. For example, all of the issues attendant to cyberspace, uniting governments, private sector, civil society around rules of the road that reflect our shared values and our shared interests. It is, I think, very fitting that we are celebrating two landmark anniversaries this year. The 80th anniversary of the liberation that Stefan alluded to, as well as the 75th anniversary of NATO, the alliance, the defensive alliance that joins us together. In fact, the 80th anniversary of the liberation is a good reminder of why we decided a few years after the end of World War II to come together in that defensive alliance to help ensure that something like World War II would never happen again, to make clear that countries in the transatlantic space would look out for each other, have each other's backs, and in so doing, make it less likely that aggression would occur. So there's a lot to look forward to in the weeks and months ahead, even as we deal with the challenges of this moment, and I look forward to being back in France to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
One question per media, please.
Thank you very much.
Could you please stand up, please?
Oh, of course.
Don't drop the laptop, John.
Sorry about this. Very disorganized over here. Mr. Secretary, as the leader of the U.S. Department that has approved the transfer of the vast majority of the Israeli bombs dropped in this conflict, do events like the bombing of the World Central Kitchen convoy give you pause about continuing the flood of U.S. weapons into Israel? And a second question for both of you, Secretary Blinken and Minister Sejourné, there has been a rise of Ukrainian strikes on Russian oil refineries. The West is fairly united in saying these strikes are justified. Do you think hitting these facilities is the right strategic approach for Ukraine?
Please. Thank you, John. Let me take the second question first. It has been our view and policy from day one when it comes to Ukraine to do everything we possibly can to help Ukraine defend itself against this Russian aggression. At the same time, we have neither supported nor enabled strikes by Ukraine outside of its territory. With regard to arm transfers, look, I think it's very important to put this in its proper perspective and to understand what we're talking about. First, we have a long-standing commitment to Israel's security and to helping ensure its ability to defend itself. That's been a policy from administration to administration, Republican, Democrat, back and forth. And indeed, that policy developed over many years, developed into successive agreements between the United States and Israel, long duration agreements, 10 years in this case, to provide military assistance over that time frame to about $3 billion a year. That's the system that's in place, and it's long been in place. These arms transfers, every single one, happens consistent with statutory and policy requirements. That includes both informal and formal notifications to Congress, and it's what we do with every country with whom we have a defense relationship that involves the sale or transfer of arms. Now, the other important piece of context is this. With Israel, and this is also true with other countries, there are a number of open cases, open requests of previously notified cases which have not been fully fulfilled or completed. In the case of Israel, for example, there are many requests that were made and were notified to Congress and agreed to that go back a decade or more. And it takes time often to produce the material or the weapons in question, the parts, etc. These complex systems, simply put, can take years to actually allow us to fulfill the request and the agreement. So many of the cases that you occasionally report on now underwent congressional review years ago and were notified years ago, well before the conflict in Gaza started.
Isn't that more of a problem, though, because they were approved in a non-wartime context?
Well,
the Congress never had a chance.
let me come to that, because again, all of this context is very, very important. We, of course, also go out of our way to make sure that we're actually going above and beyond the law and what's required. In briefing Congress, we go to the relevant oversight committees. We make sure that they're aware of ongoing transfers above the statutory threshold, even ones that they've approved a long time ago. And even when there's no requirement that there be additional notice or additional approval of any kind. Now, we've been focused on trying to make sure that October 7th can never happen again. But having said that, the security relationship we have with Israel is not just about Gaza, Hamas, October 7th. It's also about the threats posed to Israel by Hezbollah, by Iran, by various other actors in the region, each one of which has vowed, one way or another, to try to destroy Israel. So the weapons, the systems that Israel has sought to acquire, and as I said, have been contracted in many cases over many, many years, go to self-defense. They go to deterrence, trying to avoid more conflicts. They go to replenishment of their supplies and their stocks. So that's the system that's in place, has been in place for a long time, and one that continues. Now, as to the conflict in Gaza, from day one, we have worked to impress upon Israel the imperative of protecting civilians, of adhering fully to international humanitarian law, to the law of armed conflict. That is something that we are looking at and review on a regular basis, and that we're engaged with Israel on a regular basis, including as recently as yesterday when we met by video with the Israeli delegation.
Merci. Je vais être assez clair et direct, puisque pour ce qui est des attaques ukrainiennes sur les raffineries russes,
by Ukraine against Russian refineries. This brings almost no comment on our behalf. The Ukrainian people is acting in self-defense, and we consider that Russia is the aggressor, and in such circumstances there is hardly anything else to say. I think you understood me. A question from the French press. Good afternoon, Delphine Twitou, AFP. I have a question regarding the Israeli strike on the consulate. A question for both of you. So about the strike by Israel on Iran's consulate in Damas, I'd like to know whether you fear any escalation in the region. And a follow-up question, given what happened in Gaza recently, did Israel go beyond some red lines, and what would be the red lines in Gaza or elsewhere as to the way Israel is behaving at the moment? Let me start. To be extremely clear, the whole purpose of our action from the very beginning, and I believe the Secretary of State is in the same mindset, it is all about preventing escalation. That's the whole purpose of our action. And there are a number of stakeholders who obviously are trying to expand the conflict in the north of Israel, in the Red Sea. We talked about it, and we already made comments on that here. The strikes against the United States in Syria and Iraq or elsewhere. So the escalation is entirely their responsibility. So I need not qualify things, but I need to tell you that the whole purpose of our action is to prevent this escalation, and we will accordingly not comment on what happened.
I can only say the same thing. We're following the same approach. We're working very closely together to avoid an escalation.
Que ce soit en Irak, que ce soit en Syrie, que ce soit la mer Rouge,
the Red Sea,
au Yémen, etc.
Or in Yemen, etc. And with respect to the strikes in Syria, we are trying to ascertain the facts. We are in the process of learning exactly what happened, and we are continuing to work to understand the details. But we are working every day together, France and the United States, especially in Lebanon, to avoid that there be a conflict between the parties, a conflict about which we are convinced neither the Israelis, neither Hezbollah, neither Lebanon want, or neither Iran.
Nous allons prendre une autre question de la presse américaine.
One more question from the American press.
Thank you. Hi, Simon Lewis from Reuters. I just firstly wanted to come back to the issue of the World Central Kitchen workers, the 7 workers who were killed by an Israeli strike. I had the honor of actually knowing one of them, Zomi Frankom, and I can testify to her zest for life, kindness, and selflessness that we could see in the work that she was doing. This morning, I've seen an image of her Australian passport covered in blood. It's quite striking. Secretary Blinken, you've been warning for several months about the need for more humanitarian aid to get into Gaza. You recently talked about the near-famine conditions there. This is the reason why these World Central Kitchen workers were there. You've called for an investigation, but this isn't the first time that aid convoys have been hit. This isn't the first time that the Israelis have been taking action that's restricted aid, both going into the Gaza Strip and being distributed. So I really wanted to ask, are you going to do more if this continues? This has continued for months. Is there more than you can do and simply raise these issues with the Israelis? And if their investigation comes back with certain findings, is there some action that the United States, as the main backer of Israel, is going to take regarding that? And secondly, France has proposed a new UN Security Council resolution on Gaza that goes further than the one that the US abstained on last month, calls for decisive and irreversible measures taken by parties towards a two-state solution. Secretary Blinken, you've called for a pathway to a two-state solution, a Palestinian state. So will you support such a resolution? And to the Foreign Minister, Regarding that resolution, are you assured of having US support for that? The US has used its veto several times since October to block resolutions on Gaza. So would you call on Secretary Blinken to not use the veto in this case? Thank you.
Simon, with regard to humanitarian assistance, going back to the very first trip that I made to Israel after October 7th, a few days later, in every trip subsequent to that, I and many others, starting with President Biden, have worked to impress upon Israel the moral, the strategic, the legal imperative of doing everything possible to provide humanitarian assistance to people who need it. And of course, we've seen Israel take important steps over the last 6 or so months, whether it was opening Kerem Shalom, whether it was actually starting by opening the Rafah crossing to begin to allow assistance in, Kerem Shalom, guaranteed fuel deliveries, flour through the Ashdod port, opening a new gate, 96 gate, just a couple of weeks ago. Now the maritime corridor that many of us are working to establish. They've taken steps, but it is, simply put, insufficient. It is not enough to meet the needs of the children, the women, the men in Gaza who remain caught in a horrific crossfire of Hamas's making. So in our conversations with the Israeli government, including just last week when the defense minister was in Washington, and just yesterday when we were on a video conference with Israeli counterparts, we impressed again upon them the imperative of now surging and sustaining assistance, and not only getting it into Gaza, but within Gaza, getting it to everyone who needs it, including in the north, where, as you know, the conditions are the most challenged, and where World Central Kitchen was laboring to get assistance to people. So we and many others, including France, are intensely focused on this, and we are looking very carefully to see that necessary steps are taken to ensure that the assistance needed gets in and gets to people who need it. This also involves issues like much better coordination on the ground. We'll see what the investigation of the incident with World Central Kitchen reveals, but coordination has been a perennial problem, deconfliction, as well as other challenges, destroyed roads, lack of trucks within Gaza, things of that nature that have to be remedied, as well as the access points into Gaza. Having said all of that, I'm not going to get into hypotheticals or get ahead of myself or get ahead of the administration. All I can tell you is this is an area of intense focus and absolute necessity. When it comes to the Security Council, France and the United States work very closely together as permanent members on pretty much every issue that comes before the Council, including this one. And I look forward in the days and weeks ahead to talking about the current effort, other efforts that may come forward. We share the same objectives. I think, based on my conversations with Stefan, I think we both agree that getting an immediate ceasefire to enable the release of hostages and the surging of humanitarian assistance would be the best next step that we could have to actually really change things on the ground. So we want to make sure that we're maximizing the efforts to do that. Negotiations with regard to a ceasefire and the hostages are ongoing. We also agree that we have to find a path to a durable, lasting peace for Palestinians and Israelis alike. And we both agree that ultimately that has to include the establishment of a Palestinian state with necessary security guarantees for Israel. So we're aligned on the fundamentals, and we'll be talking in the days and weeks ahead about any of the measures that are before the Council.
Oui, de notre côté, nous avons déjà salué
concern, we already a week ago commended the adoption of the resolution, and we, as a matter of fact, are calling on all parties to comply with its content. Otherwise, there is no international law anymore and no multilateral solution. France, like you said, is also working on an initiative at the Security Council, together with its partners, including the United States. We're working on the parameters of how to exit the crisis, including the political parameters. Of course, they're being discussed in different fora within a number of diplomatic circles. We're working on a two-state solution, all the different possibilities of what could lead to an end to this political crisis with a ceasefire and the arrival of humanitarian assistance, and a political architecture that would enable to have security on both sides. We also, together with the Secretary of State, talked about another point, and that was the purpose of my visit to Cairo on Saturday, where I met my Egyptian and Jordanian counterparts, and in Guyana as well. We talked about the barriers and how to exit this crisis, and we will continue to talk to all the members of the Security Council and more broadly to the countries of the region. And we have the intuition, the feeling that we can find a consensus as broad as possible for a sustainable way out of this crisis. And this will require the adoption of a new resolution. If there can be, or if there shall be another way, and there will be, but such is what this is what France is working on. One last question on behalf of the French press. Thank you, Philippe Ricard, Le Monde. About Ukraine, I'd like to know whether France and the United States now agree on the possibility of Ukraine at some point joining NATO. Of course, that will be discussed in July at the NATO summit. And the question on Iran regarding Ukraine. Do you we feel there is there's some increased concerns about the delivery of weapons by Iran? Do you have any information on that? Like we said on the occasion of the summit in Vilnius, I believe the member states of NATO share the same point of view. We are supporting the reforms undertaken by Ukraine in order to join NATO, and we shall work in order to prepare this NATO summit, which shall be a summit of unity. This is important, and both France and the United States are attached to this unity on that point. So in the coming hours, in the coming weeks, I believe we will be confirming this unity, and we shall stick to the Vilnius formula, I believe.
Yes, indeed. We did talk about the NATO summit and Ukraine, and we'll talk about it in much greater detail in the coming days in Brussels during the NATO foreign ministers meeting. As the Allies stated in Vilnius, Ukraine will be member of NATO. For us, the issue is having a good and clear roadmap to reach this conclusion. And I believe that the NATO summit for the 75th anniversary will indeed be highly focused and quite concretely as to how we can establish this roadmap, or to use another image, the bridge, the necessary bridge to allow Ukraine to become a member of NATO. And with respect to Iranian missiles, which are being sent to Russia and are being used against the Ukrainian people, indeed, we did mention it. We are working together to try to interrupt, at least penalize, any support of this nature, be it from Iran, North Korea, or elsewhere, including China. And this is also something that will be mentioned probably with our NATO colleagues in the coming days.
Thank you, Ministers. This was the last question of this press conference. Thank you for attending.
Merci.
Right, the Secretary of State Antony Blinken meeting with the French foreign minister, talking on a range of topics, but the big ones, Ukraine and Israel, as those wars continue to rage on. We are going to take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thanks again for joining us here. As always, we want to keep an eye on some severe weather that we are tracking here that is going to be taking place not only in the morning hours, but it will start to even ramp up even more in the afternoon and evening hours. We're taking a look here at the track right now, and you can see in the Kentucky area, Memphis, Tennessee as well, getting hit pretty hard right now with some severe storms on its way to Nashville as well. That cell that we are looking at right in the middle. After storms caused damage in the nation's heartland just yesterday, today we are tracking severe weather outbreak potential, and it is expected to be more intense with the potential for strong, long-track tornadoes that could tear across parts of Ohio, northern and central Kentucky, and southeastern Indiana. A broader severe weather risk extends into portions of the southeast, where strong tornadoes are a threat from this evening into the overnight hours as well across parts of Alabama and Georgia. An initial round of severe thunderstorms was ongoing in portions of the Ohio Valley this morning, but a second round of severe weather is expected to begin this afternoon as forecasters concerned as supercells are forecast to develop after the passage of a warm front. In addition to the significant tornado threat, the Fox Forecast Center said large hail and 70+ mile-per-hour winds are also possible. So let's just zoom out here a little bit to kind of show you the lay of the land that we are seeing right now. And you can see it really is widespread of these storms that we are continuing 2-track right now. Let's go over to Columbus, Ohio area, and you can see some major storms pushing through right now as well. So again, we will continue to follow this for you as always on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take another 2-minute break, but before we do, we are going to be not only looking up to the skies today, but also on Monday. Total solar eclipse coverage right here, 2024, happening on Monday, presented by Nissan. Our live coverage starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. Back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being here with us. Our next live event that we are looking at to be taking in full here is coming up in just moments. Secretary Buttigieg will be talking about federal Railroad Administration talking about some major rail safety announcement. That is all happening at the U.S. Department of Transportation. We'll also be keeping an eye on it because, you know, some of the questions will have to do with the Baltimore Bridge as the debris cleanup does continue. A live look there as well. I do want to show you the Dow Jones right now. Major stock sell-off today, close to 400 points in the red, and we'll continue to look at that for you, as always, on Live Now from Fox. But again, major stock sell-off today. All right, I do want to go out to some more live coverage that we have here for you. Let's go back out to Texas, where we do have officials in a hearing talking about the deadly Texas Panhandle wildfires that unfortunately killed 2 people and burned more than 1 million acres. Let's listen, as always, on Live Now from Fox.
We'd like to take a look at it.
We'll make a call, sir, to see if we can get that, sir.
It's 9:45 a.m. Central Time. Why don't, if you all could, kind of text somebody or see if we can say, how long is this contract?
Sir.
Is this a short contract, a long contract, or do you know?
I do not know, sir.
Oh, you don't know? Yeah. So who in the Forest Service knows about this contract?
My
we're getting ready.
Yes.
Your Hertz, we're going to Avis here in a second, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll ask him the contract questions. You don't know anything about that other than the miraculous contract is there. Or do you know that?
Well, sir, if I may clarify here, we get our airplanes resourced through Regional Rate of the U.S. Forest Service, whom we have a relationship with there, okay? We're going to try to get a copy of their contract to see how long it's for and what have you. I will also say, if I may add, the issue of the availability of aircrafts. I'm also on the Wildland Fire Committee for the National Association of State Foresters, was discussed in our last meeting on moving that up and not basing it just on California. So this issue is one that is also germane to my counterparts in other parts of the United States.
What does California have to do with this?
The conversation we had during the meeting is that the contracts and the aircraft should be available earlier than just basing it on the California wildfire season.
Okay, well, that'll be a topic for some more questions. But right now, you all make that request for the contract. Now, I'm assuming it may have some other paragraphs about some other issues that the public may want to know about. Don't you agree?
I agree about that.
Okay. So if you'll all do this, and I'm sure you'll be hanging around with us, won't you?
Yes, sir. I'll be here for at least 2 days.
Because I'll be
here 3 days.
Chairman, I'll be checking with you on the discovery of the contract.
When we have that contract in-house, we will redirect Director Davis or Fire Chief.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Other questions? Mr. Abraham?
Hey, Al. So here's the. I mean, you heard some of the stuff I was talking about, but here's one. I want to kind of change subjects for your ground crew. I want to set the scene for you. So here's the scene. We've been fighting fire, and I'm talking the volunteer fire department. Most of them have been up for 48 hours. And you guys kind of come rolling in with your fancy trucks. But the problem is, you don't fall in with our guys. You do your own deal. It's kind of like, you're kind of like unwanted family that shows up, and now we got to feed you and take care of you. And you got some good ideas for us.
All right, everybody, we will continue to take a listen at that hearing in Texas, but do want to go out to the Department of Transportation right now. Secretary Buttigieg is going to be speaking on a major rail announcement, and we'll also be looking for more remarks on the Baltimore Bridge cleanup.
States. But they can also pose a severe hazard when they are understaffed and poorly prepared for emergencies. Firefighters responding to these emergencies need to know that there is a minimum level of safety standards in place. We applaud the U.S. Department of Transportation for its focus on improving rail safety since the major train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio last year. The need for strong safety standards continues. More than 1,500 derailments have occurred since the East Palestine incident, and several of them involved hazardous materials. One of the fundamental safety issues we are proud to support is the Department of Transportation's requirement for trains to have two-person crews. Requiring at least 2 crew members per train is a critical safety feature that protects the train's occupants, firefighters, and the community in which the train travels. As first responders, we train to respond to rail emergencies, but we rely on fully staffed rail crews to assist us. Rail emergencies may occur in remote areas, and these crew members are the first line of defense until we arrive. Trained crew members may only have a few minutes or even seconds to make important decisions, like cutting a train to create a pathway for first responders. When train lengths are approaching 3 miles, relying on just one single crew member is a recipe for disaster. Even once fire and EMS personnel are on scene, we rely on train crews to provide critical cargo information or to identify mechanical issues. We commend the Department of Transportation for recognizing that trains must be fully staffed, even when positive train control is in use. This technology is not perfect and cannot replace 2 trained humans. We applaud Secretary Buttigieg for his leadership in affirming the importance of crew size and rail safety in general. Our nation's firefighters, railroads, and communities will be safer because of this rule. Since being sworn in, Secretary Buttigieg has focused the department on 5 goals: safety, jobs, equity, climate, and innovation. Secretary Buttigieg has also focused on other major initiatives, such as developing a comprehensive national roadway safety strategy, delivering COVID-19 relief funds, and awarding over $9.5 billion in discretionary funding to enhance more than 800 transportation projects nationwide. I'm honored to introduce Secretary Pete Buttigieg and share the podium with a staunch advocate for protecting firefighters and safeguarding communities.
Well, thanks very much, David. I'll be more popular at home with my 2-year-old son now that he knows that I've been standing with firefighters today. And I want to recognize so many of the workers who are represented here, who have been fighting for safe crew sizes for some time. We are proud to stand with the workers of America's supply chains, American railroading, American infrastructure, and America's first responders. And that's true not just in the context of today's wins, but in the context of what it takes every day. Because by the time I've gotten up, fed the dog, poured out some cereal or fried an egg, and gotten in the vehicle to head to work, there's already about 10 or 20 different things that I have touched or handled or counted on that are only there because of America's workers. So it is the absolute minimum that our country could do to make sure that those workers are safe. And to the tens of thousands of Americans who, from rail workers to families living near train lines, who spoke up and left comments supporting this proposed rule, I want to thank you because you helped bring us to today. Anyone who served in the military knows the phrase bottom line up front, so I will start with the bottom line up front. This is a good day for the safety of rail workers, rail passengers, and every American who lives near a rail line all across this country, because America's rails are safer today than they were yesterday. We're going to recognize that and celebrate that, but first I want to take a moment just talking about why this matters so much. Last week in Baltimore, we were reminded of what is at stake in the safety of our transportation systems, that it is literally about lives and about livelihoods. And safety is the #1 reason why this Department of Transportation exists. You all know well what safety on our rails means. But for anybody following along from home, I want to make sure people understand how far we still have to go on railway safety. Last year, I visited East Palestine in Ohio to meet community members and see the site of that Norfolk Southern derailment firsthand. And a few months later, I met with rail workers in Nebraska after the explosion at the UP rail yard in North Platte, which forced residents there to evacuate their homes. Administrator Bose was in Pueblo, Colorado at the site of a BNSF railway coal train derailment. In 2023, America saw 7 rail-related employee on-duty deaths and 46 employee on-duty major injuries across all railroads. And 2023 was not an outlier or a fringe exception. America has averaged more than 1 train derailment per day for as long as I've been alive. That status quo is not acceptable, nor is it inevitable. The rate of derailments in this country is not preordained. That's something we know from experience, because when good safety rules have been put in place over the years, especially after high-profile incidents, we see derailments come down on mainline tracks. But as attention faded on those incidents, the railroad industry lobby was consistently able to weaken or delay important safety provisions, sometimes through legislation in Congress, sometimes by watering down regulations, sometimes getting a regulatory process frozen entirely, like what happened under the previous administration. Since day one of the Biden administration, we have been working to improve rail safety and keep workers and communities safe. Through the president's bipartisan infrastructure package, we awarded billions of dollars to modernize rail infrastructure and improve dangerous highway rail crossings across the country. Our Federal Railroad Administration has completed 7,500 focused inspections along the routes of high-hazard flammable trains. We have issued safety advisories and advanced new policies to address tank car types, train lengths, hazmat spills, and worker fatigue and protections that workers need. We also know that rail workers are safest when they are not stretched too thin. So it's another reason why I'm so proud to welcome so many rail workers here to the DOT today. Almost 90% of Class 1 union rail workers now have paid sick days, thanks to the work of you all and your unions who reached agreements with the railroads and through the leadership of President Biden, and we're proud of our contributions in this department to make it a priority to support those efforts, because just about a year and a half ago, it was 5% who had sick leave. Now we're at 89, and we're going to keep pushing for that other 11% until it gets to 100. And we know that a big part of ensuring safety is ensuring that there is enough staff on board to safely operate the train and respond when something happens. And that's what brings us here today. These railroad corporations have, in some cases, begun using trains that are a multiple of the length that they used to be. Some of these trains running through communities are about 3 miles long. For perspective, if you put the Empire State Building on its side and then added 11 more Empire State Buildings, that's about how big some of these trains would be. And they want to operate that with one person. Certainly can't imagine operating one Empire State Building with one person. And it doesn't move. It defies common sense, and that changes today. So, on behalf of the Biden administration, our department is proud to issue this final rule requiring safe crew sizes for every train across America. And we're excited to celebrate that with you. That means that we finally have a general provision establishing minimum crew size for trains that should, and from now on must, have at least 2 crew members. A second crew member is vital to performing safety functions like securing a train with handbrakes, handling track switches that are not remotely controlled, obtaining track authorities, assisting in emergencies, and much more. Americans across the country commented on this rulemaking, including railroad workers who know firsthand why this rule is so important. Many described how the conductor and the engineer work together to help each other avoid dangerous situations and prevent accidents. One worker said asking a person to run a train alone for 12 plus hours is like a kind of solitary confinement that will inevitably lead to fatigue. One worker said, "We must have 2-person train crews to stay alive in this job by looking out for each other," which is what America's railroad workers do. And workers described how when a train is blocking a road, which is a huge headache that we hear about again and again in communities, having a second crew member can also be helpful toward clearing that issue and moving more quickly, or even where necessary, cutting the train to unblock a crossing. I know that people have been urging this department to address safe crew sizes for over 10 years. President Obama started a rulemaking process, but the process was then frozen during the Trump administration. But safe crew size was a priority for President Biden, and under his leadership, we resumed work in this area, and a new rule was introduced, which is now complete and final. Before this rule, a railroad could unilaterally decide to just operate with 1 crew member without needing to check in with us. With this rule, we will allow special approval if and only if a requesting railroad can show to us that their circumstances mean a 1-person crew will be no less safe. But I expect those cases to be the exception, not the rule. And that's not just a saying now, because we actually have a rule. Communities and workers will have the opportunity to weigh in. Communities and workers will have the opportunity to weigh in before there is any determination from the FRA. This rule is also going to address the patchwork of differing, uncoordinated requirements that have been developing across the states, with some governors of both parties doing the right thing while others caved to railroad lobbyists. You know, when they pushed against the rules requiring 2-person crews at the state level, one of the things the railroad lobby said was the federal government should be the one to make the rule so that there's uniformity across state lines. So here we go. This is a rule that is good for workers, it is good for communities, it is good for America's economy. And I actually am convinced that it is good for railroading writ large as well. But we know there's more to do. This rule alone will not prevent every incident or accident. So we're going to keep pushing together on what we know that we can achieve from within this building. We're going to keep pushing industry to make the changes that they could make today if they were willing. And we are going to keep pressing Congress to pass the Railway Safety Act. That's a bill that was introduced by bipartisan leaders in the wake of East Palestine, but has since been derailed by the railroad lobby and their allies in Congress. Some of the same Republican representatives and senators who were loudest in professing outrage over that derailment 1 year ago are uncharacteristically avoiding comment right now that their votes are needed to pass this into law. This should be a completely bipartisan, nonpartisan issue, and Congress must pass it into law. This is legislation that would phase in safer tank cars, require defect detectors, expand the list of hazardous materials that qualify for stricter safety precautions. It would also increase the size of the fines that we can level against railroads so that they stop having any temptation to consider safety violations as a minor and manageable cost of doing business. So to everybody in Congress and the railroad industry, we invite you to join us in supporting the Railway Safety Act, and we invite you to join us in celebration of the rule that we are finalizing today. Everyone can choose safety, and I am certain that railroading can remain a stupendously profitable business while becoming a safer one as well. So let me end just again by welcoming and thanking everyone who is here, and most importantly, everyone that you represent, because every American counts on you, whether they realize it or not. And I want to thank you for your participation in this process, because we got over 13,000 comments on this rule, so many of them informed by your day-to-day experience. And by the way, about 99% of the individuals who commented on this rule were in favor of it. It is a good day when the voices of working people win the day. And I'll say it happens on a lot more days in the Biden-Harris administration. But it's still a really special thing to be able to celebrate today. You all changed the rules of the game today, and your fellow workers and fellow Americans are going to be safer because of it. So thank you again. And with that, I have the honor of turning it over to our Federal Rail Administrator, whose team at FRA, along with so many in the Office of the Secretary and throughout this building, have done so much to partner with voices across the sector, to never let this go, and to move sometimes administrative and bureaucratic mountains to make sure that common sense is the law of the land. So with great appreciation, let me turn it over to America's Federal Rail Administrator, Amit Bose.
Thank you very much, Secretary Buttigieg. Thank you to the leaders and members of the nearly dozen unions represented here today in person, who all play such an important role in our railroad network. The Secretary is right. Today is a good day for rail safety. As a federal regulator, rail safety has long been FRA's top priority. Still, the reality is this is a moment that demands more of us. FRA is not satisfied with stagnant safety trends, which unfortunately have been the norm over the last decade. Rail-related incidents nationwide continue to impact communities and workers in very real and unacceptable ways. They deserve better. When it comes to rail safety, we cannot accept business as usual. FRA has and will continue to act to make rail safer, and today's announcement is further evidence safety is very much front and center in our minds. Establishing minimum safety requirements for the size of train crews and generally requiring and emphasizing the importance and necessity of a second crew member on trains is a big step forward to enhance rail safety across the industry. As the Secretary pointed out, before this rule, railroads could run one-person crew operations without performing a rigorous risk assessment, mitigating known risks, or even notifying FRA. We are closing that loophole and putting in place a rigorous federal oversight process to empower communities and railroad workers to make their voices heard during FRA's decision-making process on whether to grant special approval for one-person train crew operations. The public's participation is warranted because any reduction of crew staffing from a two-person train crew could raise numerous general and operational safety concerns in communities across America. Today's final rule acknowledges the important role both crew members play in the safe operations of trains. And it comes at a time when the latest annual data reflects some troubling trends that demonstrate the need to improve rail safety. The American public and rail workers deserve and expect common sense safety measures like this rule. And they made their voices heard on this topic. As you heard, FRA received more than 13,000 comments on this rulemaking, and only about 60 of those comments opposed the proposed rule. Today's announcement builds on several actions FRA has taken to raise rail safety standards and protect rail workers and communities. Under the Biden administration, FRA has utilized the full range of our authorities using various tools to draw attention to safety concerns. For instance, FRA has undertaken new focused efforts like those examining the safety cultures of Class 1 railroads, as well as high hazardous flammable train routes across the country. Today's rule is only the most recent final rule announced by FRA since this administration took office. In January, FRA announced a rule ensuring train crews and other employees transporting certain hazardous materials are provided and trained on emergency escape breathing apparatuses to help improve safety and protect the public. We finalized another rule more than a decade in the making to systemically address worker fatigue, a persistent issue in railroading that impacts workers represented by everyone here today. We are not done, and we continue to push forward on final rules that would require railroads to develop written programs for certifying dispatchers and signal employees. Beyond rulemakings, our agency is being nimble and acting quickly to raise attention to safety concerns through safety advisories and safety bulletins, issuing 8 advisories and 9 bulletins over the last 13 months. Utilizing preliminary information on recent derailments and accidents, each of these warnings, as designed, were to help protect railroad workers and communities to avoid preventable incidents in the future. For example, in response to the Norfolk Southern East Palestine derailment, 2 Kansas City Southern derailments, and 2 additional Norfolk Southern incidents in Sandusky, Ohio, and Warner Robins, Georgia, FRA issued safety advisories relating to the use, maintenance, and training on hot-bearing wayside detectors. FRA has encouraged railroads to review and update rules intended to protect roadway workers, raising concerns about incidents in recent years resulting in 2 roadway workers losing their lives. We have also expressed concerns relating to train makeup, using information from 6 separate events, including Norfolk Southern derailments in Springfield, Ohio, and Albers, Illinois, Union Pacific derailments in Hampton, Iowa, Sibley, Iowa, and Rupert, Idaho, and a Kansas City Southern derailment in Garvette, Arkansas. FRA is using funding from the President's bipartisan infrastructure law to make freight rail safer. That includes 70 projects we funded through the CRISI Grants Program and another 63 through the Railroad Crossing Elimination Program. Both of those announcements were last year. Just last week, we announced the availability of more than $2.4 billion in the next round of CRISI funding to invest in even more projects around the country. FRA is not going to stop. We're going to keep continuing to take actions. We're going to invest in modern, safe infrastructure, and we are going to keep doing right by Americans living near, working on, and traveling along rail lines by supporting rail safety. Today is a huge and important step forward in this effort. Thank you. And now I'd like to turn it over to Smart TD's head, Jeremy Ferguson.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Secretary, to speak here today and for what we've been presented. This is a monumental day. As president of the Smart Transportation Division, the largest rail union representing conductors and engineers, it is a very monumental day that codifies two-person crews on every freight train that we have operating out there. I want to thank the Biden administration. I want to thank President Biden, first of all, right? And I want to thank the entire administration. I want to thank Secretary Buttigieg, and I want to thank Administrator Amit Bose for making sure that we finally got the regulation that all of us deserve. This is very important for safety, but not just for our safety. When I talk safety, I talk about the safety of our communities that we operate through. I talk about the safety of our first responders, including our firefighters that are here with us today. I talk about the professional men and women that are operating the train. And more importantly, we also talk about all the other crafts that are out here on the railroad with us that depend on us to keep them safe while they go about their day-to-day task. For well over a decade, we have watched the debates. We've listened to the debates with frustration about whether we should or should not have two-person crew regulation or legislation. Well, today, this administration has shown that it has delivered common sense regulation that ensures everybody's safety is put first and foremost in a common sense manner ahead of all other issues. I could go on and on about the never-ending safety values that we provide as professional railroaders, but our Secretary Buttigieg has done a great job today outlining all our tasks that we as engineers and conductors do day to day. And I'm going to have to see if I can get him signed up to pay some union dues if he's this much of an expert. I really appreciate that. But as I was saying, we are professional railroaders. We are proud of what we do day in and day out. We are proud of our craft expertise that we bring to the table. We are glad that we have been recognized for that expertise, but most importantly, we are so very happy, thrilled, ecstatic that that expertise is now put forth in the form of a regulation codifying our expertise as required to safely operate freight trains. So on behalf of all of us as Smart Transportation Division members, I thank you for letting us be a part of this commitment to safety in this monumental day. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Vince Verna. I'm Vice President and National Legislative Representative for the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen. For over 160 years, the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen have been working to better the lives of rail employees. Throughout wars, recessions, pandemics, railroad workers have proudly and dutifully moved the nation's passengers and freight. We've been a proud part of the Teamsters for over 20 years. Challenging the status quo is hard. The railroads are big, profitable, and wield a lot of influence. Their employees, the great people we represent, help ensure those profits keep coming, all while doing their jobs, with safety being job number one. And teamwork is critical. Positive changes like paid sick leave, fatigue and rest mitigation through better scheduling, participation in C3RS programs represent positive areas where railroads and employees are making collective bargaining agreements to make life on the job better and safer. Limiting train size to match the infrastructure that trains run on and the equipment they are outfitted with, and to not block grade crossings and cut off communities remain as important safety goals. The Confidential Close Call Reporting System, C3RS, was conceived in 2003 at a meeting I attended in Baltimore, Maryland. We've just begun a pilot program with Norfolk Southern Railroad, and we are eager to make progress with the adoption of programs on other Class I railroads. It has been 21 years. BLET has been working on protecting and mandating crew size for 13 years, and in the aftermath that followed the tragic accident in Lac-Mégantic, Canada, that killed 47 people. Safety improvements have come too slowly to the railroads. But it is great to finally be working with an administration that is listening to workers, not doing what the workers tell the administration to do, but taking our input as professionals. We are the ones that they need to listen to make the railroad safer for everyone. We applaud President Biden, Secretary Buttigieg, FRA Administrator Bose, all of their staffs for all their hard work. Person in this room who's worked for many years alongside me to make this a reality. And to make this a continuing priority. This is not, we haven't finished anything today. We celebrate a final rule being passed, but it also represents the start of something. Congress has yet to act even a year after the East Palestine derailment in Ohio. For Congress, legislating is your job. Please do your job or get out of the way and let somebody who's willing to step up and do the job do it. The work that a two-person crew performs is critical. I did it for 18 years in the cab of a locomotive before I came to Washington. I know it's safer. Our members here today, with a combined of over 100 years of service in the audience from just BLET members, they know it's safer. Our members are here and they understand that it's in their bones. It's just safer to have a team member there working with you, and none of us wants to work by ourselves. For the Rail Association people, the lobbyists, who it hasn't dawned on yet that a two-person crew is safer, you know, I would urge them to get out from behind their laptops and ride on the head end of a train in the cab of a locomotive. Get out at 2 in the morning with no notice and get on a train. Get out and smell the creosote and diesel fumes. Teamwork with a two-person train crew has a real impact, and saying it doesn't is either ignorant, misleading, or dangerous, usually all three. European examples of one-person train crews are not analogous to U.S. freight rail operations at all. Contained within all of the railroad's improving safety statistics is an operating crew with at least 2 people. Without safety, the record profits will stop. So we know that teamwork than you do alone. So together, with everyone in this room, with the good people in the administration on this stage, and yes, with the railroads who are going to thank us for fighting so hard for this because it will help them as well, we'll move forward in making safety not just our priorities, but a reality as well. Thank you very much.
We are going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. And we will, you know what, let's hold off on the break right now. It looks like Secretary Buttigieg will be taking some questions here.
Part of this process. We're really proud of this work, and we know there is more work to do. Just to wrap up, a couple of final points. I've said it, but it bears repeating. We need Congress to pass the Railway Safety Act. It would give us the targeted authorities we need to keep Americans safe. It would hold industry to a higher standard, and it would save lives. We need Congress to pass it. And 2, we're going to keep doing everything we can on our own. Anything that doesn't require an act of Congress, we're going to remain hard at work on getting done. Today's rule is a big deal, and it builds up a head of steam for the other safety improvements we're going to push towards together. So thank you all for your leadership, and congratulations. This is your day, and we're proud to stand with you to get this done. Thanks very much.
All right. right, no questions there to Secretary Buttigieg. So we will take a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. Everyone stay right here with us. More to come in moments. And welcome back to Live Now with another live feed coming in. Let's go out to Fort Lauderdale, Florida. This is a reproduction freedom field hearing going on with House Democrat Policy Committee field hearing as we are hearing the field hearing on the threat of reproductive freedom with testimony from the Secretary of Health and Human Services as well. So let's listen on Live Now from Fox, everyone.
When performed in the right environment, we know that it is safer than carrying a pregnancy to term. Accessing it early in pregnancy is one of the most important things to ensure that it is safe. And I think we'll see some devastating consequences down the line.
Yeah, I was going to say, according to the CDC, Florida has a maternal rate of 26%, which is higher than the national average. And how have abortion restrictions in Florida affected the health and well-being of your patients? And do you worry about the long-term effects on the state's already high maternal mortality rate?
I absolutely do. We already have an OBGYN shortage. I mentioned it in my opening remarks. I'm worried about where our trainees are going to end up. Most trainees do not want to end up in a restricted state. I've brought today one of my residents and one of my medical students here because I want them to see this. I want them to experience this. I don't want them to take things for granted as they provide care moving forward. And in a sense, I want to fire them up a little bit.
Thank you. Black, Indigenous, and other communities of color have long experienced systemic disparities in accessing health care and reproductive rights. These disparities, influenced by factors like limited health care access and economic inequality, have led to significant challenges and numerous health disparities among marginalized communities. Miss, I don't want to screw your name up, but Temaraju? All right. These inequities often extend into the criminalization of reproductive health care. For instance, consider the case of Brittany Watts, a black woman from Ohio who faced criminal charges after experiencing a miscarriage at home in September after significant delays in medical attention. What do you believe are the potential legal ramifications of abortion bans, particularly on communities of color, even rural communities?
You know, I think, well, the doctor covered it pretty well, Dr. Bishop, but
I'll add, since you referenced Brittany Watts, that's the case where miscarriage was criminalized. Look, this is really important to understand, and this is why I brought up Hyde and accessing and expanding care to like immigrant communities as well. Even when Roe was the law of the land, we had criminalization, particularly of people of color in rural communities in tough places. My home state is Texas. I started my career in reproductive rights and advocacy in Texas, and we already had a grave maternal mortality situation, particularly in rural parts of the state where disproportionately brown, not even immigrant, but Latina populations live, right? Currently, one out of every 10 American women lives in Texas, where they have a near total abortion ban. So we're already seeing the overall death rates for women of reproductive age are higher among women of color. The pregnancy rates are higher among women of color. The domestic violence and sexual assault correlation is higher for women of color. And the folks who are already marginalized from access to care are more disenfranchised when you have abortion bans. But without access to funding and resources, even passing a federal law won't be enough, because these folks won't be able to access that care, and that was the case when Roe was the law of the land too. Your colleague who couldn't join us today, Congresswoman Lee, is a champion of the EACH Act, and I encourage everyone to sign on if they haven't already.
I have many more questions, but I'm getting the pull. But I just want to thank Ms. Ellador and Ms. Dorbert for sharing your stories. I'm sure it's not easy, so thank you so very much. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Kelly. Now, for 5 minutes for questioning, Representative Castor.
Thank you, Chair Kildee, and thank you for the opportunity to be here, and thank you to our witnesses. And Ms. Dorbert, you are especially courageous in telling your story. It's a very, very poignant, important moment for all of us. All Americans have been reeling since Republicans engineered a takeover of the U.S. Supreme Court and the stripping of our rights under Roe versus Wade, rights that we enjoyed for decades. Now Florida has taken up the mantle with this extreme, cruel abortion ban. A 6-week ban is in essence a total ban because women do not know that they're pregnant at 6 weeks. I heard you loud and clear talk about the harsh consequences, not just to young women, but for all women and families, because of what this will lead to, an erosion of high-quality reproductive care in Florida and in other states that are being subjected to these cruel abortion bans. Dr. Bishop, let's take Florida. We already have a doctor shortage in Florida. I've heard from medical students and providers that it's quite likely that students will not come and train in Florida, that they will seek out states where they can get the full range of training in family planning and reproductive care. What is your view?
Absolutely. I work with medical students every day. I work with residents every day.
Could you pull the microphone more close?
I said absolutely. I work with medical students every day. I work with residents every day. I work with fellows every day. I help mentor those going into medicine. I talk to them about what their aspirations are, what kind of practice they want to start, what profession they want to go in, what specialty they want to do, and we talk about where to go. And when I talk about comprehensive OBGYN training, it's limited in restrictive states. The question is, well, why would I want to train in a state where I'm not going to become the most compassionate, well-handed physician that can care for someone in a time of need, in a time of emergency? And so there is a struggle. There are lots of concerns among learners about staying in red states for their graduate education.
So what does that mean for the woman who is, is going into the second trimester and wants that child, that family has prayed over, they want that child, and yet they suffer some medical emergency, what does it mean if we don't have a doctor who is fully trained on the full range of reproductive care?
It means options will be limited, if not non-existent, for many women. We know that this will affect minority communities more. We won't know that this will affect low-income communities more. But what we're looking at is abortion deserts. We're looking at abortion deserts where people, if they have the means necessary to travel, will have to go elsewhere for their care.
Do you think women will die?
Absolutely.
And Representative Kelly, I appreciate your leadership so much on the maternal mortality crisis, and thank you for highlighting the unfortunate statistic that we're doing worse in the state of Florida than most other states. Doctor, what does it mean for our maternal mortality crisis in Florida? With these abortion bans and not having fully trained doctors, will that make it even worse?
I think it will make it even more stark. Over the years, part of the care that I've done has been abroad in international medicine, and when you look at global maternal mortality, one of the largest contributors to that is unsafe abortion. If you want to make an impact on global maternal mortality and morbidity, the biggest impact you could possibly make is addressing questions of unsafe abortion in an international setting. And I think, unfortunately, sooner rather than later, we're going to start seeing some of these disparities in our state and across this country.
We're not going to let that happen. We're going to fight back. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman Castro. The gentlelady yields back, and Congressman Soto, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Wasserman Schultz. Yesterday, the Florida Supreme Court slammed the door shut on reproductive freedom for millions of Florida women. But then they handed the keys over to the voters to decide in November 5th to be exact. So Floridians will get to vote on whether women and families get to make this deeply personal decision of reproductive freedom, or whether right-wing state legislators will get to make it. I want to talk briefly about the Supreme Court decision on the right to abortion. It was always understood for decades that the right to privacy in Florida included the right to an abortion. Even the plain language, every natural person has the right to be let alone and free from government intrusion into the person's private life except as otherwise provided herein. It was a truly radical decision to reverse decades of precedent when it's so clear that the amendment would apply to a woman's right to choose. And it was also actively contemplated and debated when that amendment got into the Constitution. But now we have real consequences. As of May 1st, a 6-week ban. And when you look at access, the closest state, North Carolina, 12 weeks, over 500 miles away. Virginia, fully legal, 735 miles away. So Florida women are going to be put in an untenable position. I want to focus my questions primarily on mifepristone, since this is right before the Supreme Court now, and over half of abortions nationwide are done through medical abortions. And the 6-week ban, we know, applies to this drug as well as the cocktail drugs that people use. Dr. Bishop, how is the 6-week ban and the 6-week ban applying to mifepristone affecting your patients here in Florida? Like, what do you expect to happen next?
I unfortunately foresee access being almost non-existent with a 6-week ban. You know, one of the things with medication abortions, and we're seeing kind of changes in who is utilizing.
Hold the mic a little closer. Thank you.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We are going to take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Always more to come. welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are continuing to track some severe storms pushing through Tennessee right now. Also Kentucky in the mix. Some severe storms could be bringing possible tornadoes later this afternoon into the evening hours, not only in Tennessee, Kentucky, but also Indiana. So we will be keeping an eye on this for you on Live Now from Fox. We're also keeping our eyes to the sky come this Monday. Total Solar Eclipse 2024 coverage starting at 1 p.m. Eastern, presented by Nissan. Let's go now out to another live event that we are bringing to you. Let's go out to Arizona right now, where the trial continues. This is the George Kelly trial. The Arizona rancher accused of shooting and killing a migrant on his property. Let's listen on Live Now.
Okay. And you mentioned you went over the first fence on 2 ladders. Can you show us where those were? Do you know how to mark on there on the screen?
Yes. I'm not able to see the ladders, but they were somewhere close to this.
Close to the pump house?
Yes, close to that.
So I see the big house, and then to the right there's that little small structure, which is the pump house. And then if you go a little bit further to the right, I think you can see the horse right there. Are the ladders more or less in that area where the horse is?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just, do you know how to draw on the screen?
Yes.
Could you go ahead and just put a mark on there where the horse is to show where the ladders are? I'll see if I can get rid of this thing on the bottom. I can't. Oh well. Okay. There we go. So that's where you all crossed over the first fence, right?
Correct.
And then I think you said you were all sort of together going through to the second fence?
Correct.
Right? And then can you show me where it is that you fanned out, if you can?
I wouldn't be able to tell you from here.
Does it need to back up a little further?
Probably yes.
Let me see if I can move it. Okay. Well, maybe that's not helpful. Okay. Can you just describe, in relation to the house, the search, my understanding is it's further away from the house than what's on this image. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you just describe, in relation to the house, at what line approximately you all were searching? So if we drew a line back to the house from where you guys were, what would those lines look like? Could you draw them for us?
So you want me to draw from how we walked out to the fence line? Is that what you...
I want you to draw if you're already on the other side of the second fence, because that's when you fanned out, correct?
Yes.
Draw lines going back to the house from where all of you were fanning out. I know you didn't go back to the house, but I think that'll just give us an idea of how spread out you were and where you were in general. Does that make sense?
It does. I'm just not really sure exactly where we started and to go towards the ladder.
I'm talking about after you get over the second fence and then you spread out. I'm just trying to get an idea of how far spread out, what the distribution was like.
I'm not really sure how I would be able to. I don't see the second fence line here.
Did you just undo that? Hang on.
I apologize.
Oh, that might have been you. You can hit undo. There we go. Okay. So you can see the first fence line in this picture, right?
Yes, I believe it's should I mark it?
Yeah, just put a point on there so we can see where the first fence line is.
I believe there's fence line is this right here.
Okay, and then the second fence line is down at sort of the bottom of this picture, right?
Correct.
And you guys did not search this area in between the fences, right?
Correct.
And why not? Why didn't you search that area?
Because I'm not sure.
Okay, so you go over the second fence and you all spread out and search from there.
Correct.
How far apart were each of you when you were searching beyond the second fence?
I couldn't tell you.
Do you know what order you were in? Was somebody to your right and somebody to your left? Were you at the far end? How do you remember that?
No, I was somewhere in the middle. I couldn't tell you the exact order.
Okay, and then you just continued onward until you hit a wash, is that right?
Yes.
And once you hit the wash, do you follow the wash to the right or to the south to hit a road?
No, I kept on walking south until I hit a third fence line.
Did you south through the wash?
I crossed the wash. I went onto the wash and then out the wash.
Okay, so you continued going east, is what you're saying?
That time I was heading south.
Okay, and then you eventually hit another fence line somewhere?
Yes.
Do you know how far away that was from the house?
No.
Okay, and then you came back to the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was because you had heard that the homeowner had been located?
Correct.
All right. And so how did you go back to the house?
I walked back until I hit a dirt road. And that's where I met Deputy Cabrera and Deputy Monreal.
Okay. And just to be clear, when you were searching, you were carrying a rifle, is that right?
Yes.
That was because of the nature of the call. That was dangerous, right?
Yes.
And you were looking for people who were potentially armed, is that right?
Correct.
And you were looking for people who were maybe potentially hiding, right?
Correct.
And you were looking for people who might potentially be injured, right?
Not at the time.
No, you weren't looking for people who might be injured?
Not at the time.
Okay, but you were looking for people who might pose a threat?
Correct.
Okay. And then when you go back to the house, is the homeowner already there? Just describe to me going back to the house.
I walked back to the dirt road where I met Deputy Cabrera and Deputy Monreal, and Mr. Kelly was present there. And then I got on to the deputies' unit, and they gave me a ride back to the house.
So you met up with Mr. Kelly out on the property somewhere?
I saw him out of the property. Yes.
Okay, and then you went back to the house, and he went back walking, right?
Correct.
When you got back to the house, what did you do next at the house?
I talked to Ms. Wanda Kelly.
Who else talked to Wanda Kelly when you were there?
Sergeant Garcia.
Okay, so both you and Sergeant Garcia were having a conversation with Wanda Kelly, is that right?
Yes.
And describe Mrs. Kelly's demeanor when she was having a conversation with you.
She appeared to be confused to me.
Why do you say that?
It was just, I don't know, the way she was answering when I would ask a question.
Did she seem distraught when you were speaking with her?
Could you use a different word for it?
Did she seem upset?
Not really upset.
Did she seem agitated?
A little bit.
Nervous?
Yes.
Shaken up, maybe?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember how long you spoke to Mrs. Kelly at that time?
No.
Did you ask her, you didn't ask her to do a walkthrough of the scene or anything like that, correct?
I don't recall, no.
So you didn't ask her to say, show me where you were standing when you first saw people or anything like that, right?
I don't recall asking that.
And you didn't ask her, did you, how far away were they? Which direction were they going? Show me precisely where you saw them. You didn't do anything like that with her, right?
No.
Okay. Do you remember, can we take that down with the letter? I'd want to make sure nothing pops up on the screen up there. Thanks. Both you and Deputy Garcia, or Sergeant Garcia, had this conversation with Mrs. Kelly, correct?
Yes.
And you documented this conversation in your report, correct?
Yes.
presumably Deputy Garcia also documented this conversation in her report, right?
I would assume so.
And that's standard practice. Whenever you go out, everybody documents these kinds of things in their reports, right?
Correct.
And you and Deputy Garcia are having the same conversation with Mrs. Kelly, right?
Yes.
And so the reports that you both wrote should contain essentially the same statements. Is that correct?
They should.
Do you recall?
As the trial continues, we are going to take another 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. Always more to come. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It was just days ago, we were getting so close to that 40,000 marker on the Dow Jones, and now it is evaporating as it is getting close to below 39,000 as the dip continues. Stock sell-off. We are now at session lows here, almost 500 points in the red as this market sell-off does continue. So we'll continue to look at it throughout the trading day. On Live Now from Fox, let's take you back out to Arizona, Santa Cruz County, as we are now getting the latest here from a witness on the stand in the George Kelly trial. Arizona rancher accused of shooting and killing a migrant on his property.
Mr. Kelly's safety and not finding any subjects, we assumed that the threat that we had responded to was no longer there.
But you were getting information about a pretty serious crime, is that right?
Yes.
I mean, people carrying backpacks and rifles, that's a serious crime, right?
Carrying a rifle is not a crime.
If you're trespassing on someone's property, that's a crime, right?
Trespassing, yes.
And if you're carrying a rifle while you're trespassing on someone's property, that makes it a bit more serious, right?
Potentially, yes.
And potentially dangerous, right?
Yes.
And if you're carrying backpacks that are highly suspicious, that's possibly indicative of a crime, correct?
Not necessarily.
Are you in a high drug trafficking area when you respond to Mr. Kelly's property?
Undocumented immigrant trafficking area.
Drug trafficking also?
In the 6 years that I've worked for the sheriff's office, I haven't responded to a call and that involves drug dealing in that area.
You did on January 30th, didn't you?
The call was in reference to subjects carrying backpacks and rifles.
With large backpacks and rifles, right?
Correct.
You put 2 and 2 together, that's possible drug trafficking, right?
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
You get this information about these crimes being committed on Mr. Kelly's property, and you get information about a shot being fired, correct?
Correct.
Shooting is on somebody's property without their permission is a crime, right?
Correct.
Shooting at another person is obviously a crime, right?
Correct.
And that could have been happening out there based on the information you received, right?
Potentially, yes.
And even after receiving that information, nobody thought to go do a more thorough search of this area, right?
Not at the time.
Nobody thought to possibly go look for the source of that single shot that Mr. Kelly reported, right?
We did went out to search for the source when we first arrived while we were looking for the subjects and Mr. Kelly.
I'm talking about after Mr. Kelly tells you about that single shot and the subjects that he saw. You didn't go do a more thorough search after that.
Not after the first search.
And you're aware, obviously, that later in the day, a body was discovered, correct?
Yes.
And that body was discovered with a single gunshot wound, correct?
Yes.
And you later learned that that was in that general area that you folks had been searching, correct?
In the general area, yes.
And so now there's the question of, was this body there when we searched the area and did we just miss it, right? That's one possibility, right?
Potentially.
Or was this body not there when we searched this area? That's another possibility, right?
Potentially.
And that's a question that we have that's unanswered, correct?
Correct.
And that question possibly could have been answered if after Mr. Kelly gave you information, you folks had gone out there and done a thorough search of that area, right?
Yes.
Then we would know for sure, right?
Yes.
But now we don't, right?
Yes.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Thank you. Redirect.
Deputy Castaneda, if Mr. Kelly had told you that he went out onto the patio and fired 9 shots east towards people, or even if he told you he shot them in the air, would you have done a more thorough search?
Yes.
Counsel asked you about Ms. Kelly's statements to you while you were out there that day, is that right?
Yes.
And what specifically did Mrs. Kelly tell you about the shots that she heard?
She told me that she heard shots.
And what else did you document when she told you that she heard shots? Do you recall?
No.
If you looked at your report, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Have you refreshed your recollection?
No, I wasn't sure if I was able to.
Please, go right ahead. Please look at your report.
Thank you. Could you repeat the question?
Sure. What was it that Mrs. Kelly told you about the shots, and what did you document?
That she heard shots and that she appeared to be confused at the time.
And what did you say in your report that she appeared to be confused about?
Could I refresh?
Yes, please.
I apologize. She said that she was confused about, I documented it, she appeared to be confused about what she heard.
So she's confused about what she heard,
Correct.
as you're asking her about the gunshots.
Correct.
And did you ask her if these individuals were carrying backpacks and rifles?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She said that they were carrying rifles, and I asked her if all of them were carrying rifles.
And how did she respond?
She said no.
She said not all of them were carrying rifles.
Correct.
When you spoke to Mrs. Kelly, did she tell you who she heard shooting?
No.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. We've been hearing hearsay from this witness on both sides, so objection's overruled.
So nothing in your report documents who she heard shooting the weapon, is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all I had, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury, any questions from the jury for this witness? Well, very well. Jury's allowed to ask questions.
All right, as you can see there, they are going to a side panel right now between the attorneys as well as the judge. Again, this is the George Kelly trial that started over a week ago and will continue here as this is a border migrant murder trial that continues. Arizona rancher George Kelly is accused of killing a man on his land near the U.S.-Mexico border. And again, we will be taking some of the audio from Santa Cruz County in Arizona. Prosecutors have accused Kelly of ambushing a migrant who was unarmed and headed away from Kelly's residence with a group of migrants. The county attorney's office has also accused Kelly of prejudicial malice, pointing to text messages that they say demonstrate his propensity for violence toward the victim's race, national origin, and/or immigration status. So let's continue to listen on Live Now from Fox.
Or we ask question. Well, what's that word? Deputy, and then Deputy Castaneda. I can read the rest of it, but what's that one word? Deputy Castaneda looks like. Indicated that. Okay, got it. All right, thank you, sir.
Side panel now does continue. Back on March 6th at his arraignment in Santa Cruz Superior Court, the defense attorney said Kelly was protecting himself, his wife Wanda Kelly, and his home by firing shots into the air above the migrants. His attorney also has said that Kelly had been seen with rifles and backpacks passing through his Keno Springs property there. So again, we will continue to follow this one here for you, as always, on Live Now from Fox. And again, they are in a side panel right now between the judge and attorneys. Eventually, Kelly was handcuffed, placed in a patrol car, and taken to the sheriff's department for questioning. There he was continued to be questioned and provided a statement. The defense has called Kelly's arrest illegal and argued to suppress his statements and all evidence gathered from them. Kelly's wife, Wanda Kelly, gave 2 depositions at the Santa Cruz County Attorney's Office back in 2023 and this past February, during which she told investigators about other instances when armed individuals traveled onto their property, which led her husband to start carrying an AK-47 while patrolling the property.
Mr. Kelly, about what he said that he observed that day.
Yes.
And what did Mr. Kelly tell you with respect to the subjects, the individuals that he saw, and whether or not they were carrying rifles?
He advised me, or he told me that he observed them wearing backpacks and possibly carrying rifles.
So his word to you was possibly?
Correct.
And then did you speak to Mrs. Kelly?
Yes.
And Mrs. Kelly also told you that she thought she observed rifles, is that right?
Correct.
And what did she say about when you asked her whether they were all carrying rifles? What was her response?
She said no.
I think that's all I had, Judge. Thank you.
Ms. Larkin?
When you asked Mrs. Kelly, were they all carrying rifles, and she said no, she had previously stated that some of them certainly were carrying rifles, correct?
She didn't mention certainly. She said that.
But she said she saw rifles or a rifle, right?
Correct.
Okay. And just to be clear, neither of these conversations were recorded by anybody as far as you know, right?
Correct.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
All right, any other questions for this witness from the jurors? Sir, did that answer your question? Yes, it does. Very good. All right. Thank you, Officer Sergeant. You can step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And this.
Can we discuss the schedule?
All right.
All right, with that, another side panel as the witness is stepping down there. So we are going to take a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox, and we continue to showcase other live events. We also want to let you know that coming up in about 90 minutes will be a White House briefing that we will be taking for you. And of course, as many different live feeds pop up, you know we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. I do want to, again, show you a look here of the storms that we are tracking through the afternoon and late evening. Here's a look here in Nashville as rain showers and severe storms continue to happen here. Let's go in the Pittsburgh area and East Coast. As you can see, rain continuing to come. And then when you look at Baltimore, Maryland area, again, just getting pummeled with rain. And you can see this is the look right now at the Francis Scott Key Bridge. And this is the weather that is really causing issues for debris cleanup, because you just can't do it at this time. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that, waiting more updates. We've got you covered here on Live Now. Perfect opportunity to take a 2-minute break. So let's do it. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you. Let's go back out right now. Santa Cruz County, Arizona, where the George Kelly trial continues. An Arizona rancher accused of shooting and killing a migrant on his property. Let's listen on Live Now from Fox.
On duty on January 30th of 2023?
Yes, I was.
And what were you doing that day, early in the day?
I was working at the school when I heard the call.
And what were you doing at the school?
I was a school resource officer.
So at the time you were assigned as a school resource officer?
At that time, yes.
And what kind of call came out that would pull a school resource officer?
Emergency call, alert tone.
And alert tone, we heard about that earlier. That's when you hear a specific sound on the dispatch?
Yes, actually, since I'm assigned to the school, I'm supposed to stay there till the day ends, and it was around that time. So I did hear the call earlier. Once I was done with traffic and everything, I proceeded to the area as well, just to, even though I knew already there were deputies at the scene, I just proceeded in case they needed some backup or assistance.
All right, so you finished up your school day, and then you decided to head on out to the call. Is that?
Yes.
Okay. So when you arrived, do you know how many other deputies were on scene?
There were 2, 3, 4.
Do you know what time you arrived at the scene?
I left from school at 15:06 and arrived sometime 15:27, 15:28 hours.
So close to 3:30 in the afternoon?
Yes.
When you got there, what's the first thing you observed when you arrived?
I saw the patrol cars in the area, and I went straight to one of them. Somebody, I think I heard over the radio that they were looking for Mr. George Kelly, or a subject with 2 dogs and a rifle. So I went and approached one of the units, the patrol cars, and that was Sergeant Julia Garcia.
And after you spoke with Sergeant Garcia, what did you observe next?
Well, when I was talking to her car to car, she mentioned that she could hear dogs, and she pointed to the distance, and then we saw that there was 2 border patrols coming with a male subject, and she said it was probably him.
So you saw 2 Border Patrol officers, and what were they doing? Were they walking? Were they in a vehicle?
They were walking with Mr. Kelly.
And you later identified him as Mr. Kelly?
They did, because he was walking towards patrol cars, and they said it was him. So I just remained there for a few minutes, and then I knew it was him, because that was the reason I was there, to kind of go search for him. And they said it was him.
And what did you see of him when you were there?
He was carrying a rifle, and his dogs were with him.
And you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you describe what he's wearing for the court, please?
He's wearing his blue shirt and blue vest.
And could the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant?
So ordered.
And after you knew that Mr. Kelly had been located, and that was why you were there, was to help locate him, what did you do next?
I just went back. I left the scene. I think they remained there still while I left.
So you were there pretty briefly, it sounds like?
Yeah, probably 10 minutes or less.
Did you have some involvement in this case later in the day?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us what started that involvement later in the day?
Well, I was actually working Operation Stone Garden.
And could you explain what that is to the jury, please?
It's a different assignment that we work ourselves at after we're done with our patrol duties. We sign up for that. It's usually overtime. It is overtime. So what happens there is that this operation, it's working alongside or in conjunction with Border Patrol to assist with any illegal narcotics or immigrants coming in through the border. What happened that day, I came in at to work Stone Garden at 4 p.m. That's why I left the scene that day, so I could be on time to start the other assignment. I started at 4 p.m. and then it runs from 4 to 8 p.m. But while I was working Stone Garden, I was assigned to Duquesne Road, which is nearby where the incident had occurred earlier with Mr. Kelly. So I took it upon myself to go check the side dirt roads that lead to the border. And I was just in case I saw, because they had mentioned there were subjects running earlier, and I said, you know what, I'll check just in case there's somebody hiding or it's already past 3 hours or 2 hours since this occurred. They could now think that we're not here. We'll probably, if there's somebody walking in the area, I'll probably see them. So I went to Forest Service Road, which is a side dirt road that leads to the border. And I was there when I heard another call from dispatch.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand what you're telling me. You check out of the call at the Kelly residence and you check on to Stone Garden, but you decide you're going to go ahead and search the area because you're concerned.
Because they assigned me to that area, Duquesne. Okay. Duquesne, which is the road that passes through Keno Springs Village in Duquesne. It leads to that area, near the ranch.
And so you said you drove down the Forest Service Road, and did I understand you to say the Forest Service Road that goes to the border?
Yeah, those Forest Service roads, technically, they're roads that interconnect and they lead to the border. Okay. If you follow them all the way, they lead to the border wall or the fence.
Did you see anything while you were looking in this area?
No, I was looking and I didn't see anybody in the area.
And then I think you documented in your report that you were at Duquesne and a Forest Service Road. Which Forest Service Road was that?
4667.
Okay, and when you were at that Forest Service Road in Duquesne, what's the next thing that happened?
I heard over the radio that dispatch was saying that Border Patrol had called saying that to proceed again to the same area where we had gone before, which was Mr. Kelly's place, and mentioned that he had struck something.
And what time did this call come out?
Around 1756.
And what time is that in non-military time?
Like 5:56 p.m.
And when you got this call, what did you do?
Even though I was nearby, I decided to go and assist because this call was given to the patrol officers, whoever was in charge of that district. But I decided to go myself as well, just to make sure everything was fine. I actually arrived before the patrol officer that was supposed to head over there. I arrived before it.
Okay, so a patrol officer got deployed as well, and you, because you're in the area, went ahead and responded?
Because, yeah, the call was given to a patrol officer.
All right.
The assigned one, and since it's too far from Rio Rico for them to make it all the way to the ranch, and I was nearby, I proceeded myself as well.
Was there something about the call that led you to be concerned before you arrived?
Well, yes, because earlier we had heard that there were shots fired, and we didn't know if it was something was going on again. So that's why I decided to go and assist.
When you got there, at some point, you were concerned enough that you did something. What did you do when you arrived?
Well, actually, when I arrived to the gate, I saw Mr. Kelly coming towards the gate. He was on the phone, and I decided to turn on my recorder, my issued recorder from the sheriff's office.
What caused you to do that?
Well, the reason was that we knew that earlier the reports were that shots were fired. So I needed the information just to get it correct.
And did you document this recording? Did you put that into evidence?
I did.
And when you put that into evidence, what item number did you mark it with?
Item number 1RL.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 38. Do you recognize that item?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
because it's a copy of the CD that I turned in for the recording that I got that day.
And how do you know that it's a copy of that recording?
It says here, Lopez recording of Kelly.
Did you review that recording and initial and date it on the back of that envelope?
That was on July 25th of 23, which was last year, when I went and reviewed it and initialed it.
And is that an accurate copy of the recording you made of Mr. Kelly on January 30th of 2023?
Yes.
You're going to move for admission of State's Exhibit 38? No objection.
Exhibit 38 is admitted.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
Permission granted. Do we need to dim the lights or?
Your Honor, it's just an audio recording, but I do have a stack of transcripts to hand out for everyone that I've provided to the JAA with the court's permission.
I guess for the record, I'd object on the best evidence rule. I think that just hearing the recording is better than the transcript.
And Your Honor, I can lay the foundation for the transcript as well because the deputies observed that as well.
Is the audio difficult to hear?
It can be, Judge. It's just for everyone's convenience and following along. Some of it is kind of faded in and out, so you really have to listen.
And it's all audio, it's not video. All right, you can go ahead and distribute those to the jurors. But so members of the jury, you're going to get a transcript of whatever it is you're going to hear. The evidence is the recording itself. The transcript is not evidence. The transcript is just there to, it's not being admitted, so it's not going into evidence. The transcript is there to aid you, if you want, to try to understand what's being said on the recording. But if you hear something different on the recording from what's in the transcript, the recording is the evidence, not the transcript. It's kind of like another one of those what I call demonstrative exhibits. And Listen carefully, because when you go back into the jury room to deliberate the case, the evidence will be recorded and you won't have the transcript. So the objection's overruled.
And just for the record, Deputy Lopez, did you also review the transcript that we're going to look at with this recording as well?
Yes.
And was it accurate?
Yes. I did do a correction on which is on page 3 of fourth line. On my report, it said if he shot it, and on the recording it says who shot it. I asked him who shot it. I made that correction.
Okay.
He for who?
It should be he shot him?
No, who shot him?
It should say who shot him.
Yeah, from page 3.
Okay.
So the correction's been made on the transcript.
The correction was actually to his report, is what I understand. Is that right?
Yeah, to the supplemental report. Yeah, it's later was discovered and that word was changed to who shot it.
Okay, so the transcript's actually accurate.
Yes. I also made the correction on the first line of the supplemental report. The case number was listed as 21013006 instead of on the report instead of 23013006.
Okay.
That was fixed, and then.
But that's not the transcript, right? That's an error. Both are errors in your report.
Yeah, no, the transcript, the only error was that the he for a who.
Okay.
Which the who is correct.
And could we have the? I'm sorry, this is not the wrong one. Pardon me. Could I have a blank screen for this? Yes.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. Perfect opportunity for us to take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. We're always worldwide here for you. We are going to go out now to comments being made by the Biden-Harris campaign. Let's listen on Live Now.
As president, Donald Trump failed Wisconsin. And as a candidate, he's made it clear he doesn't care about us. Donald Trump has not visited Wisconsin since August of 2022. And he finally decided to take a break from his country club to come and visit Green Bay. Conversely, Jill Biden was here just a few weeks ago and has been here twice in the past year. Our office had a visit from Deb Haaland just a few weeks back to help kick off one of our canvases. President Biden and the Democrats have consistently shown up for our city and state. And meanwhile, Donald Trump wants today and this election to be all about himself. But this November, Wisconsin voters will be making their voices heard, just like they did in 2020. All right, and now I will introduce Gordon Hintz, who is with the Wisconsin Laborers District Council. Gordon, oh, there you are.
Well, thank you. My name is Gordon Hintz. I serve as the Lesset Director for the Wisconsin Laborers District Council. We're affiliated with LiveNOW, the Laborers International Union of North America, who represent over 550,000 members across the United States and Canada. The Wisconsin Laborers District Council is made up of 5 local unions representing 9,000 skilled construction craft laborers across Wisconsin. Our members build roads and bridges, install sewer and water infrastructure, including lead lateral replacements, construct power generation facilities in both legacy and renewables, build the hospitals and schools in your communities, and we're working on connecting broadband to every resident in Wisconsin thanks to Joe Biden. Our organization is first and foremost a jobs club, and we want and support leadership that deliver on the needs of our communities and the infrastructure, the needs of our members and the infrastructure needs of our communities. And from day one in office, President Joe Biden has delivered for our members. Joe Biden is the most pro-union and pro-worker president of our lifetime and has been a champion for working families over corporations his whole career. This is in stark contrast to Donald Trump, who was one of the most anti-worker presidents in history and who said unions are, quote, dues-sucking people, unquote. President Biden has worked across the aisle to pass historic legislation that invests in America, and that's exactly what's happening. We're bringing work, opportunity, and hope to people and communities across the country. In Wisconsin alone, President Biden's initiatives have resulted in over $6.3 billion for public infrastructure projects. This includes expanding high-speed internet access, ensuring clean water through investments in infrastructure, and improving roads, bridges, and public transit systems. These investments are creating jobs and revitalizing communities across the state. We are rebuilding this country's infrastructure, yes, but we are rebuilding our communities and creating life-changing opportunities for folks to have a career in construction, making a middle-class, family-supporting wage with great health insurance and retirement security working on these projects. This is in stark contrast to former President Trump. He told us in 2016 that he would stand with workers, but while in office, he did everything he could to weaken unions and working people. Under Trump's administration, the U.S. experienced a significant loss of manufacturing jobs, thanks in part to policies like the tax scam that incentivized companies to ship jobs overseas. Trump promised an infrastructure week, but it's President Biden that has delivered an infrastructure decade. Just last week, Wisconsin utilities pledged to use union labor for clean energy projects, which would create 18,000 new union jobs. These are the types of opportunities that President Biden's leadership is bringing to Wisconsin. Donald Trump has demonstrated a disregard for Wisconsin's working families. His belated visit to the state will not change the fact that his policies would undermine the progress being made under President Biden. Trump's disdain for clean energy initiatives threatens to eliminate thousands of union jobs and stifle economic growth. The choice is clear. President Biden's commitment to working families and investment in America is creating real change right here in Wisconsin. So let us reject the failed policies of the past and embrace a future of opportunity and prosperity under President Biden's leadership. Joe's got our backs and we've got his. Thank you. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Anna Igler.
My name is Dr. Anna Igler. It was back in September of 2020, and I was thrilled to be pregnant with my second child. I loved my baby the moment I saw my positive pregnancy test. I was 24 weeks at a safe point in my pregnancy. The ultrasound at my doctor's office was supposed to be routine. The images on the screen revealed a devastating reality. My daughter had microcephaly, a condition where the baby's head is much smaller than expected. And I knew the implications immediately. I'm an obstetrician, and I read ultrasounds every day. I had more testing that day to look for a cause. And 2 days later, my husband and I got the call that changed our lives forever. CMV, cytomegalovirus. This is a common childhood virus, and I must have had a primary infection unbeknownst to me early in my pregnancy. It's a rare cause of microcephaly. And what did this mean for my baby? My daughter's brain was severely and irreversibly damaged. No treatment could help her. Her prognosis is dismal. Severe cognitive impairment, seizures, deafness, possible blindness, and she could die in my womb. My heart was shattered. I loved and I wanted my baby. I had no good option. My husband and I made the excruciating decision to let her go, and we chose mercy. I had an abortion at 25 weeks in Colorado, a journey fraught with financial and emotional hurdles. And subsequently, when I tried to conceive again, I suffered from infertility. I underwent the long and emotional process of fertility treatments using in vitro fertilization, IVF. And I'm fortunate that it worked for me, and I had a healthy baby in 2022. My story underscores the complexity of this issue, and there are countless other stories out there like mine. Abortion is health care. Fertility treatments are health care. It's about compassion, autonomy, and the right to make decisions about our bodies. Politicians like Trump do not have the expertise, knowledge, nor understanding to make any decisions about our health care. Donald Trump, get out of my exam room. And get out of Wisconsin. We don't want you here. It's time for Wisconsin to dump Trump. He hasn't visited our state in almost 2 years, and he doesn't care about what Wisconsinites want, as we have shown overwhelming support for abortion rights and reproductive health care in our recent elections. He has proudly bragged that he was the one who got rid of Roe v. Wade and has called for punishing women who have had an abortion. And that means punishing people like me. As an OBGYN, when I see in the news that Trump plans to pass a national abortion ban with or without the help of Congress, I fear for the devastating effects this will have on my patients, my friends and family, and our entire country. We have already seen the devastating effect of the reversal of Roe v. Wade across the country, especially in states like Texas. Women's lives are at risk, and in some cases, with devastating consequences. When will the attacks on women stop? We can ensure reproductive rights by re-electing Joe Biden, and Vice President Harris. President Biden and Vice President Harris are the candidates in this race who will protect a woman's right to choose. Abortion is a complex issue, as seen in my story. They are fighting to restore the protections of Roe v. Wade into federal law. President Biden has already signed executive orders to protect access to abortion, contraception, and the right to travel across state lines to access abortion care in the wake of overturning Roe v. Wade. Donald Trump. Nasty women like me, we do vote, and you should be very worried, as we will turn out by the millions come November. Thank you. Now I would like to introduce our Secretary of State, Sarah Godlewski.
Well, good morning. It is great to be here in Titletown today. And I want to start by, first of all, thanking Christie for hosting us here at their Democratic headquarters in Green Bay, which it's one of 44 offices across the state. I also want to thank former Minority Leader Gordon Hintz for talking about all of the important work the Biden administration has been doing for working families and pro-union. And Anna, I just want to say thank you for sharing your story and having the courage to share your story. We know that you are not by yourself, and that Donald Trump's extreme views on abortion has been at the detriment of women and their families. And today, really what this presidential campaign is coming down to is Donald Trump, which is all about me, versus Joe Biden, which is about we. You know, Donald Trump doesn't care about Wisconsin, and he has a record to prove it. You know, today is the first time Trump has been here in almost 2 years. You know why? He's been too busy focusing on himself, whether that's peddling his next gimmick like buying a Bible or $399 sneakers that just working families can't afford, to, being in court because he has 88 criminal charges against him. And as president, Donald Trump didn't do things for working families here in Wisconsin. Let's talk about his tax plan. You know, his tax plan provided tax breaks for the wealthy 1% in corporations, so the Amazons of the world paid basically zero in taxes. And my parents, who are retired public school teachers, paid more. That's not right. We look at his tax cuts alone, they increased the deficit by almost $2 trillion. That's not fiscally responsible. He went after the Affordable Care Act, wanting to deny over 200,000 Wisconsinites health care that they rely on. Just yesterday, Donald Trump was on a radio station talking about how the 2020 election was a hoax. He won. Once again, peddling a lie that is putting public officials, our clerks, election officials at risk. And as a woman standing here today, who now has fewer rights than my mother and my grandmother, we're not going to forget, it's because of Donald Trump. It was Donald Trump who appointed those 3 Supreme Court justices that overturned Roe v. Wade. He bragged about killing Roe and literally stacked his cabinet with anti-abortion members. I mean, they tried to repeal protections for reproductive care in the Affordable Care Act. So, look, he is not for Wisconsin families. And the other thing that we can't be mistaken about is that we have Eric Hovde, who has the same values that are not Wisconsin values as Donald Trump.
Right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We are going to take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come as the Biden-Harris campaign remarks ahead of a Trump rally a little bit later today. You're watching Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. Just a reminder, on Monday, we will have special coverage of the Total Solar Eclipse 2024 presented by Nissan. That coverage starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. Hi, everyone. Mike Page, thanks again for joining us on Live Now. We want to continue to bring you out to Wisconsin, where President Trump will be holding a rally tonight in Green Bay. But ahead of that, the Biden-Harris campaign is talking about what they call Trump failures. Let's listen on Live Now.
Elections are, but at the end of the day, it's about who is delivering for the people of Wisconsin, who's got our back, and it's Joe Biden and Tammy Baldwin. They've got our backs, they care, and they have the receipts to prove it. And with that, I will open it up to questions from the press. Yeah.
One thing that you guys haven't discussed today is immigration. And the reason I bring it up is that we know Donald Trump is going to give a speech on immigration today in Michigan. He's very likely to bring it up in his rally later today. I'm curious how you respond to the criticisms that he and Republicans are making on immigration. And specifically, you know, they're talking about immigration potentially hurting working class jobs. Trump constantly in the campaign trail says these undocumented immigrants are coming over the border and they're going to cut into the wages of working class people. I wonder what your response is to that.
This goes back to, with Donald Trump, it's all about me. There was a bipartisan border security bill that had support in Congress, in the Senate, and Joe Biden was ready to sign and deliver. And it was Donald Trump who literally called members of Congress saying, don't sign it. I mean, I don't have any respect for an individual who says that the border is the most important issue, but then walks away from one of the most, influential bills that could actually address the issues at the border. You can't take him seriously because, again, it's about him. It's not about actually getting things done. And look, when he was president, I mean, we kept hearing about this wall that was going to be paid for by Mexico. And where's that wall? How is it being paid? Where's it being built? And so at the end of the day, it's who's showing up with common sense, pragmatic solutions. It's Joe Biden working across the aisle to get it done. And it was Donald Trump who interfered to stop that from happening.
At the same time, polling has shown, obviously it's not reflective of this border, bipartisan border deal, which didn't come through, but polling has shown people think Trump can better handle immigration. So how do you think Democrats can address that, heading into this year's election?
I think one of the things that you're going to be seeing Democrats talk about is how we understand that we need comprehensive immigration reform. It's not just about building a wall. It's about making sure that our airways and our waterways are secure and investing in the technologies of the future to do that, which is exactly what the Biden administration has been pushing. And so that's something that we are going to continue to address and talk about, because for us, it's not just rhetoric. It's reality. And we need common sense solutions to talk about and show how we are addressing it firsthand. Yeah, so look, what's happening in Gaza is terrible. And at the same time, we have seen what the Biden administration has done with sending humanitarian aid to Gaza, being a leader on the world stage, because this isn't a unilateral decision that Joe Biden can just make. It's working in a larger coalition. And let's not forget, it was actually President Trump who started the ban on Muslims. That was something that he pushed. And so something that President Biden has been very clear about is that he supports people's right to voice their opinion and how they want to do that. And so we will look to see how things turn out. But, I can tell you that President Biden is continuing to advocate on the world stage, which is exactly what we need. I mean,
what I think Wisconsin voters are going to look at the end of the day is who's actually going to be there and deliver. And President Biden has those receipts, whether it's the infrastructure package, the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act. I mean, we can go on and on and on. And that's what matters to Wisconsinites. You know, we hear all the time about the infighting that is happening for Washington and like not getting anything done. But with President Biden, he has gotten so many important things done that we are seeing firsthand here in Wisconsin. Whether I mentioned like the Green Bay port that is now building a new terminal and also addressing the existing remnants of a coal plant. I mean, that matters to families here. To Georgia Pacific expanding operations here in Green Bay, those are jobs. And so we're going to continue to focus on results and delivering because that's what people care about. Enough of the rhetoric. We just want to see the receipts. Yeah.
I'm curious if you see that resonating with voters. I mean, you know, I cover this campaign. I talk to people in battleground states like Wisconsin all the time. It seems like a lot of what happened in January 6th seems to have receded. A lot of the concerns seem to have receded. But obviously here in Wisconsin, we've had a slate of fake electors. I wonder if you're worried that this is the background and that people don't take that seriously. It's so central to the Biden campaign's message, but I wonder if you're seeing that with voters as you talk to them.
Yeah, I mean, I will tell you, whether it's voters or election officials, they are, you know, I was talking to election officials recently and the threats and harassment that they are facing. You know, these individuals are not only cornerstones of our communities, but they are neighbors and friends of voters for Wisconsin. And so the more he continues to perpetuate lies, I mean, his lies have consequences. And it's something that we have seen, but we're going to continue to stand up and tell the truth.
Okay, with that, everyone, as this news conference is wrapping up, we are going to take our final break of the hour. Stay right here with us always. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We take you out to Jerusalem right now, where an anti-government protest is happening on the third day out of 4 in front of the Israeli parliament before it goes on recess, calling for Netanyahu's government resignation and a general election, as well as immediate hostage release in the wake of October 7th Hamas attacks and the ensuing war in Gaza. We'll keep an eye on that. We also have the White House briefing coming up at the bottom of the hour as well. So stay right here with us. Always more to come on Live Now from Fox. Do want to go out to Florida, where Democrats speaking on abortion rights. Let's listen on Live Now.
Are taking a horrific toll on women in Florida already. And basically, a total abortion ban will take effect in 29 days from today. The stories that we heard today are heartbreaking and gut-wrenching, but they're stories that should not be taking place. What's abundantly clear is that these are deeply personal, intimate decisions that women, their families, and doctors are making, and these must be made without intrusion from the government. And as we've seen in red states and blue states everywhere, the vast majority of Americans and Floridians agree. Women must have the right to control their own bodies. We must be able to make our own health care decisions. When my husband and I decided to use IVF to start our family, because we were told, as I mentioned during the hearing, that that was the only way that we could become parents, we didn't need a judge or politicians to get in the midst of that decision. We needed to make that decision for ourselves. It was a personal decision. And when millions of women decide to have an abortion or not, it's for them to decide, not a judge or the government. But right-wing, MAGA extremist politicians in Tallahassee inflicted an abortion ban on Florida women and basically on all Southern women, given the reality of abortion laws in our surrounding states. They want to take our freedom away. They want to insert themselves in our most personal, difficult healthcare decisions. What we heard today in the testimony of the witnesses that joined us is clear. Abortion is a deeply personal and medical decision, and politicians must not interfere in them. And doctors and nurses should never have to fear criminal prosecution or political attacks for treating the patient that is right in front of them. It's easy, very simple. Politicians, stay out of women's lives. Stay out of our examination rooms, and stay out of our personal medical decisions. We also learned that none of us walk in someone else's shoes. Deborah, I can't imagine anyone ever having to walk in the shoes that you walked in again. But unfortunately, we know with a six-week near total abortion ban in Florida that unfortunately too many women will. Failed birth control, dangerous pregnancies, even rape, incest, or abusive relationships, human trafficking, all of those things can drive these decisions. Those are only some of the reasons why a near total ban that Florida politicians passed is so dangerous and so extreme. 6 weeks is essentially a total ban. As I said in the hearing, I didn't find out I was pregnant with our youngest child until we were 8 weeks pregnant, and all women know that. Don't be fooled. It's the epitome of extreme. The bottom line that we heard today is that this is a very personal decision, and it's one that we can protect this fall, which I know the vast majority of America will be watching and rooting for. Floridians value our personal freedoms, and we do not want politicians telling us when or how we can start a family. And now I'd like to turn the podium over to my dear colleague and dear friend, my co-chair of the Steering and Policy Committee, Dan Kildee from Michigan.
Thank you very much. I said it in the hearing, and I'll just say it again right now. I've been in Congress. This is my 12th year in Congress. I've sat through literally hundreds upon hundreds of committee hearings, and I've never heard more compelling testimony than what we heard from the witnesses today, because their individual stories, their personal stories in particular, make the case, make the point that this is a question that ought not be about politics or the judgments of politicians or their interests in currying favor with their base. This is a question of individual freedom. The U.S. Supreme Court in the Dobbs decision opened the door for what is now this extreme agenda, which we're seeing played out in states all across the country, including the decision that was announced yesterday here in the state of Florida. But I come from Michigan, a purple state. And my state, a state of which I'm very proud for many reasons, made the decision by a vote of the people to enshrine the right to reproductive health care, the right to individuals to make their own decisions about their families and about their own health needs in those people themselves. We had a referendum in 2022, a ballot initiative, that not only enshrined in our state constitution reproductive rights, but swept the state legislature into the hands of people who share the respect for women that ought to be enshrined in every state constitution. It can happen. We live in a democracy, and this is a case where self-serving politicians and judges have gone far too far. But as we know, in a government of the people, ultimately it's the people's choice. And so I'm looking forward to November. I'm looking forward to not just the state of Florida, but all across the country, people responding to this extreme attack on women's rights by making sure that we protect those rights. We do it through the process of referendum and by electing people who share our values, the values of freedom and individual reproductive rights. So with that, thank you so much for having us here today, and especially grateful to the witnesses and their very compelling and very important testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Kildee. Next, I'd like to introduce the Democratic leader of the U.S. House of Representatives who will lead this fall House of Representatives to a pro-reproductive freedom majority, Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
Let me first thank Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz for her leadership, for convening this extremely important field hearing today, and to all of my distinguished colleagues of government who are here, certainly to the members of the House Democratic Caucus, the powerful Florida delegation, as well as to co-chair Dan Kildee and Congresswoman Robin Kelly, both of whom traveled in from the Midwest. Let me thank the witnesses for their presence here today. Their testimony was powerful and profound and poignant, deeply moving, and will strengthen our resolve as we return to Washington to stand with the women and the people of Florida, as well as the people of the United States of America, in this fight to preserve and protect reproductive freedom. Florida's 6-week abortion ban is cruel, it's dangerous, and it's extreme. Florida's 6-week abortion ban will cost lives, and it will hurt the health, the safety, and the well-being of the women of this great state. Florida's 6-week abortion ban is an assault on freedom, it's an assault on liberty, and it's an assault on the dignity of the women of this state. We are here to make clear that we are going to stand unequivocally, unwaveringly, and in an unbreakable manner with the women of Florida in fighting to protect their freedom to make their own reproductive health care decisions. Make no mistake about it, freedom itself is on the ballot on November 5th in Florida. The circumstance has been brought to us by extremists in Tallahassee, extremists on the Florida Supreme Court, extremists in Washington, and those who were put on the United States Supreme Court by MAGA extremists as well. This is a fragile moment for the great state of Florida and for our country in terms of freedom, but our resolve and our commitment to making sure that this deeply personal abortion care decision, which is a decision that should be solely between a woman, her doctor, and her family, not right-wing MAGA extremist politicians. A decision solely between a woman, her doctor, and her family that we protect this deeply personal decision, and together we will restore reproductive freedom to the women of Florida and the people of the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leader. Last but not least, I'd like to introduce and thank for his coming down to South Florida to join us today, the Secretary of the United States Department of Health and Human Services, our former colleague, Javier Becerra.
I join with Leader Jeffries, Chairwoman Wasserman Schultz, Chairman Kildee, the members of the House who attended today, and of course with the witnesses who spoke today. I agree with them that we all have to stand up. President Biden has told us that we will stand up, and he is doing everything he can to make sure that people not only see it, but feel it. No woman in America should live in medical apartheid. It now has become clear that Roe versus Wade was more than just about abortion. It should be now clear that Dobbs was more than just about abortion. Talk to the women and families in Alabama who sought and are seeking in vitro fertilization care. Talk to the families who are seeking medication abortion services. Talk to the women who are simply seeking to access contraception services that have been available for decades. Roe was about access to health care. And each and every one of us should be fighting to preserve our constitutional rights and freedoms to access the care that we need, including reproductive care and including abortion care. But at the end of the day, Roe was about all of us and our care. It was not simply about abortion. There is a lot at stake today, and that is why it's so important to have the testimony of people who've gone through these horrific experiences, painful experiences, because they will attest that it was Roe that provided them with access to care, and it is now Dobbs that has restricted their access to care. After 50 years to lose rights, it's a glaring change. It is tough to look into the light today and feel comfortable. But we must move forward. And it is the stories that Americans are telling today that will lead this fight to have this change, because no one in America deserves to live in a state of apartheid, and no woman today should fear access to the care that she needs. President Biden has made that clear. I think everyone who attended this hearing has made that very clear. We have work to do.
Thank you so much. We're happy to take any questions.
Congressman, thank you so much. When you talk about the federal level, what is the end game? What is ideal? Is it codification? And does that preserve at a federal level?
I mean, the end game here in Florida is to instill abortion rights and reproductive freedom in Florida's Constitution on November 5th. Women across this state will spend the next 6 months understanding what medical apartheid is like, because we'll have a near total abortion ban 29 days from now. And we have already heard, as Deborah testified today, the harrowing, horrific stories that women are enduring with a 15-week abortion ban that's been in place already. But really, the very stark contrast between healthcare extremists and those of us that believe that these are deeply personal decisions that need to be made by families and doctors, that choice couldn't be more stark, and that we need a pro-reproductive freedom majority in the Congress so that we can adopt the Women's Health Protection Act and ensure that those kinds of healthcare decisions are protected nationwide.
Leader Jeffries, Congressman Pulley talked about Michigan having a lot of Democratic victories coinciding with their referendum. Do you see that happening in Florida? Do you think electorally that's going to be good for the Democrats?
Well, our concern at this moment is not electoral politics. In fact, our commitment from the very beginning of this Congress is to put people over politics and focus on the things that matter. The issue that will be on the ballot is reproductive freedom. And this is an all-hands-on-deck moment. In state after state, whenever there's a referendum or a constitutional amendment that will be on the ballot, such as here in Florida on November 5th, we're committed to doing everything that we need to do to protect a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions. At the same time, we have work to do in Washington, D.C. The choice that the American people will confront is very clear. On the one hand, you have extreme MAGA Republicans who want to criminalize abortion care and impose a nationwide ban that will also logically extend to in vitro fertilization and eventually contraception. These extremists will not stop at abortion care. They want total control over the women of America when it comes to their reproductive freedom. That is shameful. House Democrats are committed to making sure that we don't simply restore the protections of Roe v. Wade, but that we pass the Women's Health Protection Act to make sure that across the board, the reproductive freedom of the women of America is protected. And we believe that we are, of course, on the right side of the issue, the right side of freedom, and the right side of history.
Secretary Sarah has to leave in a couple seconds, so if there's a Spanish...
Sure, that would be terrific.
For any questions for him. Sí, para el secretario Becerra. Me gustaría preguntarle cuál sería el impacto que más les preocupa a nivel federal de que estas prohibiciones estén en Florida. Muchas mujeres de pronto irán a otros estados para obtener estos servicios. ¿De qué manera se puede apoyar o ayudar a estos casos?
Lo que vemos es lo que se pierde es el acceso a...
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you continuing to always join us here as we are listening to the Democrats out in Florida speak on abortion rights. This comes as the Florida Supreme Court allows a 6-week abortion ban, but voters will get to weigh in as that measure will be going on the ballot in November. You are watching Live Now. Let's take our first break of the hour. Stay right here with us. More to come. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. We continue to track severe storms. This all coming after storms caused damage in the nation's heartland just yesterday. And today, severe weather outbreak is expected to be more intense with the potential for strong, long-track tornadoes that could tear across parts of Ohio, central and eastern Kentucky, as well as southeastern Indiana and far western West Virginia. A broader severe weather risk extends into portions of the southeast, where strong tornadoes are a threat from Tuesday into Tuesday night tonight across parts of Alabama and Georgia. An initial round of severe thunderstorms was ongoing in portions of the Ohio Valley this morning, but a second round of severe weather is supposed to ramp up later today as forecasters concerned as supercells are forecast to develop across after the passage of warm front. In addition to the significant tornado threat, the Fox Forecast Center said large hail and 70+ mile-per-hour winds are expected there. So we'll be keeping an eye on that for you as well right here on Live Now from Fox. We're also going to have the White House briefing scheduled to happen at the bottom of this hour. So just coming up in a little bit, we'll be keeping an eye on that. We're also going to be keeping our eyes to the sky come this Monday for our total solar eclipse show of 2024 happening on Monday. Live coverage starting at 1 p.m. Eastern, presented by Nissan. We will take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being with us. Next up, we want to head over to New York City, where Mayor Eric Adams was doing his weekly news conference and also speaking to reporters. But before we do that, Fox 5's Morgan McKay reporting that the mayor was asked how the migrant crisis will affect the presidential election this year. And the mayor said he did vote for Biden, and while he believes the feds should be paying for the migrant crisis in New York, says he backs Biden on his public safety and economic agenda. So let's play out some of Eric Adams' weekly address.
And make the city more livable for all New Yorkers, and we continue to deliver on that every day. Keeping New Yorkers safe on the subway and maintaining confidence in the system is key to ensuring that New York remains the safest big city in America. I was down in the subway last night to about 1:30, 2 a.m. in the morning with Commissioner Daughtry, Chief Shell, and other individuals, and I contrast that to January 1st, February, March of 2022, and there is a stark difference in that system. When I was there previously, homelessness was everywhere, encampment was everywhere. Last night, as I drove through, rode the trains, interacted with people, and saw what the subway system is looking like and moving towards, we are moving in the right direction. We're nowhere near, we're not spiking the ball, but there's a clear difference in what I saw when I first took office as the mayor. And I talk about it all the time. We made it a priority in our office to just deal with crime. And crime is down, jobs are up. We're going to continue to say that over and over again, and it's going to resonate with New Yorkers. January, we hit a bump in crime in the subway system. We immediately dispatched 1,000 officers into the system, and we saw the results instantly. February, crime went down. March, crime went down. February, double-digit decrease. March, 24% decrease. The numbers are still being finalized, but there's a real significant move in the right direction. We also deployed 800 more officers because it's a combination. 4.1 million riders. Listen, they don't want to hear there's only 6 felonies a day in the subway system on average. The reality is that they want to feel safe, and there's nothing that makes passengers feel safer than, number one, seeing a uniformed officer, and number two, not having to deal with those with severe mental health illnesses not receiving the services that they need, and that's what we've been focusing on. And so we want to continue to move in the right direction. March is showing this quarter, crime is down in the subway system. This quarter, crime is down in the subway system. We need to be clear on that, and I think it's important to continue to talk about that. And so last week, we introduced technology into the subway system because we're clear. There is no one methodology to creating a safe system. There's a combination of things. What we're doing with Scout, Deputy Mayor Williams Isom talked about interacting with those with severe mental health issues. What we're doing with deployment of police personnel, that uniform presence, the omnipresence in policing has a real symbol that's been around for a long time. And what we're doing with technology, the cameras that the governor is going to put into the subways. We're into the subway cars. We already started doing that, and we're going to continue to expand on that. Her $20 million contribution to Scout, that we expand on that to interact with those with mental health, and our technology that we're putting a call out across the entire globe that we want technology that can detect people carrying guns. We have a first version of it, but we have not had a contract with anyone. We need to be clear on that. We're looking at the technology, and we want to encourage more technology of this method. I have not kept it a secret that I believe technology can run cities better. These young people know it. They use it every day. They know how powerful technology is, and we're going to use it in every aspect of government. And anyone that deals with technology should know that it's evolution. When we first had the iPod, all you did was listen to songs. Now you listen to your whole life on it, from cameras to memos to keeping memorabilia on it. So we're going to continue to evolve, but you can't be afraid of technology and the evolution that comes with it. And we're looking forward to having others come in and tell us how we could run our city better with the technology that we need. We also cannot talk about safety on the subway without addressing, this mental health crisis. We had a passenger last week that was shoved onto the subway track, and we lost a New Yorker. And we keep seeing the correlation over and over again: mental health, recidivism, random acts of violence. Those are the 3 items that are problematic in our city. And we are attacking each one of them, but we do need help from our partners to get the issues that we're seeing resolved. Last week, we also announced that we're ready to start hiring more clinicians through the subway co-response outreach teams that Deputy Mayor Williams-Isom has been talking about, and kudos to her for her team continue to move this conversation forward. Listen, our subway system is not a hospital, and it's not our mental health facilities. People should not be on the subway system if they can't take care of themselves. They're in danger to themselves. They don't know that they're in danger to themselves. We need to play a role as responsible New Yorkers to make this happen. A young lady stopped me yesterday when I was on the subway system, and she was here to do some design work. And she says, Mayor, what are you going to do about the mental health problem on the system? And I said, ma'am, let me ask the question differently. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? How about you getting a group of your friends, these young, thoughtful, young people who are energetic and smart? How about coming out one day and walking with us and interacting with these people who live on the subway system? 85% of them are black and brown. 85% are black and brown. So we are all in this together. And these young people who are in the room, you know, volunteering to go down and speak with, you know, those who you see living in the subway system, no shoes on. They just need a pair of socks. They just need someone to give them the nurturing that they deserve. So we're all in this together. It's not just this administration. Young people need to be leading this battle of some of the crises that we're facing in our city. And I'm happy that they're here today. And I will continue to talk to young people on how they can blow the winds of change in the city that they love and the city that's going to be left to them. Last week, we also launched Jobs NYC to bring new opportunities to communities across the 5 boroughs that have been overlooked for far too long. Yes, we have returned many of our private and public sector jobs, but unemployment in black and brown communities still remain too high, and we're going into the communities. We were in Brownsville, really bringing people into the jobs that are available. Not only do we have thousands of jobs in city government, everything from school safety agents to clerical to HBD to nurses to lifeguards. Everywhere you look, we need employees, and so that's what Job NYC is about. We're kicking off these hiring halls across all 5 boroughs. So we're taking it on the ground to the residents of the city, and we're launching an all-new online jobs portal at jobs.nyc.gov to help New Yorkers find jobs and job training opportunities. And all of these bills under action we recently took to reform our minimum qualification requirements for certain entry-level city jobs to make them more accessible to New Yorkers. And as we create more job opportunities, we want to protect those who choose different kinds of work, and we are proud of what we did yesterday. Deputy Mayor Maria Torres Springer and her team looking at increasing the app-based, our deliveristas, the men and women who deliver food for us. Workers are now earning nearly $850 million more per year than the combined effort of the increase to $19.56 per hour before tips, up from the average earnings of $5.39 per hour. This is a real win for this administration. A minimum wage, the first of its kind in the nation. And we're proud that we're lifting up working class people. And so finally, I want to recognize the work my colleagues are doing in Albany. We need a housing plan. We're asking them. We know that the budget is delayed for a short period of time, but we think these issues are worthwhile. And we want to continue to encourage them to look at the housing issues that we're facing. And we know there's a deal to be made, and we should make that deal. We're also looking at mayoral accountability. We're looking forward to the extension of that issue and some of the mental health issues that we have been talking about for some time now. New York deserves the freedom to walk down the street without being bombarded by a dozen of of illegal smoke shops. And that issue is so important. We think that we're going to find a deal and be able to address these issues that we are facing. So before taking questions, I want to remind New Yorkers to take safety precautions ahead of next Monday's solar eclipse and avoid looking directly at the sun. I know that people think that you could just look up at it. It's not a major issue, but it is. And so we really want to encourage New Yorkers to be very careful. I think darkness starts around 3:25 p.m. Eclipse glasses will be available while supplies last at the public library system. New York City Parks will host viewing events in all 5 boroughs. And if you're in a car, make sure to use your headlights. So this is very, very important. Don't damage your vision. Do not look directly at the eclipse. Baby?
Thank you. Mayor, I think all these young people were born after there were iPods. I think it's just iPhones at that point. But we'll take some questions. I don't think that's a joke.
Mr. Mayor, how are you today?
Quite well, yourself?
I have a couple questions for you. My first question to you is, in recent days, NYPD leadership has been attacking a journalist on social media. I was wondering if you think that it's problematic for them to be using their public or official accounts to attack critics on public platforms. I also wanted to get your thoughts. The council yesterday released their response to your preliminary budget. They said that there's more than enough money there to restore all your previous budget cuts. I'm wondering your thoughts on that, and would you use, if their projections turn out to be proven correct, would you use that money to restore the cuts or go to other priorities like the NYPD? And final question, you voted today. Today's a presidential primary in New York. You've been critical about the migrant crisis here in New York City. I'm wondering if you have any concerns that that's playing on the minds of voters come November when it's the general election.
Okay, so let's peel back each one of those questions, starting with the voting first. I've been critical of the handling of the migrants crisis in the city, but New Yorkers have been critical of it as well. Let's not lose that. It's not Eric that's singing this song alone. New Yorkers believe this should not be happening to the greatest city on the globe. And we should be reimbursed for the dollars that we are spending, and we should allow people to work. And I'm clear on that. And even in my criticism of the president, I have never made it unclear that I support the president. I support what he has done around public safety. I support how he has turned around the economy. Many people thought we were going to be in a worse off conditions than we are in. I think he has done a great job. And I don't talk about who I normally vote for when I go in to vote, but it felt good checking off the box for Biden. Going into the tweets, I'm not responding to tweets, and I don't think they attacked anyone. They responded. The columnist shared his opinion. They shared their opinion. I think the police department, the criminal justice system, elected officials, I think all of us must be held accountable for our actions, all of us. I'm a big believer in the free press. I don't agree with everything I see in the press, but I believe in the free press. But the free press should be held accountable too. I don't know why we feel the free press should not be held accountable. To write a story that indicates crime has gone up 150%, a certain crime, it was wrong. To put things in a column that were inaccurate was wrong. And kudos to the Daily News for changing some of those inaccuracies in the column. And the reporter you're talking about has been writing columns for years, from the days I was running. You never hear me criticize those columns. He has opinion. Everybody has a right to opinion. If a columnist has a right to an opinion, a police officer shouldn't have a right to his opinion. And here's a real horrific part of it that really impacted me. That column was released 5 p.m., I believe, on the day we buried an officer. The day we buried an officer.
But who was killed?
That was murdered. That was murdered. 5 p.m. I thought that was distasteful. I thought that we didn't take in consideration of Stephanie. We didn't take in consideration of the men and women who were mourning, who felt the rawness of that death. And I believe that standing by and continuously to allow people to just take open shots at the men and women who place their lives on the line. It's just not acceptable. And so Chief Madry, John Schell, Commissioner Daughtry, who started that unit of those CRTs, and to lose one of the loved ones in that unit, we saw the rawness of that pain. And you know what? The rawness of the pain I felt. You know, Jennifer is in my detail. Yes. Every day I see her when she's working, she's smiling, enthusiastic, always got something pleasant to say. That was her cousin. That was her cousin. So sometimes I think folks forget, these are human beings. These are human beings. What you saw from Schell and Daughtry, you saw a human reaction. Just as you are protecting your reporters, they were protecting their cops.
All right, you're just listening in there to New York City Mayor Eric Adams, of course, discuss that column there and his distaste for it, but also about the, of course, the current President Joe Biden as well. We're expected to hear from the White House momentarily here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away, though, for a quick 2-minute break. We'll get you back to this press conference that happened just a little bit ago. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy back now up here on the desk. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue on covering all the top stories of the day. Of course, we're awaiting Karine Jean-Pierre, John Kirby stepping to this podium there at the White House press briefing. We're going to hear a lot of updates there on a variety of topics. Of course, the ongoing conflict there in Israel as well. We'll have more details on this, some big developments coming out of that region as well. And of course, also on a Tuesday primary day, just about an hour away from former President Trump making some remarks in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Of course, he will also be in Wisconsin, one of those key primary states here that we'll cover on another Tuesday. We're also monitoring some severe weather. You can just see the colors across the eastern side of the United States, stretching from the likes of Chicago all the way down to New Orleans up to New York, as they're dealing with quite a bit of severe weather. They were tracking some in Kentucky, in Pennsylvania, and others, and you can just see some of the rain and the clouds there in Maryland as well. Baltimore, to be exact, is our camera trying to focus in on this Francis Scott Key Bridge. It was exactly a week ago that cargo ship crashed into the support beam and collapsed that ship. They're finally getting some cargo ships through it, albeit not enough to sustain that right now, but hopefully they will continue that. So we'll keep an eye on all of those here on Live Now from Fox throughout this afternoon. It's going to be a busy few hours ahead of these primaries. We'll have you all covered. Until then, let's take you right back out to New York City. Mayor Eric Adams taking some questions from the media here. Very variety of topics there in the Big Apple.
Every day that they found a pot of money that could resolve the budget issues. We don't want to make cuts. We do not want to take away services. And if they have, when they sit down with Jock, and if they have a way to do this, we're open to hearing that. They're co-partners in government. These agencies are important to them. Our issues are the same. We want public safety, livable city, revitalize our economy. The city council wants the same thing. Adrian wants the same thing that I want. And now Jock is going to sit down with their team and our team here, and we're going to land a plane. A plane that we landed 2 times already. We landed the plane 2 times already, and we're going to do it again. We will find a way to resolve these issues that the city is facing.
Hi, Mayor Adams.
How are you?
I wanted to ask you, we published a story last week from The Markup that showed major errors in the city's AI chatbot.
Mm-hmm.
It provided wrong answers to questions about everything from dealing with tenants to taking tips from employees, encouraging behavior that is illegal. Do you think that the chatbot should be taken down until it stops responding with egregiously wrong answers? And it was up as of 10 minutes ago. Why is it still up if it's so wrong with so many questions?
Okay, so wrong is a powerful term. So wrong.
I can read some of the answers.
Okay, no. When you say so wrong, that means the entire process is messed up. It's wrong in some areas, and we got to fix it. But I want you to be clear on something that many of us must understand. Even with, we announced the other day, Deputy Mayor Maria Torres Springer, we announced the other day of self-driving cars testing. Anytime you use technology, you need to put it into the real environment to iron out the kinks. You can't live in the lab. You can't stay in the lab forever. You must be willing to say, I'm going to put it out among the real universe to iron out the next level of perfection. That is, anyone that knows technology knows this is how it's done. You test it as much as you can until you get into the real environment. When you get in the real environment, you're going to learn something else. Now, what you may learn may be enough to say you got to take it down altogether, or maybe enough for you to say, now we found some problems, let's fix it. But this is the evolution of technology. And only those who are fearful sit down and say, oh, it's not working the way we want. Now we have to run away from it altogether. I don't live that way. Every evolution is going to build a better product until the product becomes an excellent, perfect product, and it's never perfect. You're still going to modify it. There's going to be more versions. And so we're looking at what the problems are. We're identifying what the problems are. We're going to fix them. And we're going to have the best chat box system on the globe. People are going to come and watch what we're doing in New York City.
He's right. Think about MacQuest.
All right, just as you're watching, you can see Karine Jean-Pierre step up to the podium there at the White House. Let's listen into this live, raw, and unfiltered.
Okay, so yesterday the Florida Supreme Court upheld the state's dangerous abortion ban, putting desperately needed medical care further out of reach for millions of women. What's worse, this ruling is also expected to trigger Governor DeSantis's even more extreme ban that would prevent women from accessing care before many even know they are pregnant. We will continue to stand with the vast majority of Americans who support a woman's right to choose. President Biden and Vice President Harris will continue to work to protect reproductive freedom and call on Congress to pass a law restoring the protections of Roe v. Wade. Second, starting this week, the White House will push congressional Republicans to extend funding for the Affordable Connectivity Program. Created as part of the bipartisan infrastructure law, the program is helping over 23 million Americans save between $30 and $75 per month on high-speed internet costs. But funding for the program is set to expire, and millions of Americans will lose this benefit in the coming weeks. 6 months ago, President Biden sent a request to Congress for $6 billion in supplemental funding to extend the program, but Republicans in Congress have failed to act. If congressional Republicans continue to do nothing, tens of millions of their own constituents will see their internet costs go up, and some may lose access to high-speed internet altogether. Additionally, under the President's Unity Agenda, we are prioritizing effort to counter the trafficking of illicit drugs to save lives. We are leading initiatives to step up counter narcotics cooperation, including with Mexico and the PRC, and launch the Global Coalition to Address Synthetic Drug Threats, which brings together more than 150 countries against cartels and illicit finance. Working with our Mexican partners, we have charged leaders of the Sinaloa cartel, and yesterday we charged 41 individuals connected to the Jalisco New Generation cartel. To date, we have sanctioned over 290 individuals and entities involved in the global illicit drug trade. A lot more work is needed, and that's why the President is pushing hard for the House to pass the Senate's border security agreement, or for Congress more broadly, obviously, because it did not get out of the Senate yet, for Congress to push forth the border security agreement, which would provide additional technology to stop these illicit drugs. Now, it's important to acknowledge when a mistake has been made and take responsibility for it. So I want to recognize the Daily Caller for having the integrity to retract their story about the false claims that circulated this week about the Easter egg roll. Now, I'm quoting from their retraction here. The ban of religious symbolism on eggs as part of the White House Easter egg art contest has been long-standing, dating back decades, and the Biden administration did not make any modifications to this rule. So we hope others learn from their good example. So leave that there. And finally, I want to read out the president's call. He called Chef Jose Andres to express that he's heartbroken by this news of the airstrike that killed 7 aid workers, and to express and share his deepest condolences. The president conveyed he is grieving with the entire World Central Kitchen family. The president felt it was important to recognize the tremendous contribution World Central Kitchen has made to the people in Gaza and people around the world. The president conveyed he will make clear to Israel that humanitarian aid workers must be protected. Now, as you can see, Admiral John Kirby is here to discuss the president's call with President Xi and events in the Middle East. Admiral, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. As you all know, President Biden spoke by phone today with President Xi Jinping of the People's Republic of China. The purpose of the call was to build on the two leaders' meeting in Woodside, California back in November of last year. Over the course of about an hour and 45 minutes, the two leaders held a candid and constructive discussion on a range of bilateral, regional, and global issues, including areas of cooperation and areas of differences. They encouraged continued progress on issues discussed at the Woodside Summit, including counter-narcotics, cooperation, ongoing military-to-military communications, talks to address artificial intelligence-related risks, and continuing efforts on climate change and people-to-people exchanges. President Biden also emphasized the importance of maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait, and he reaffirmed the importance of the rule of law and freedom of navigation in the South China Sea. He raised concerns over the PRC support for Russia's defense industrial base and its impact on European and transatlantic security. And he emphasized that the the U.S.'s enduring commitment to the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. President Biden also raised continued concerns about the PRC's unfair trade policies and non-market economic practices, which harm American workers and families. President Biden also emphasized that the United States will continue to take necessary action to prevent advanced U.S. technologies from being used to undermine our national security without unduly limiting trade and investment. The president also repeated his call for China to release U.S. citizens who are wrongfully detained or under exit bans. Now, we believe that there is no substitute for regular communication at the leader level to effectively manage this complex and often tense bilateral relationship. And both presidents agreed to pick up the phone and speak when needed. Following the leaders' call, we will continue to advance our interests through cabinet-level diplomacy, including visits to China by Secretary of the Treasury Yellen and incoming days, and by Secretary Blinken in coming weeks. Now, if I could just, as Karine noted, just turn briefly to events in the Middle East. We were outraged to learn of an IDF strike that killed a number of civilian humanitarian workers yesterday from the World Central Kitchen, which has been relentless in working to get food to those who are hungry in Gaza and, quite frankly, around the world. We send our deepest condolences to their families and loved ones. We've seen the comments from Prime Minister Netanyahu and from the Israeli Defense Forces about their commitment to conduct an investigation. As we understand it, a preliminary investigation has been completed today and presented to the Army Chief of Staff, and we'll obviously look to see what they discover in this preliminary one. But we expect a broader investigation to be conducted and to be done so in a swift and comprehensive manner. We hope that those findings will be made public and that there is appropriate accountability held. More than 200 aid workers have been killed in this conflict, making it one of the worst for aid workers in recent history. This incident is emblematic of a larger problem and evidence of why distribution of aid in Gaza has been so challenging. But beyond the strike, what is clear is that the IDF must do much more to improve deconfliction processes so that civilians and humanitarian aid workers are protected. The U.S. will continue to press Israel to do more as well to ensure the safety of humanitarian workers, and will continue to do all we can to deliver this assistance to Palestinian civilians in Gaza. Thank you.
Thanks. John, do you have any worries regarding Israel and Gaza about the floating dock, and how can aid workers be protected?
Worries? What do you mean by worries?
Any concerns about its status, viability?
Well, I mean, let me break that up a couple of ways. I mean, obviously the temporary pier, it's known as a JLOT, it's Joint Logistics Over the Shore. It's on its way to the Eastern Mediterranean right now. Hasn't arrived yet, and it'll take some time once it gets there to be assembled and to achieve what we call interim operating capability. We expect that will happen in coming weeks. There's no concern in terms of our ability and the skills needed to build it and to get it up and running. What we are working with partners in the region are two things. One is the logistics flow, getting the maritime materials to the pier, and then working with the Israelis in particular about how that pier is protected and secured, and how the aid, the material, gets from the pier into Gaza and further distributed. Those modalities are still being worked out.
And do the recent events like the strike you referenced raise additional...
Oh, believe me, we're under no illusion about the fact that Gaza is a war zone. And force protection of our troops, which will not be entering Gaza, will be first and foremost in the president's mind, as well as our military leaders, to make sure that they can operate that pier, assemble it and operate it in a safe way. But believe me, we're well aware. Gaza is a war zone. In fact, that it is a war zone is, again, what makes it so challenging to get the humanitarian aid to people in need.
Thanks. John, you said that the White House is outraged by the strike that killed these World Central Kitchen workers. Has the White House already conveyed that outrage to anyone in the Israeli government, and what was their response?
Well, I won't speak for the Israelis. We've been very clear about our feelings over this particular strike and our expectations of the Israelis.
Have they provided, or has the Pentagon been able to gain any understanding of what happened here yet? I know it's early, but it sounds, based on what Jose Andres has said, that these workers were doing everything right. Their vehicle was marked. They were in a safe zone.
Yeah.
What more could they have done?
Yeah, it's really, I mean, it's devastating to see these images and to hear these early reports about the steps that they tried to take to protect themselves. But the Israelis, look, they've already said this was on them, and they're doing this investigation. We obviously want to make sure that investigation gets completed and is as transparent as possible. And as I said in my opening statement, that there's accountability to be held here.
One quick question on China. The president's message. What was the president when it comes to Chinese misinformation campaigns or any effort by the Chinese government or people associated with the Chinese government to interfere with the 2024 election?
I would just say that we've been clear consistently, even going back to the November meeting in California, about our concerns over our own election security and efforts by certain actors, including some from the PRC, to affect that.
So there was no new message in this conversation?
I don't have a new message to read out to you today.
Thanks, Admiral. On the death of those World Central Kitchen aid workers, which includes one American who was killed, Netanyahu's reaction was, quote, war. What is your reaction to that comment from Netanyahu?
I don't think it'd be useful for me to get into a tit for tat here with the Prime Minister of Israel from the podium. We've been very clear about our expectations for this investigation. We noted that the Prime Minister said himself there will be an investigation. So has his military said that. We look forward to that investigation being thorough and swiftly done. And as I said, that it'll be transparent, the results of it, and that if there's accountability that needs to be had, that it will be had.
But how can you take Netanyahu at his word? As Nancy was saying, this was a deconflicted zone. They had marched their car. They had even coordinated their movements with the IDF.
Yeah, and as I said in my opening statement, obviously, setting aside this incident, because this isn't the first one, there are issues of deconfliction that clearly need to be fleshed out and improved.
So how can the U.S. continue to send aid to Israel without any conditions? Yes, they have a right to...
We're not sending aid to Israel. We're sending aid into Gaza, and that's...
Weapons. How can the U.S. continue to send military aid
military
to
assistance.
Israel without any conditions? Is there no red line that can be crossed?
We've had this discussion, you and me, quite a bit from up here. They're still under a viable threat of Hamas. We're still going to make sure that they can defend themselves and that 7th of October doesn't happen again. That doesn't mean that it's a free pass, that we look the other way when something like this happens, or that we aren't and haven't since the beginning of the conflict urged the Israelis to be more precise, to be more careful, and quite frankly, to increase the amount of humanitarian assistance that gets in. I haven't been asked about it yet, but I expected I would be. There was a discussion just yesterday with our Israeli counterparts about Rafah. Now, this one was done virtually. We expect it'll be an in-person meeting here in a week's time or so. But the whole reason to have that meeting was to talk about our concerns over a major ground operation in Rafah and to present viable alternatives for them to be more precise and more targeted. So the idea that we're some plastic graveyard here, we're not paying attention to the civilian casualties or the civilian suffering is just not true.
Right, but these are verbal urgings, verbal commitments. There's no other incentive besides the urging.
I know you want us to hang some sort of condition over their neck, and what I'm telling you is that we continue to work with the Israelis to make sure that they are as precise as they can be, and that more aid's getting in, and we're going to continue to take that approach.
John, I just wanted to follow up. Do you guys have confirmation of the nationalities of the victims who were killed in the strike, and that one was a U.S. Canadian national?
I can confirm that one was a dual national American citizen, but I couldn't speak with authority about the nationalities of all of those. And as I understand it, I mean, there could be additional casualties coming in terms of the count. I just don't know.
And do you know if there's been any outreach to the family of that dual national citizen from the White House?
The State Department has done some initial outreach, and I would fully expect you'll see outreach from us at the appropriate time.
Thanks, Green. Thanks, Admiral. Does the White House accept Prime Minister Netanyahu's explanation that this incident was unintentional, as he put it?
I think the investigation will bear that out.
Sir, do you think that given these circumstances, is there a role for some kind of a protective force for aid workers given the threat of widespread famine and concerns about you've already discussed the J-lock coming in and so forth. Is there a role that could be considered to try to protect aid workers with a neutral party security force?
That protective force ought to be the IDF, Kelly. As we've said, I mean, as they conduct operations in a urban, highly populated environment, they have a concomitant obligation to take care of the civilians that are living there, and the civilians, quite frankly, that are being moved about by the combat operations that are being conducted in a very confined space. They have that obligation.
Are you concerned that aid will be cut off for some period of time now because Jose Andres has said they're suspending operations for a period? The World Food Program is having difficulties. It seems like this incident is exacerbating the crisis.
It certainly isn't helping. There's no question about that. And we obviously respect Chef Andres' decision not to continue operations, at least for a time. Certainly, we respect that, and others may make that decision, as you talked about the World Food Program. We're not seeing a wholesale declination here of humanitarian assistance in there, but obviously, yes, that's a concern. The more violent it gets for humanitarian aid workers, and as I said, this is one of the worst in recent history, the less likely it is that they're going to be willing to take those risks, which means it's more likely that the people of Gaza are going to just suffer all the more. So yes, it's a concern.
Thank you, Green. Secretary Blinken, during his presser in Paris, did not condemn the airstrike. As you confirmed, there was a dual American-Canadian citizen who was killed. The French foreign minister, who was at the same presser, did. You said you're outraged. Why is the U.S. not condemning the strike?
I think by saying we're outraged, I think you can fairly characterize that as condemning the strike itself. Of course, I mean, nobody wants to see this kind of violence happen to humanitarian aid workers who, as was noted earlier, were doing all the right things.
And just to follow up to what was asked earlier about the floating pier, are you considering moving it off the coast of Gaza? I mean, just trying to figure out how.
Well, by definition, it's going to be operating off the coast.
Sure, but like further away. I mean, how do you ensure that any private partners that the U.S. ends up partnering with to deliver aid is actually protected, given the recent set of strikes?
Right. That's what I said we're working on right now. I mean, force protection for the troops and the people that are going to be operating the pier is obviously going to be a paramount concern, but it's only as good as the aid that gets to the pier and then gets into Gaza. So there's going to have to be plans made, plans with partners to do everything that we can to ensure that that aid is safely assembled and collected at the pier and then safely distributed into Gaza. It's going to be a multi-step process. We'll be responsible for some parts of that, but not all of it. That's going to take some teamwork, and we're working our way through that right now.
I just have a quick clarification on something that the Secretary said again in Paris. He appeared to suggest that Iran delivered missiles to Russia and that those are to target the Ukrainians. I mean, can you confirm if that was the case, not just drone missiles, but ballistic missiles? And if yes, since when has this transfer been underway?
I am not aware of specific verification that we can give to Iranian missiles being delivered to Russia for use in Ukraine. They certainly continue to deliver drones and actually helping the Russians manufacture Iranian-designed drones. And we do know that the Russians are and have been using now for quite some time ballistic missiles that they have gotten from North Korea. But I'm not personally aware of any verification that Iranian missiles have been transferred and used.
Okay. Thank you, Karine. Admiral, you said that there's going to be an investigation into the World Central Kitchen strike, and you're reserving the U.S.'s judgment until that's completed. But what's a reasonable time frame for that investigation to be concluded, and how regularly will the U.S. be getting updates on it?
I think in terms of time frame, as I said in my opening statement, we believe an investigation can be thoroughly conducted in a swift manner. Now, what is swift? I think obviously we're not going to dictate a date on the calendar to the Israelis, but it's noteworthy that just before coming out here, I was informed that they have completed a preliminary investigation and are reporting that up the chain of command. That's good. That means that they've gotten some basic findings and some initial conclusions that they're willing to make. They have noted publicly that they were responsible here. So that's another reason to suspect that it shouldn't need to be a long, drawn-out, weeks-long investigation. I think something like this could probably be resolved in a matter of days.
On the strike in Damascus, does the U.S. expect Iran to retaliate, and if so, how?
Well, I can't predict what the Supreme Leader and what the IRGC will decide to do or not. I don't know in terms of retaliation. I assume you mean against the United States. Let me make it clear. We had nothing to do with what the strike in Damascus. We weren't involved in any way whatsoever. So the comments by the Iranian foreign minister that somehow we're to be held to account or that we're to blame is just nonsense. We had nothing to do with it. We will, as we always have, take our force protection very seriously to protect our troops and our facilities in Iraq and Syria. And as we have demonstrated in the past, as President Biden has made very, very clear through the actions he has ordered, we will do what we need to do to protect those troops and facilities.
And finally, if I may, just on China, you said that the two leaders made a commitment to pick up the phone and call each other when needed. I'm curious.
When's the next one?
No, I'm curious why it was needed now. Why not next week, next month? Was there a particular catalyst that they needed to have this vote?
No, not at all. I mean, they met again in November, and the teams have been working a lot since November on fentanyl precursors, on climate change, on economic practices. So there's been, on artificial intelligence, there's been a lot of staff level work, and both presidents thought that now, a few months later, this was a good time to kind of check in with one another, see how that's going, discuss the future.
Hi, thanks, John. Just wanted to follow up with a question that came from the front row about the conditions of military aid. And you said that the questioner wanted you to hang some conditions over their necks, that's the Israelis. And your tone suggested you wouldn't do that. Why not?
I've already answered this question a whole bunch of times. We believe that the approach that we're taking is working in terms of making it clear to the Israelis what our expectations are. I'm not going to get ahead of decisions one way or another that we might take in the future. What I'm saying is right now, we are continuing to support Israel because they continue to need military assistance, because they continue to face a viable threat.
Well, on the point of conditions, the President on February 8th issued a memo, and it said, and you already know this, but just for context, it said that it was the policy of this administration to prevent arms transfers that risk facilitating or otherwise contributing to violations of human rights or international humanitarian law. Is firing a missile at people delivering food and killing them not a violation of international humanitarian law?
Well, the Israelis have already admitted that this was a mistake that they made. They're doing an investigation. They'll get to the bottom of this. Let's not get ahead of that. Your question presumes, at this very early hour, that it was a deliberate strike, that they knew exactly what they were hitting, that they were hitting aid workers and did it on purpose, and there's no evidence of that. I would also remind you, sir, that we continue to look at incidents as they occur. The State Department has a process in place. And to date, as you and I are speaking, they have not found any incidents where the Israelis have violated international humanitarian law. And lest you think we don't take it seriously, I can assure you that we do. We look at this in real time.
They have never violated international humanitarian law ever in the past 5 to 6 months.
I'm telling you, the State Department has looked at incidents in the past and has yet to determine that any of those incidents violate international humanitarian law.
Go ahead, Nadia.
Thank you, Kirby. Mr. Kirby, Israel has killed a senior Hamas leader in Beirut with precision weapons in an area where thousands of civilians were there. They killed senior Iranian officials in Damascus, in the heart of Damascus. It was serious. There were thousands of civilians there as well. Does it make sense to you that a vehicle marked with word Central Kitchen, after coordinating with the Israelis, that they didn't see it? And doesn't this debunk your theory and defense of Israel, that it is difficult for them because Hamas embedded with the civilian population, where they can go after Hamas leaders in the heart of a civilian population in Beirut and in Damascus?
To your second question, no, it's not my theory. I have talked about, well, now, just hang on just a second now. I've talked about this for months now. Fighting in an urban, highly populated, condensed environment like that's tough. But they have taken strikes against Hamas leaders successfully taken strikes against Hamas leaders in Gaza. I can't speak to what happened in Damascus. That I can only tell you that the United States wasn't involved. So I'm not going to talk about the details of that whatsoever. I'm telling you that they have taken precise strikes against Hamas in Gaza. They have also taken strikes that have been not precise. It looks as if very clearly what happened yesterday is one of those examples. They'll investigate that. And our expectation is, and we've made this clear to them, that they'll come clean about what they've learned. They'll be fully transparent, and if people need to be held accountable, that they'll be held accountable.
Go ahead.
Thank you. John, there's another case of somebody who was in this country illegally, allegedly murdering a young woman, this time in Michigan. Her name was Ruby. Donald Trump is out there now calling this Biden's border bloodbath. What do you call it?
Well, first of all, while I'm not aware of the specifics of this case, I mean, that's just terrible news. And our thoughts and prayers obviously go to the family of Ms. Garcia. I mean, that's the kind of news no family ever wants to get, ever. And we would certainly defer to local law enforcement and investigative bodies to do the spade work that needs to be done to figure out exactly what happened to Ruby. And to hold the perpetrators accountable for that. So why don't we let the judicial process play out here before we start making grandiose bumper sticker comments about what this says about the border. And Peter, to folks that are concerned about border security, the president will be the first one to stand up here and say he agrees that the border does need some security capabilities, that we do need more Border Patrol agents. And all that has to happen is for the Speaker to do his job, put that supplemental on the floor, let's get a vote, let's get those 1,300 additional Border Patrol agents down there to do their jobs.
But the bill that you guys keep talking about as a solution is dead at the moment. And
says you. It doesn't need to be dead, does it?
The bill's dead.
Says you. Says you.
When's the vote? The
bill's, it doesn't need to be dead.
There are real problems at the border while that bill just languishes, right? The chief of the Border Patrol is saying,
exactly,
of 140,000 gotaways, if we don't know who is coming into our country and we don't know what their intent is, that is a threat. Does President Biden agree?
The president absolutely believes that along that border we do have significant national security concerns that have to be met. But you said something really good in your question that I loved, that while these concerns are going on, the bill languishes. So what's needed? It's not anything more from the president. What's needed is for Speaker Johnson to do his job, get that thing on the floor. Let's get it voted on. They had a chance and decided not to act because certain people in the House Republican world wanted a problem rather than a solution.
As the person in charge of preventing a terrorist attack in the homeland, does President Biden think that some of these border crossers could be in the United States right now plotting a terrorist attack
The
against
president's
Americans?
confident that throughout the interagency, DHS, intelligence community, that we're doing everything we can to be as vigilant as we can to ensure the safety and security of the American people here at home.
John, on the call with President Xi, did the two leaders speak about Section 301 tariffs? And
It did not come up.
It did not come up. But if you could just speak more about the economic nature of the conversation, did they speak about competition in specific industries like semiconductors?
Yes, they did talk about economic competition between our two countries. And as I said in my opening statement, the president made clear that we have significant differences of opinion and concerns over some unfair market practices that the PRC uses that puts American workers and families at a disadvantage. He was very clear about that.
And just to follow up on Nancy's question, are we clear to understand that the president did not warn President Xi about election interference? It felt like that was what you were implying. There was no new message.
It was no new message today delivered on that.
Thank you. Thank you. So you said earlier that more than 280 aid workers died since the start of the war. Could you tell us what the time frame is for that?
Since the start of the war in October.
7th. Okay.
I don't have a TikTok for you on everything. That's our estimate here over the course of these many months.
Has the president reached out to any other head of, a humanitarian organization before today?
I'll take the question. I don't know.
We gotta wrap it up.
Thank you, John. You described the strike as a possible mistake by Israel. According to Haaretz, the Israeli newspaper, it wasn't one strike, but three. The first one, then an interval during which aid workers got out of their vehicles, removed the wounded, tried to move to another vehicle which was struck, and then a third strike as they tried to move and escape in a third vehicle, at which point all of them were dead. How would the second and third strikes of these marked vehicles be a mistake? And why would the U.S. not more forcefully set conditions on the use of U.S.-made weaponry when it is being used to target aid workers? If the first one was a mistake, the second two were targeted with the intent of killing everyone in that convoy. So how do you respond to that?
First of all, there's an investigation going on. So why don't we let it get done? And why don't we see what they find in terms of the decision-making process that led to this terrible outcome? Prime Minister and the IDF have noted that it was their error. If you don't like the word mistake, their error. They're investigating it. Let them do that work and let them see what they come up with, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
Sorry, one more, John. 2 years ago, the IDF killed an Al Jazeera journalist. They said that that was a mistake, that she was wearing a marked press vest. She was shot anyway.
They investigated it, and they released the findings of their investigation, which found that they were at fault. Go on.
But my question, sir, is in that case, the Israelis did not initiate any criminal proceeding. In this case, if it's found that the marked convoy was deliberately targeted, if not with the first shot, but the second 2 shots, would the U.S. support criminal penalties?
As I said, we would expect that should there be a need for accountability, that accountability be properly put in place for whoever may be responsible for this. But again, a lot of that's going to depend on the investigation.
Just want to make sure you're the far.
Thank you. 2 questions on China. Admiral, this is an election year. Does the president feel political pressure to act tough on China?
The president, as commander-in-chief, feels obligated and responsible for protecting the national security interests of the United States. And much of his conversation with President Xi this morning, which was candid and constructive, very professional, businesslike, was arranged around those priorities that President Biden holds so seriously.
Is TikTok part of the conversation today?
TikTok came up today, yes.
Have you talked to previous Secretary Mnuchin about his plan to buy it without the algorithm, or do you accept this plan?
Have we talked to Mr. Mnuchin about his? No, not that I'm aware of. I mean, he should speak to that as a private businessman.
More details about the conversation on TikTok.
The president reiterated our concerns about the ownership of TikTok. He made it clear to President Xi that this was not about a ban of the application, but rather our interest in divestiture, so that the national security interests and the data security of the American people can be protected.
Is there progress?
Is there progress?
On the deal of TikTok.
I know of no progress on that. As far as I know, legislation hasn't reached his desk. It's still on Capitol Hill.
Thank you. John, I have a question on Ukraine and on Ramadan. So Ukrainian President Zelensky is warning about a new Russian offensive coming in the end of May or June. Meanwhile, Speaker Johnson is ignoring calls to put to the floor the Senate-approved legislation and coming up with a new Ukraine aid. Does the administration have a deadline after which you might consider some measures to support Ukraine without conversion?
We've already executed some emergency measures. You saw the Pentagon was able to cobble together $300 million to support them in an emergency aid package. We're going to continue to look and see what more we can do, but quite frankly, our hands are very much tied here. We need the supplemental. That's what will make a difference for Ukraine.
Is there a deadline after which you would try to do something more?
The deadline was weeks, if not months ago, when we needed the supplemental passed. The time is now. It's past now. The Ukrainian commanders on the ground are making difficult decisions about what positions they're going to hold, what weapons they're going to use. And in certain places of the Donbass, they are losing ground to the Russians. So it's way past time.
And one Ramadan, why the President Biden is not including Muslim community leaders in the iftar, and why the event is not open press as has been in the previous years?
That's a great segue for me to turn it right over.
Thank you,
All right, you're just listening in there. John Kirby joining the White House press briefing. You see Karine Jean-Pierre stepping up to the podium. You also saw just in that little watch box the former President Donald Trump in Michigan. He was holding a round table. The camera is kind of roving right now, but he's expected to make some more large remarks coming up in just about 10 or 15 minutes or so. We'll take you out to that as soon as it happens. Let's line away, though, for a first 2-minute break of this hour. All right, welcome back in here to Live and Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. You can see the podium there set up in Grand Rapids, Michigan, where the former President Donald Trump will be making some remarks. Of course, a couple key battleground states there and primaries today, including in Wisconsin. You'll obviously fly over Lake Michigan in just a little bit, but you can see they're talking about the border coming up here in just a little bit on Live Now from Fox. Until then, let's take you right back out to Washington, D.C. Karine Jean-Pierre talking at the podium about a variety of topics, including those aid workers that were killed in Gaza. Let's listen into this on Live Now.
Of his administration, because he understood the importance of fixing immigration, a system that has been broken for decades. His administration has led the largest expansion of lawful immigration pathways in decades, and we continue to work to ensure employers and immigrants can effectively navigate the laws in place. And so reforming our immigration system only strengthens our economy. You hear the president talking about that, about making sure that we have an economy that works for everyone, making sure that there's dignity and respect for everyone. And by doing that, it boosts our labor supply, it helps solve workforce shortages, and some businesses are facing, right? That we see businesses are facing. And so we took a step forward not too long ago. We spent 2 months working with the Senate, working with Republicans and Democrats to try and figure out how do we deal with this broken system. We put together what would have been, if put into law, the toughest and fairest piece of legislation that we have seen in some time. But what we heard from the last administration, from President Trump, and you heard me say this over and over again, you all reported this, that he told Republicans to reject that proposal because it would hurt him and help the president. That's not how this president sees this. This president sees the immigration system as an issue that majority of Americans care about and that we should fix. We should get to the bottom of this. So we're going to continue to urge Congress, Republicans, to come back, right? Come back to the table, move forward with that proposal, get it out of the Senate, and then move it over to the House, get it out of the House, put it in front of the president. He will sign it. The toughest and fairest law that we have seen in some time. And this is not about politics for this president. And to go back to the beginning of answering your question, we know immigrants strengthen our country and also strengthen our economy.
Thanks, Karine. Just to follow up on the TikTok question, the president brought it up with President Xi.
Yeah, he did.
Has he also raised the issue with Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, because the bill hasn't been taken up by the Senate? I mean, that's where it is held up. Has he conveyed those same concerns about ownership, about divestiture, like to Schumer?
So look, we are in regular communication, this administration is, with leaders of Congress, including Senator Schumer, Leader Schumer, and others. And so I don't have a specific readout to give you about the president's conversation on this particular issue. As my colleague, as the Admiral said, the TikTok did come up and was raised on the call with President Xi. I think that's important. The president has always been very clear about his concerns, and he's been very public about that. There is a real threat posed by certain technology services, and so operating in the United States that put at risk Americans' personal information and broader national security. He's been very clear about that, including the manipulation. So he's been public about it. He brought it up with President Xi. This is an issue, certainly, that we will continue to have that discussion. I just don't have anything specific to read out to you with any conversations with members of Congress on the president.
Does he want the Senate Majority Leader to...
All right, you're just listening in there. Karine Jean-Pierre continuing on discussing all the latest talks. Of course, also along with the phone call between President Biden and the Chinese President Xi earlier on today. We're also awaiting, within the matter of minutes in Grand Rapids, Michigan, former President Trump to be talking about the border as he visits a couple battleground states here on this another Tuesday primary day. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. A live picture there in Grand Rapids, Michigan. We're expecting to hear from the former President Donald Trump talking about the border crisis. He's also visiting Wisconsin today, two key states there, two key battleground states that he did win in 2016 back then. All right, let's take you right now out to the White House. Karine Jean-Pierre at the podium as we speak. Let's listen into this live.
To make sure that Americans get a little bit of breathing room, get a little bit of opportunity to move their lives forward, to reach their dreams the way that they choose. And so, yeah, you know, we're aware of how costly college can be. Yeah, Karen.
Thanks. The owner of the ship involved in the Key Bridge collapse has denied responsibility for the accident, and they filed a federal lawsuit trying to limit the amount of damages that they would have to pay. What is the White House's reaction to that lawsuit, and is there going to be an effort to force them to pay more damages?
So look, I don't want to get ahead. As you know, there's an investigation currently happening. The Department of Transportation is leading, so want to be really mindful, not get ahead of that, and not going to talk to an active lawsuit, as you just announced from the ship owner. But look, I think it is important that we get to the bottom of this, not just because for us, but obviously the people of Baltimore, the people of Maryland need to have an answer here. And so we're going to do everything that we can. There'll be investigation. I want to be really mindful here, but it is always important to make sure people are held to account. For the president, he's going to do everything that he can, use a whole of government response, as you have seen from this administration, to continue to make sure that we do the recovery, to make sure that we rebuild that bridge, make sure that we open the port. And you're going to see the president on Friday doing that visit to Baltimore. We'll have more details on that, but just want to be really, really mindful. There's investigation going on. Don't want to get ahead of that.
Will he have any conversations with congressional leaders ahead of his trip to Baltimore to talk about getting funding rolling, knowing he will likely hear from local and state leaders about that?
No, it's a good question. Look, we have said that we will, the federal government will fully fund rebuilding that bridge. That's a commitment that the president's going to stand by. Obviously, there potentially could be an opportunity, or will be an opportunity for Congress to get involved, and we'll have those discussions. We are having those conversations with congressional members. I can't speak to what the president has on his calendar as far as speaking to congressional members about this particular issue ahead of Friday, but I can assure you it is a conversation that members of his team are continuing to have and will continue to have as we move forward in making sure the people of Baltimore, the community gets back on their feet as it relates to getting this bridge back, opening up the port. It is critical, it is important, and we want to make sure we get that done. Okay, Kelly.
In the way you described the celebration with the vice president, Muslim leaders, and so forth, smaller scale working group, isn't that on its face really an acknowledgement that there is a great tension between the president and the Muslim community, and that you can't do it publicly because you would be concerned about protests?
So look, I mean, the community leaders expressed their preference here. They said this is what they wanted to see. They wanted to make sure, they wanted to have a working group meeting. That is something that they asked for. It is, and we listened, we heard them. As you know, senior officials have been, senior White House officials have been traveling the country, having really important conversations with members of that community, the Muslim community, the Arab community, the Palestinian community, because we understand how painful this moment is for them, and we want to hear directly from them. This is a request from them. They wanted to have a private working meeting. They wanted this meeting to be held private, so we're respecting that. We're respecting the fact that they want privacy. It is not the first time that they've requested a situation where it is private, and so. This is what we heard during our outreach, and we're going to respect that, and this is what we're doing today. It doesn't take away how we're going to continue to honor a tradition of the Muslim community as we speak about Ramadan, during Ramadan. This is something that we're going to respect and continue to do so, but in this particular instant, they wanted a working group meeting. They wanted it to be private, and we're going to respect that. Ken.
Thanks, Karine. Going back to the bloodbath question, the former president used that terminology a week talking about it again today. What's the White House reaction to the use of that term, bloodbath?
I'm going to be really mindful here because it is President, obviously the the former president is also a candidate here, so want to follow the law with the Hatch Act. But we have to denounce. Our response is we have to denounce any violent rhetoric that we hear, certainly from our leaders, right, that tears our country apart. It could tear up our country apart and puts our fellow Americans in harm's way, in danger. So we have to denounce that. And look, you know, I think and we think that the American people wants to see the country coming together. That's what they want. They want to make sure that we respect our democracy. They want to make sure that we respect the rule of law. That's what they want. And so that is what the president's going to continue to fight for. We're going to, any type of violent rhetoric, we're going to denounce that. It doesn't matter who it comes from. We're going to denounce it.
Does the White House believe that there is a bloodbath taking place or a wave of migrant crime?
Look, we've been very clear about, I just laid out to Josh when it comes to immigrants, how important they are to the fabric of this country, how important they are to the strength of this country, to our economy. And that continues to be true, right? That's something that this president believes. And we've always called out if there is any form of violence that can be caused by one person, right, that we may have seen, we call that out as well. And that is always important to do. But in this instance, it is used to, in the way that this violent rhetoric is being used, it is being used to tear our country apart. That's how it's being used. And we can't allow that, right? This is not what Americans want to see. Americans want to see us bringing the country together. And so that form of rhetoric, it's not helpful to us. So we're going to continue to call that out, and we're going to be very, very clear about that. But if a violent act happens, as we have seen, and someone is killed, we want to make sure that we're going to condemn that and want to make sure that the law comes into place, and we let the law enforcement on the ground deal with that. But to denounce an entire community, we can't allow that. We have to denounce that, any type of violent rhetoric.
Just a quick point of clarification. So when Donald Trump is talking about a bloodbath, it is violent rhetoric. What was it when Joe Biden said in 2020, what we can't let happen is let this primary become a negative bloodbath?
So I'm going to be really mindful and careful about Donald Trump, but if you read, because he is a candidate, we're talking about the 2024 election, you should read what he said in its context. So you got to read what he said in context.
I understand. Bloodbath is an ugly word. When Trump uses it, what is it when Biden uses it?
No. Let's be very clear. You got to actually ask me the question in context of what it was said, right? And what it was said when he said that, right? In his remarks, in his speech, right? And so that's being disingenuous in your question.
I'm reading a direct quote from Joe Biden. Primary become a negative bloodbath.
He was talking about a group of people. A group of people. That's what he's talking about. What the president was talking about during the primary was not to allow it to be the words and the primary and that election to become negative. Two different things. They're not the same. They're not the same. And your question is disingenuous. And so, look, I'm going to be really mindful here. I'm going to be really careful. We have to denounce violent rhetoric, wherever it comes from. A former leader, we have to denounce that. Because we saw what happened on January 6th. We saw what happened there. When you have a mob of 2,000 people go to the Capitol because they didn't believe in the free and fair election that just happened months prior, because of violent rhetoric, you got to denounce that. That's not what leaders should be doing. All right, I think I have to go. Go ahead, Erin. I rarely call on you. Go ahead.
I rarely use my...
I know you rarely.
All right, you're just listening in there. Karine Jean-Pierre making those comments, of course, talking about the border crisis and the upcoming speech from the former president, Donald Trump, and the potentially violent rhetoric. Those are her words about bloodbath. Of course, he was making comments about the auto industry recently, saying those words as well. But you can see now on the podium, on the stage there in Grand Rapids, Michigan, talking about stopping Biden's border bloodbath. Those are kind of the message of this event taking place a little bit, of course, at the Battleground on this Tuesday primary as we continue on covering all the top stories here on Live Now from Fox. As soon as he steps to the podium, we'll take the former president. He's running about 5 or 10 minutes behind right now, but you imagine a very busy man as we see so many of these campaigns just a little bit fashionably late. We'll take you out to that, but let's slide away for our third 2-minute break of this hour here on Live Now. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. A live picture there in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Momentarily, we will be hearing from the former president there talking about the border crisis. We'll take you out to that as soon as it happens here on Live Now from Fox. But we do have a breaking news event that we want to get you out of Los Angeles. Of course, we're covering these very closely on Live Now from Fox. A police pursuit in place, as you can see, potentially this white vehicle, this kind of a pickup truck looking vehicle there driving some 50 miles an hour. We saw it up to about 70 or 80 miles an hour. We believe this is the suspect. They've been kind of zeroing in on different cars on the highway, but you can see this car getting passed by someone. So potentially a stolen vehicle there in the Los Angeles East LA area. We're awaiting our Fox 11 team to potentially take this one as well here on Live Now from Fox. So we're just going to monitor this for the time being. As you can see, going 70 or 80, getting passed by some vehicles, but also passing some on the left side of the screen here. Just before noon on the West Coast, you can see they're going an underpass here on I-710 North in East LA. So not a ton of information coming out right now, but this is a live picture out of Los Angeles of a police pursuit. We haven't seen any police, any flashing lights behind this vehicle. They usually kind of wait back a little bit in the distance to potentially have this go out peacefully as well. But you can see the different interchanges taking place here on Live Now from Fox. Let's just continue to listen in here potentially to our Fox 11 team here on Live Now from Fox.
I don't have to tell you where we are. You guys can read. You got this. Anyways, there's rumors that California Highway Patrol might be joining this here in a little bit, and they'll probably come in lights and sirens and ready to party. Right now you can see him. He's been driving pretty erratically, and when I say erratically, not so much the crazy lane changes, but more of the coming to a stop than really, not a stop, but slowing it way down to like 30 miles an hour on the freeway, and then kind of hammering it, and then what you're seeing right here. So I'm not sure what that's all about. Maybe he's looking out the window. Maybe he's checking his YouTube. You can see that helicopter right there. That's probably the sheriff's department. No, I'm not going to lose it. Jeez, people, just relax. At any rate, so we're going to keep an eye on it. See, found it. Like that. Boom, found it. Continuing on right there. Now, the original one, this is kind of another one where we're kind of like, really? It's a stolen vehicle, Sheriff's Department. Continuing 710. We're going to run out of something. We're going to run out of 710 here in a little bit. So we'll see where he goes. But right now, just kind of keeping an eye on it, along with everybody else. Sheriff's Department, they might re-engage if it gets off of the freeway. California Highway Patrol might engage if it stays on the freeway. Or they might just let it go. We just don't know. Copy all, thank you. My assignment desk, Melissa down there, just telling me that it is confirmed now that CHP is talking about it. So they might be trying to, they're going to be, and they're going to run out of freeway here in a little bit. And so, but maybe he won't realize that he has to come to a stop at the end of the freeway and crash into something. Valley Boulevard's coming up right there. Here we go. Let's see what happens. It's going to be getting off the freeway, and that wasn't nice. That really wasn't nice. That wasn't nice. That's not friendly driving. Eastbound Valley Boulevard. Now, let's see if he keeps that driving techniques up now that we're up onto the freeway. Yeah, that guy in the Prius not happy. He cold cut that guy off. Like literally just cut that guy off. You saw it. Maybe we'll see some road rage. Wouldn't that be something? So, keeping an eye on it.
All right, you can see there as our Fox 11 team continues to cover high atop here, getting off the highway, potentially jammed up a little bit, trying to go through traffic. You can see the stoplights there. Of course, they're not currently on it on our Fox 11 team, but Stu high atop there, kind of commentating potentially for their web team as well. But you can see them going 45, cutting off different people on this kind of suburban road, this area there, and he's potentially making a U-turn or not, keeping going through those intersections here. Police pursuing stolen vehicle suspect in Southern California in the Los Angeles area, southwest San Gabriel Valley. If you're familiar now, taking a left turn apparently through traffic, probably didn't have a green arrow there, going into some residential area, and this is kind of where it potentially gets dangerous as well, going high rates of speed, 50 miles an hour. Just in front of some of those homes, a stop sign rolling right through as that as well, getting back on different roads, potentially going back to the highway. As we follow these very closely on Live Now from Fox, the kind of general theme is sometimes some of these suspects go to areas they know, they are familiar with, different highways they're going 70 miles an hour down this residential road, 70, 72. Very, very dangerous there in this area as it's just about noon. People potentially in school, people going to work as well. Looks like there could be a potential highway getting back on. There's clipping this car just in the front left portion of that car. He's already cut off a couple cars as well. And if you're just driving by, you don't really have any sense of what's going on. Just a person driving recklessly as well. You can see him gaining more speed on this kind of frontage road, the side road next to some rail tracks, going through on the opposite side with a double yellow. So still going very, very fast. Not a ton of information still here on Live Now from Fox. Our Fox 11 team might be jumping in this here momentarily or at the top of the hour. We'll keep our monitors on that, as well as he kind of turns into, I believe that might be a gas station, a strip mall. Very, very dangerous as he's trying to elude police. And we did know that the sheriff was behind him at one point, but when he got on the highway, they kind of deferred to California Highway Patrol. We haven't seen any black and white vehicles behind him as of yet, driving down as he's obviously now off of the highway, still going 50 or so miles an hour on these roads with pretty dense traffic. Not too much, not rush hour as of yet, still just before noon on the West Coast, but still plenty of people on the roads on this Tuesday coming off the Easter weekend, as well as you he might try to jump out of the car, or he's slowing down behind some traffic there, 2 cars in front of him. He can't have anywhere to go. Don't know how far back the police are, but they can continue to zoom in here at this stop sign. You can see maybe a police officer going the opposite direction, not aware of what's going on. He's crossing over these double lines as well. We'll just dive back in. Let's see if we can hear Stu talk a little bit more here on Live Now from Fox. He might not be talking as they kind of wait to go on air, but let's just listen in.
We wonder also, it's like, what is going on? Why? So this guy's clearly got to know nobody is following him right now. There's nothing going on. And why doesn't he just pull over and get out? Why doesn't he go into a parking lot and just park this thing and just walk away? Just walk away. Or drive somewhere where he's close to where he needs to be and just walk away. It's kind of it's one of those. Look at that. Here we go. Look at that. I think I drove next to this guy on the freeway the other day. Yep, wrong side of the road again. There you go. This is coming up as San Gabriel still, San Gabriel Valley. No, I mean, this is just, clearly I get it. Like somebody's got, you know, what was that? Clearly, like whoever's making the decisions, their pay grade is way above mine. But it's like, I just don't understand. I don't understand. Somebody explain it to me. Jeff, could you get me to sit down with the watch commander and they can explain to me why they just walk away from these? You will? Wrong side of the road into a residential neighborhood. Maybe he is going home. Maybe he's watching us right now and he's listening and he's like, hey Stu, that's a great idea. Let me just park my car and I'll jump out and just go home.
All right, so we're still watching this here on Live Now from Fox. Police pursuing this stolen vehicle suspect in California, potentially in a residential area as well. They're not currently on air as of yet, but you can potentially circling the block here in southwest San Gabriel. He was going some 50 miles an hour there on these residential roads, going through street lights and stoplights. Very unlikely that all of those are green, but a potential stolen vehicle in Southern California in the Los Angeles area. You can see them zooming in very briefly here on Live Now. You can see the 2 potential racks on top of this vehicle, potentially for someone's work as well. And we now do see here on Live Now from Fox, we'll keep an eye on this here on Live Now from Fox, but we do see stepping up to the podium right now as we speak, the former president, Donald Trump in Grand Rapids. Is this what we do here on Live Now from Fox? Let's listen in to him make this speech.
A lot of media here. That's nice. Always nice. They're our deep friends, right? But we're getting better over the years, much better. But I do want to say hello to everybody. This is a special place to me, and we're going to have a big victory. The polls are looking tremendous in Michigan and Wisconsin, and we're going to do something I think that's very, very special. I think it's going to be a very special election. I've been saying November 5th of this year is going to be the most important day in the history of our country. I believe that. So just remember that. We're here this afternoon in Grand Rapids, Michigan. 1,000